Chapter 1363 Eruption of the Demon Abyss. Chapter 1363 Eruption of the Demon Abyss. So the secret is down here. After tracking the aura of the transmission array, Tian Mingzi was sure that Lin Ming had escaped deep underground. In other words, deep beneath these blood-red plains, there was a separate world with ancient ruins of the past. And these ancient ruins clearly had some heaven-shaking secret. It was highly possible that these secrets concerned the extreme Empyrean master who had set down the enchantment around the Sky Spill planet. After chasing Lin Ming all the way here, Tian Mingzi had almost accurately deduced the reasoning behind the enchantment that protected the Sky Spill planet as well as the reason for the curse left behind on the blood slaughter steppes. Lin Ming, whether you ascend to the heavens or descend to the hells, you cannot escape me. I want to see just what secrets the Sky Spill planet has. Tian Mingzi's sword sliced through the void. Using the energy fluctuations of the transmission array as a basis, he forcefully opened a transmission array and began descending deep underground. In the vast space underground, the infernal energy was so thick that it nearly condensed into bubbles. The entire area was pitch black, with a faint gray haze floating about. The only light came from the tiny dots of starlight in the skies, but even this light was blocked out by the fog. If a mortal were to stand here, they would simply be blind. This was the eternal demon abyss. After so many years, Lin Ming had finally returned. The so-called Eternal Demon Abyss was originally a massive tunnel that penetrated through the entire Sky Spill planet, ending in the Sea of Miracles on the other side. This was caused by an Empyrean-level powerhouse striking right through the center of the Sky Spill planet. And in truth, when people referred to the Eternal Demon Abyss, they often referred to the 10,000-mile surrounding area. This was a very dangerous area, but if one was strong enough they could come here to seek their own lucky chances before safely leaving. As for the true central eternal demon abyss, even if the highest under the heavens of the holy demon continent were to enter, they would not be able to return. Lin Ming had once seen a massive shape similar to a horned black dragon god beast in the center of the eternal demon abyss. Its body was thousands of miles long and its terrifying roar had blown away all the young elites that were still several hundred miles away. This was an existence that even a divine realm world king would fear. The last time Lin Ming entered the eternal demon abyss, he had stumbled into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. That was the 1,000-mile range around the true eternal demon abyss. It was known as a true life forbidden zone, a place that no one could make it out of alive. And this time, Lin Ming had returned to the eternal demon abyss to go to the center. He wanted to venture deep into it and find the most core inheritances that Empyrean Primordius had left behind. As for what he would meet along the way, Lin Ming wasn't sure. And as for reaching there alive, he wasn't confident in that either. Lin Ming stepped on the space shuttle, wanting to teleport forwards once more. But he suddenly discovered that the energy within the eternal demon abyss was extremely chaotic. If he tried to teleport here, he might stir up some terrifying space storm. With Lin Ming's current condition, stepping into this sort of space storm would needlessly add wounds onto his already serious injuries. There would even be a chance of death. Lin Ming remembered that the Polaris Tower Master had said that the eternal demon abyss was in a state of eruption, able to erupt at any time. This meant that the eternal demon abyss was several times more dangerous. Che! Lin Ming frowned. He put away the space shuttle and began flying towards the center of the eternal demon abyss. At this point, there was no time to delay. His injuries were great, and now that he couldn't use the space shuttle, he would have to fly through the eternal demon abyss at high speeds in its most dangerous period. This was a tremendous pressure on him. Strong winds howled. Lin Ming's face was pale. To fly so crazily in the eternal demon abyss was naturally extremely conspicuous. Roar! With a bass and shrill roar, 7 or 8 evil beings shot up from the ground, rushing towards Lin Ming. These evil beings were formed from infernal energy. With the eternal demon abyss in an erupting state, the infernal energy here was becoming increasingly thick and terrifying. This caused these evil beings to be that much stronger. If these were ordinary times, a life-destruction powerhouse would be more than enough to deal with these evil beings. But now, even a divine sea powerhouse would find it difficult. The erupting state of the eternal demon abyss made it an absolute land of death for the martial artists of the holy demon continent. The phoenix blood spear swept out. These evil beings were instantly slain by Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't even slow down. He turned into a beam of light, breaking into the thick fog. In this dense fog, there were even more evil beings. After Lin Ming hurtled into the fog, these evil beings awoke like a pack of disturbed flies. They began to rapidly plunge towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's complexion was cold and callous. The phoenix blood spear in his hands stabbed out again, and the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation roared outwards. Chi. Thunder and fire rolled up like a wave. Whether it was the power of fire or thunder, both were nemeses of evil ghosts and spirits. These evil beings were all charred to ash. Lin Ming continued to barrel forwards, not slowing down in the least. However, as time passed, more and more evil beings rushed at Lin Ming, forcing him to cut down more and more. Slaying 80 to 90 evil beings was fine, but killing 800 to 900 evil beings was another matter altogether. Lin Ming was rapidly consuming his energy. If Lin Ming was in his peak state, he could restore his strength with just the gate of healing, the gate of life, and the supreme dragon bone. But now, Lin Ming's condition was extremely poor. Blood slowly trickled down from Lin Ming's ears and eyes. As Mo Evers now saw this, she felt her heart pained with grief. Good fortune never came in pairs and misfortune never came alone. Even though they had escaped to the eternal demon abyss, they had actually run into here during the erupting state. These evil beings were 100 times more formidable and numerous than they ordinarily were. Mo Evers now quietly poured her soul force into Lin Ming's body, helping lighten the burden on him. However, Mo Eversnow's soul force was only usable in limited amounts. Once she used it, she would incur damage to her divine soul. It would be hard for her to restore herself. The more powerful someone was, the more difficult it was to restore their soul force. In the past, when Mo Evers now had gone into a deep slumber, she had only regained consciousness after absorbing a massive amount of blood essence as well as the dragon bone marrow. From this it could be seen just how many resources were required. Senior apprentice sister, don't. Lin Ming stubbornly sealed away his inner world, refusing entry to Mo Eversnow's energies. Lin Ming. Mo Evers now cried out anxiously. Her bright eyes were wet with tears. Do you want to die here? I know what I'm doing. Lin Ming no longer spoke. In absolute silence, he only madly and crazily fought. Whether it was evil beings, corpses, demonic spirits, or ghosts that appeared in front of Lin Ming, he cut down everything in his path. He simply didn't care about them or about himself. At this time, Lin Ming was like a demon god that had lost his mind. 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles. Lin Ming pierced deeper and deeper into the eternal demon abyss, endlessly slaughtering. Soon, he was 9,000 miles in. Once he went another 1,000 miles in, that would be the true eternal demon abyss. At this distance, the fog had already dispersed. As Lin Ming looked out in the distance, he could see brilliant black flames burning in the distant horizon, connecting the heavens and the earth. In the rivers of stars above the skies, a vast amount of starlight sprinkled down, connected together with that black flame as if the galaxy were falling downwards. This was the true eternal demon abyss. And at this time, Lin Ming suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent shroud over him. Compared to before, this sense was far more intense. He knew that Tian Mingzi would arrive soon. After so many twists and turns, Tian Mingzi had finally entered the eternal demon abyss, and now both of them were in the same space. With Tian Mingzi's speed, even if the power of space was in chaos and he couldn't teleport, he was still several times faster than Lin Ming. The 1,000 miles around the eternal demon abyss was known as the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. To revolving core geniuses of the eternal demon abyss, as well as many high lords and even tower masters, this was a land of no return. Once one entered, that meant nearly guaranteed death. Even in the past when Lin Ming entered this place, he still had to expend a great deal of effort and take many risks before escaping with the guidance of Demon Shine. Now, the eternal demon abyss was in a period of eruption, and the 1,000-mile forbidden zone was 100 times more dangerous than usual. Lin Ming's wounds were extremely heavy too. This would make it far more difficult for him to push forwards. There was a possibility that Lin Ming would be overtaken by Tian Mingzi before he was able to enter the eternal demon abyss. Lin Ming, you've been overdrawing your strength this entire way, adding wounds upon your previous wounds. You have even burnt half your blood essence. If this continues, then you will die. As Mo Evers now looked at Lin Ming in such a state, she felt as if someone had pulled out her heart. She hated herself and her inability to help Lin Ming. As Lin Ming felt Tian Mingzi's killing intent rapidly approaching, he didn't immediately rush into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. Rather, he stopped where he was. He was rapidly calculating possible routes to take. Lin Ming's original idea was to enter the eternal demon abyss and borrow the strange and unknown power of the eternal demon abyss to protect him. If he were lucky, then there was a chance that Tian Mingzi would perish inside. But now, he had no idea whether or not Tian Mingzi had the possibility of perishing in the eternal demon abyss. The crux was that with Lin Ming's current condition, if he were to enter the depths of the eternal demon abyss, he might be the first one to perish. At this moment, Lin Ming could only make one desperate gamble. He didn't plan on going deep into the eternal demon abyss, but prepared to go somewhere else first. After he resolutely made this decision, he adjusted his direction and rapidly flew somewhere else. Lin Ming, where are you going? Mo Evers now was stunned. Lin Ming wasn't taking a straight line to the eternal demon abyss but was curving around. This would naturally take him longer. To the ancient grave of the goddess, Lin Ming suddenly said. Over 10 years ago, when Lin Ming had entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone for the first time, because he had been attacked by several corpse devils and then chased after them, he had managed to stumble upon the ancient grave of the goddess. The ancient grave of the goddess held 4 coffins, each one carved from the darkest obsidian rock. The first 3 coffins had held all sorts of heavenly materials produced in the eternal demon abyss. Lin Ming guessed that these heavenly materials were once collected by the corpse devils who occupied this tomb. But in the last coffin there was actually the corpse of the goddess. Because the body of this goddess exuded an infinite majesty and might, the corpse devils simply weren't able to approach her. Thus, she retained her pure and untainted form. Even though it was a corpse, the vitality of the goddess was more vibrant than that of a living person. Her entire being emitted a bright and exuberant aura. This was the vitality of life. Even now, Lin Ming had no idea as to what the status of this goddess was. At this time, because it was far too difficult to enter the eternal demon abyss, Lin Ming decided to change directions and go to the grave of the goddess first. Lin Ming's memory was extremely good. He could remember the exact position of the goddess grave. In the past, because Lin Ming didn't understand the space laws, he had nearly become lost in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. But now, that sort of situation wouldn't occur. As long as he remembered the position of the goddess' ancient grave, he could arrive there directly. The ancient grave of the goddess, are you thinking to? As Mo Evers now spoke, Lin Ming had already broken into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. As soon as he entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, many evil spirits threw themselves at Lin Ming. These evil beings were far more formidable than the ones before. Lin Ming grit his teeth, opening the 8 inner hidden gates as he fought with everything he had. Chapter 1364 The Phantom Within the Ancient Grave. Chapter 1364 The Phantom Within the Ancient Grave. From the time that Lin Ming entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone until he reached the tomb of the goddess, he had killed countless evil spirits. These evil spirits were 10 times more dense than outside the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, and they were also far stronger. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The power of thunder and fire, heavenly tribulation howled in the air. Lin Ming rushed through groups of demonic beings, dozens upon dozens of them instantly being charred to ash that was scattered in the wind. At this time, Lin Ming's entire body was bathed in blood, and the treasure armor he wore was nearly broken to pieces. He was a flickering, fading flame in the deep dark. But at this moment, Lin Ming saw a dark gray mountain appear in front of him. This mountain was barren and desolate, without a single blade of grass growing upon it. Around this mountain faint fluctuations of space were exuded. This also meant that there was some hidden cave dwelling within this mountain. It's here. Lin Ming wouldn't remember incorrectly. This was where the tomb of the goddess was. Although this mountain-like plain and nondescript, the truth was that there was already an accessible channel leading to the tomb, otherwise it would have been impossible for those corpse devils to enter this ancient grave. Lin Ming closed his eyes, spreading his senses and soon locating the entrance. Looking at it, it seemed like a stone wall, but Lin Ming knew that this was merely an illusion. He pressed his hands against that stone wall and pushed through. At that time, he felt as if he had passed through some gate made of mercury, entering a distorted space barrier before everything around him began to light up. Lin Ming had finally returned to the tomb of the ancient goddess. This dark cave was filled thick with dust. The ancient passage, the weathered stone walls, everything had the taste of endless passing years. In the cave there were 4 coffins. 3 of them were already open. Only the 4th coffin was sealed. This coffin emitted a vast aura, as if there were some ancient monarch buried within it. Lin Ming slowly walked to that coffin and respectfully bowed. Deeply sleeping senior, today this junior has fallen into dire danger, thus I apologize for offending you. Lin Ming quietly said before he pushed open the coffin lid. The goddess in the coffin was still lying down as she was all those years before. Her skin, her body, everything seemed carved from the most perfect, exquisite jade in the world, as if it were formed from the essence of the stars and moon. Her long black hair was thick and glossy as it lay pooled within the coffin, like waves in an ocean of ink. Her face glowed with an intangible light, and one could even make out the faintest traces of blood vessels beneath her skin, seeming as if blood was flowing within them. These fluctuations of life appeared all around the goddess. If one didn't know otherwise, they might think that this goddess had simply fallen asleep here, and was ready to wake up at any moment. This was an extraordinary woman. She was a fairy of the night, a sublime goddess formed from the splendor and glory of the universe. An ancient ruler. After seeing the goddess once more, Lin Ming's experience far surpassed what it was in the past. He could increasingly feel just how powerful the goddess was. Lin Ming originally thought that the goddess was someone important to Empyrean Primordius, but her strength was lacking, and that she had been relying on the protections of Empyrean Primordius to lay here filled with life vitality 100,000 years after her death. But now Lin Ming had completely changed his thoughts. This goddess was likely amazingly powerful. Flowing all around her were the light fluctuations of the life laws. As heaven and earth origin energy gathered about her, it turned into spiritual beings that floated all around. To die and still have law fluctuations around them 100,000 years later, it was clear that this woman's understandings into the laws had reached a breathtaking degree. Miss Mo, do you think there is a chance you can possess her body? Lin Ming slowly said as he looked at the goddess in the coffin. To have Mo Evers now possess the mortal body of the goddess was one of Lin Ming's ideas before he had entered the eternal demon abyss. But he also knew that wanting to do this was an enormous risk. This was because the mortal body of the goddess was supported with the will of Empyrean Primordius. Empyrean Primordius might not be willing to see the goddess body taken possession of by Mo Evers now, turning into someone else's. Mo Eversnow's eyebrows jumped up. Take possession of the goddess body. Mo Evers now had once had this idea before, but she knew this goddess was no ordinary figure. Her power far surpassed Mo Evers now even during her peak. As for she herself, all she had left was her weakened soul. If she tried to possess this woman's body, it was hard to imagine what would happen. But now, with Tian Mingzi rapidly approaching, Mo Evers now had no choice. She could only take this gamble. Without a word, her soul flew out from the magic cube, turning into a soul form in the air. Mo Eversnow's soul form wore a long blue dress, her body exuding a crystalline light, as if she were made from countless shattered crystals. It was an enchanting and dreamy sight, like a dream that was soon to fade. Mo Evers now clenched her teeth, wanting to rush into the coffin. But at this time, Lin Ming stepped in front of Mo Evers now, blocking her way. "I'll go first." With this, Lin Ming revolved the divine dream law to the limit. His complete sense, his will, his divine soul, he focused everything on the coffin, taking the first step to submerge his consciousness into the goddess body before Mo Evers now. The area Lin Ming chose to enter was the chest of the goddess. As soon as he entered, Lin Ming felt his mind tremble. Immediately, his soul and will arrived in a completely separate space. This was a vast and starry world, as if it were the infinite universe itself. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He wasn't a stranger to this starry world. Many years ago, when he was still at the revolving core, he had stumbled upon the tomb of the goddess and had also come to this starry world that was formed from a world of will. Within these starry skies was a terrifying existence. As this thought passed through Lin Ming's mind, a massive amount of life origin energy gushed towards him like an endless tide. This energy was pure and vibrant. It smashed into Lin Ming's body like a tide against the shore. Luckily, Lin Ming was already prepared. As his body was pushed back by this energy, he steadily fell in the void before coming to a stop high in the skies. He looked up. In front of him, in the void, in the horizon, as if it were close at hand and also immeasurably far, was a powerfully beating blood-red heart. Boom, boom, boom. This was a horrifying sound. Every beat seemed to strike upon Lin Ming's fires of life, causing all of the blood vitality within his body to resonate and want to come gushing out. This was the heart of a great emperor. This was the heart that Empyrean Primordius had left behind. This heart had already been beating for 100,000 years, but its blood vitality was still as potent and boundless, and its life force remained like an endless ocean, unending. Every beat of this great heart caused the void to shake. Even after leaving its body for 100,000 years, this heart continued to beat onwards. Moreover, it contained a terrifying vitality, as if it were destined to beat until the oceans dried and the world cracked, beating on until the end of all times. This aura, as if all existence were beneath it, as if it alone ruled the vast cosmos, caused Lin Ming to recall Empyrean Primordius' words that he had once left behind in the Road of Emperor. The masterless river of stars in the endless cosmos, I shall rewrite the infinite history. Senior Primordius! Lin Ming shouted out as loudly as he could, not caring whether or not Empyrean Primordius could hear him. In those vast starry skies, Lin Ming's voice seemed especially lonely. There was no response. At this time, Lin Ming didn't have any time to delay further. He grit his teeth and flew towards that great emperor's heart. In what seemed like an incomparably long time, but also a mere instant, Lin Ming arrived in front of that great beating heart. In that moment, a wild and brutal wave of blood vitality swept up around Lin Ming, turning the entire starry world into a blur. When Lin Ming saw his surroundings become clear once more, he saw that in the void, there was a massive planet in front of him. This planet was covered in dark and gloomy clouds. The land was endless and a great aura exuded from this planet. It was faintly familiar to Lin Ming. This was the Sky Spill planet. Lin Ming was startled as he thought this. This should be the Sky Spill planet, but it was also different from the Sky Spill planet in his memories. At this time, the starry skies were ripped open and a giant portal appeared in the air. Countless powerhouses began emerging from this portal. These powerhouses each had a vague appearance, and the ones in the lead all emitted a strange aura. This aura was similar to that of the mysterious black-robed person that Lin Ming had killed at the Demon Dawn Great World. In other words, there was a possibility these people were all from the Saint race. After these people appeared, they moved towards the Sky Spill planet and immediately launched their attacks. For a time, the void was shattered as terrifying fluctuations of energy wantonly bombarded the Sky Spill planet. Lin Ming thought that the Sky Spill planet would be destroyed, and every single life living on the planet would also perish in a miserable death. But at this time, an energy barrier appeared around the skies of the Sky Spill planet, blocking all the attacks. Energy erupted in turbulent blasts and the energy barrier shook, but it never broke. Lin Ming's eyes widened. He recognized that this barrier was the barrier that currently protected the Sky Spill planet. It was the protection that Empyrean Primordius had laid down so long ago. Empyrean Primordius had used the Sky Spill planet as the foundation, and after many years of work, the protective array formation he laid down was incredibly firm. It was even able to resist the joint attacks of so many powerhouses without being destroyed. And at this time, in the dark skies of the Sky Spill planet, the thick clouds were torn apart and a black dragon thousands of miles long roared its way outwards. This black dragon emitted a terrifying pressure, as if it were a celestial body itself. On the back of this black dragon was a black-clothed man. He was tall and strong and he held a 10-foot-long halberd in his hands. It was impossible to make out his face. As Lin Ming saw this black-clothed man, his mind shook. This man was Empyrean Primordius. He had the atmosphere of a great emperor, and that black dragon he was riding on was that horned black dragon that Lin Ming had seen in the eternal demon abyss. Without a doubt, the scene replaying in front of him was the great war from 100,000 years ago that played out on the Sky Spill planet. And among Empyrean Primordius opponents, there were powerhouses from the Saint race. 100,000 years ago, besides Empyrean Thunder Punishment, there were also many saints that were involved in that tragedy. At that time, Empyrean Primordius had already been one of the few characters that stood upon the very peak of the divine realm. The reason that he had suffered severe wounds during this war and possibly even perished afterwards was all because of the Saint race. Chapter 1365 Blood Vitality Entering the Body. Chapter 1365 Blood Vitality Entering the Body. The war was staged in the endless starry skies. Both sides had countless masters. Lin Ming saw a man holding a blue scepter that controlled lightning. During this battle, he was like the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, wielding the power of thunder tribulation. This person was Empyrean Thunder Punishment. Besides Empyrean Thunder Punishment, Empyrean Primordius had to face two peak masters of the Saint race. By himself, Empyrean Primordius faced off against three dire enemies. Even so, he didn't seem as if he could be defeated. How could supreme masters of the Saint race enter the divine realm? Lin Ming couldn't understand this. According to Empyrean Divine Dream, the divine realm was only one of the 33 layered heavens, and there were massive barriers that separated these heavens. Because of this, the more powerful someone was, the more difficult it was for them to break through and enter. So how could these Saint race masters have come to the Sky Spill planet? As Lin Ming was thinking this, the Great War vanished, leaving nothing but that blood-red beating heart in the skies. Boom! 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 That powerful sound was like the deafening beat of a divine drum. Lin Ming knew that what he saw just now was only incomplete images preserved in the memories of that heart. A heart was only a part of the physical body, thus it shouldn't have any memories. Then, logically speaking, this heart should contain a wisp of a remnant soul. This idea immediately cut through Lin Ming's mind. Senior Primordius. A loud voice echoed through the world. Lin Ming was extremely hurried. Tian Mingzi was quickly catching up to them. He couldn't rely on the eruption of the eternal demon abyss to delay Tian Mingzi for much longer. Senior Primordius! Lin Ming shouted out once more. However, he still received no reply. Was my guess wrong? Is there really no remnant soul here? Lin Ming's mind raced. The wisp of Empyrean Primordius remnant soul might be very weak to begin with, and then it had also been sleeping here for 100,000 years. If he really wanted to awaken it, wasn't that something easier said than done? As Lin Ming was thinking this, his power suddenly concentrated in his inner world. A blood-red lotus flower began to slowly bloom behind him. This was the prime Emperor Lotus flower. A vast and boundless aura began to emit from Lin Ming's body. He had opened the Grand Mist space. The Grand Mist space covered that great heart. The elementary Grand Mist energy constantly struck against that beating heart like a surging tide. Senior Primordius! Lin Ming exhausted all of his strength as he roared out. His voice echoed like roiling thunder, shaking the void for thousands of miles around. At this time, the beating heart suddenly shook. Its beating frequency slowed down as an invisible energy covered Lin Ming and began to absorb the divine dream energy within him. Lin Ming was shocked, but he didn't prevent this, instead letting this force absorb as it wished. For Lin Ming to do this in his current state wasn't easy on him at all. A moment later, Lin Ming's complexion turned much paler, and there was even a trace of fading ash in his complexion. Then, a gray shadow poured out from the heart, finally transforming into a black-robed man. This man's figure was extremely vague, constantly trembling in the currents of heaven and earth origin energy, as if he could disappear at any moment. The phantom opened his eyes with great difficulty, staring at Lin Ming with confusion. Lin Ming also looked at this black-clothed man in front of him. Was this the remnant soul that had been attached to Empyrean Primordius' heart? This wisp of remnant soul didn't have the great strength Lin Ming had imagined. It could even be called abnormally weak. Presumably, in the past, Empyrean Primordius' wounds had been extremely heavy, or perhaps he had even perished, and the remnant soul he left behind was the tiniest fraction possible. After it slept so deeply for all this time, it even needed to draw support from Lin Ming's divine dream energy to regain consciousness. Senior is Empyrean Primordius? Lin Ming asked. Who are you, that you can use the Grand Mist space? The black-robed man's voice was ephemeral, weak, and fading. This junior's name is Lin Ming. In the Road of Emperor, I once obtained Senior's blessing and was able to obtain a third of the Primordius martial intent inheritance. Thus I am able to use the Grand Mist space. I see, so that's how it is. What you must be speaking of is the Samsara Road. Honorable Master indeed once left behind a part of his inheritance within the Samsara Road. The black-robed man's words indicated his status. He wasn't Empyrean Primordius but Empyrean Primordius' disciple. So this was what happened. Lin Ming suddenly became aware. It was said that Empyrean Primordius was a dual body and energy cultivator, and even though he focused on body and energy, leaving his soul a little weaker, a wisp of remnant soul that he left behind should still contain a tremendous pressure. It was something far from what this phantom in front of him could ever do. And this remnant soul was the disciple of Empyrean Primordius. Did Empyrean Primordius have his own disciple leave his remnant soul to deeply slumber here, in order to protect his heart and also guard the body of the goddess? Senior, this junior is being chased down and hunted. I wish for my companion to borrow the body of the goddess to resurrect herself and fight against this person. In the past, Mo Eversnow had been a half-step world king master. Whether it was attainments in laws or cultivation methods, she had reached an extremely high boundary. But unfortunately, she had lost her body and was unable to move true essence at all. This was especially detrimental for someone like her who had also dual cultivated body and energy. If she could fuse together with the body of the goddess, then Mo Eversnow's strength would rise to astronomical degrees. Borrow the body of the goddess? You are speaking of Heavenly Empress Xianqing? Heavenly Empress Xianqing. Lin Ming was stunned. He never imagined that a young woman who looked around 17 to 18 years old would possess such a title. If she could be referred to as a heavenly empress, then she wasn't a young elite at all. Rather, she was someone who had long come to fame, someone whose strength had already reached incomparably terrifying levels. Heavenly Empress Xianqing is a monarch of the primal god race. Even if her divine soul is no longer here, wanting to possess her mortal body is not easy at all. If you cannot withstand the power of her mortal body, then your divine soul will collapse and disintegrate. Do you know this? As the wisp of remnant soul spoke, Lin Ming was left dumbfounded. Primal god race. This was another new race that Lin Ming had never heard of before. He had heard about the saints, the spiritas, and humanity. These were the three main races of the 33-layered heavens. Each race was separately skilled in body transformation, soul forging, and essence gathering, the three main cultivation systems. Lin Ming never knew that there was also a primal god race. Senior is speaking about the primal god race. Yes, the primal god race. The primal god race is the most perfect race to ever be formed by the heavens. They are powerful in the aspect of soul, body, and inner world, and are also able to triple cultivate in essence, energy, and divine. Their strength is great at birth and their talent defies the will of the heavens. Even their lifespans are 10 times longer than those of humans. As the remnant soul slowly spoke, Lin Ming felt a chill crawl down his soul. Triple cultivators of essence, energy, and divine, talents that defied the heavens' will, lifespans 10 times longer than those of humans. This was simply too incredible. There is such a race in this world that completely surpasses the three main races. As Lin Ming spoke, a trace of surprise appeared on the face of that remnant soul. I never imagined that you would also know of the three races. Yes, the primal god race truly possesses all advantages of the three main races, but, perhaps because they are existences that defy the heavens too much, the heavenly Tao does not abide by their existence. Thus, even though they once prospered in the most ancient of times, they began to slowly decline afterward. The number of their people became extremely low, finally nearing the point of extinction. Then Heavenly Empress Xianqing is, Lin Ming was puzzled. He simply didn't know how Empyrean Primordius had gotten mixed together with the primal god race. You do not need to know this. These are matters that involve the secrets of this universe. There is no significance in you knowing, and you possessing this knowledge would only draw disaster upon yourself. As the remnant soul spoke, he had subconsciously assumed that Lin Ming was a local martial artist of the Sky Spill planet. When this was added to Lin Ming's weak blood vitality and fading strength, it was impossible to connect him to being the #1 genius of the divine realm. However, as the remnant soul finished speaking, he paused. You seem to have burnt most of your blood essence. This remnant soul was a disciple of Empyrean Primordius, thus before his death, he was likely at least a great world king-level character. Moreover, he too cultivated dual body and energy, and was highly sensitive to the power of blood vitality. As he probed Lin Ming's body, he discovered to his astonishment that Lin Ming had burnt over half his blood essence. Even so, he was still able to stand here. If an ordinary person were to do this, their life would be feeble and fading, and they would find it difficult to continue supporting themselves. 30-some years skeletal age, dual body and energy cultivation, and you even opened the complete 8 inner hidden gates. The remnant soul was shocked. This was no minor matter. In this universe, the body transformation technique was no longer compatible with the rules of the heavenly Tao. Even his honorable master, Empyrean Primordius, hadn't been able to open the complete 8 inner hidden gates in his 30s. You have had such a fortuitous encounter. The remnant soul could clearly feel that Lin Ming was a martial artist native to the Sky Spill planet. For a native martial artist to grow to such a degree, they must have had countless lucky chances paving their road. This was simply inconceivable. Who is hunting you? The remnant soul immediately asked. Perhaps the reason Lin Ming had burnt half his blood essence was that he was being chased down by this person. Tian Mingzi. He is a great world king from the divine realm. He severed his hand, turning it into an avatar to enter the Sky Spill planet in order to hunt down this junior. Now, he will likely arrive here in another quarter hour. Lin Ming said. Although he was anxious as he spoke, he was still able to maintain his calm. A great world king severed his hand to hunt you down? The remnant soul looked at Lin Ming with incredulity etched on his face. He could faintly feel that Lin Ming's strength was far greater than what he had imagined. Such a character was in no way a tiny fish in a pool. If you were able to learn the Grand Mist Space, it could be said that you have a certain fate with my honorable master. Moreover, at such a young age you also opened the complete 8 inner hidden gate. You even chose to dual cultivate body and energy, the same path that my honorable master took. Perhaps this is the karma of the world, perhaps you are the person that my honorable master has been waiting for all this time. The remnant soul quietly said. At the precipice of death, Empyrean Primordius had left behind his own inheritances so that in the future, those fated juniors could enter and inherit his legacy. Now, no matter how one looked at it, Lin Ming was the most suitable candidate. If this remnant soul could see Empyrean Primordius' last wishes being inherited by the next generation, he could finally die in peace. You are so young and yet have such talent. You must be truly incredible. Unfortunately, even though you are being chased down by others, I cannot help you. All that remains of me is a wisp of a remnant soul. I have almost no strength remaining. There is a choice, but the decision must be made by you. If you have the confidence, then your companion can take possession of Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's mortal body. As for you, if you are able to withstand the baptism of my honorable master's blood vitality, then you may attempt to direct the power of blood vitality within his heart into your own to temper yourself. Direct the power of blood vitality into my heart and temper myself. Lin Ming was bewildered. He looked once more at the beating heart in the endless starry skies. The power of blood vitality contained within it was as vast and deep as the fathomless oceans. This was the power of blood vitality that only an Empyrean could possess. Moreover, Empyrean Primordius likely had the demon bead at some point, which was what allowed his body transformation technique to reach such an inconceivable boundary. If he were to direct the power of blood vitality within Empyrean Primordius' heart into his own, just what sort of scene would that be? Chapter 1366 9 Stars Appear. Chapter 1366 9 Stars Appear. With Tian Mingzi chasing him from behind, Lin Ming simply didn't have a choice. He could only make a desperate gamble this time. At most, Tian Mingzi would arrive within a quarter hour. For Lin Ming to withstand a baptism from the power of blood vitality and to allow Mo Evers now the required time to possess the body of the goddess was far from sufficient. Luckily, after Lin Ming had gained part of Empyrean Divine Seal's inheritance, his time laws had reached perfection of the 5th level. To the current him, laying down a time enchantment wasn't difficult at all. A time enchantment wasn't a profound array formation to begin with. Even Old Man Good Fortune was able to lay down a 110-time flow enchantment, let alone someone like Lin Ming. He took out a 9-sun jade, and began to form the time enchantment with the energy within it. A pale blue curtain of light came shrouding down, immediately hastening the time inside by a ratio of 125. This was also because Lin Ming was injured, otherwise he could even arrange a 150-time enchantment. If Tian Mingzi would catch up in a quarter hour, then this time enchantment would give Lin Ming around 6 hours. This period of time should be enough. Senior, this junior has a question he would like to ask. As Lin Ming laid down the time enchantment, he turned towards that remnant soul wisp. Ask. This junior would like to know, did Senior Empyrean Primordius truly perish? All signs pointed towards the possibility that Empyrean Primordius died on the Sky Spill planet, but Lin Ming found it hard to believe that such an extreme character would die. The remnant soul shook his head, giving off a heavy sigh as he said, Honorable Master's determination and destiny are truly unfathomable. But, in that great war 100,000 years ago, his opponents were really far too strong. Perhaps, he really has perished. As the remnant soul spoke, all sorts of emotions crossed his face. Although he couldn't say for sure if Empyrean Primordius had really died or not, as Empyrean Primordius' disciple, he truly wished that his master had some slim chance of surviving. If his master truly had some tiny hope of living on, then he wouldn't have ever said that his master might have died. So, in other words, it truly did seem that Empyrean Primordius' situation was more than unfortunate. This junior understands. This answer left Lin Ming feeling a bit regretful. Even if Empyrean Primordius had left behind some road for himself, the most that would be left over of him was likely an incomplete soul. To use an incomplete soul and revive that soul into an extreme character of the divine realm was nearly impossible. He turned to Mo Evers now and said, Senior Apprentice Sister, let us begin. Yes. Mo Evers now no longer hesitated. She walked in front of the coffin and deeply bowed towards the mortal body of that goddess. Senior Heavenly Empress, today this junior shall borrow Senior's body to return to life. In the future, if possible, this junior will surely find Senior's heroic soul and help revive Senior. If the goddess truly did leave behind pieces of her remnant soul in this world, then by collecting these pieces of remnant soul and fusing them with spirit essence, it wouldn't be impossible to revive the goddess. But one might need to reach the realm of true divinity before being able to do so. Mo Evers now floated up as she flew into the goddess' mortal body. For a time, the goddess body floated high in the air, her long hair scattered outwards. A brilliant aura of life exuded from her body, swirling around her. Within the body of the goddess was an incomparably terrifying life force and blood vitality, like a blazing inferno. This sort of heated blood vitality was extremely terrifying to the cold energy of a soul. This was why some ghosts would choose weaker bodies with a heavy energy to possess. As for those full of life and surging blood strength, ghosts avoided these people as much as they could. Mo Eversnow's complexion was white. After being struck by this surging blood vitality, her divine soul nearly fell into chaos. However, she grit her teeth and continued forwards. Not too far away, the remnant soul watched all of this, astonishment on his face. He didn't know that Mo Eversnow's talent had reached such a terrifying degree. Even if she were an Empyrean descendant, she would still be an extraordinary one of her generation. But for what reason would the mortal body of such a top character have been destroyed? For two extremely talented characters like Lin Ming and Mo Evers now to appear in a world of the lower realms was an incomparably rare occurrence. The remnant soul had even felt that there was no one in this world that would be able to obtain the inheritances left behind by Empyrean Primordius. After all, the chances that an unrivaled powerhouse would be born on the Sky Spill planet were simply far too low. But now matters had developed in bizarre and fantastic directions. Could this world really possess concepts like karma and causality? Did the heavens decide to not abandon Empyrean Primordius, and thus created this final lucky chance for him? Senior apprentice sister, allow me to withstand the impact of this blood vitality for you. Lin Ming didn't dare to hold back. Strength erupted from his body. Power of blood vitality, enter my body! With a loud shout from Lin Ming, a blood-red stream formed in the air, howling forth like a blood dragon as it rushed into Lin Ming's body. This caused the remnant soul to gasp. This was the blood vitality of an Empyrean. If he couldn't withstand it, then there was a chance that the very foundation of his life would be washed away. Mo Evers now was nothing but a Yin-based soul form. She wouldn't be able to withstand too much blood vitality, especially such potent blood vitality that was contained within Empyrean Primordius' heart. That sort of blood vitality could easily turn any ghost or soul into dust. Now, it was suitable that all of this blood vitality was sucked up by Lin Ming. First, it would help Mo Evers now, and secondly, it was also something Lin Ming direly needed right now. The goddess mortal body would be taken possession of by Mo Evers now. As for that power of blood vitality, it belonged to Lin Ming. The power of blood vitality entered his body, rushing about like rivers of boiling lava through his blood vessels. Lin Ming felt his body becoming increasingly hot, as if he were placed in a boiler. All of his body's acupoints were opened wide, releasing hot streams of scorching air. Every breath he released was hotter than flames as his temperature rapidly increased. These scorching hot streams of air turned into pure power of blood vitality, wasted as it dissipated. Lin Ming grit his teeth and sealed up all of his acupoints, stubbornly containing this blood vitality within his body and then forcefully refining it. This was to avoid wasting any of this blood vitality. However, it surely placed an even greater burden on Lin Ming's body. If some of the blood vitality had dissipated, the pressure would have been smaller. But now, his entire body was deep red, just like a boiled lobster. The tyrannical and brutal blood vitality recklessly attacked all of Lin Ming's meridians and blood vessels. Even though he opened the 8 inner hidden gates and had absorbed the dragon bone marrow, allowing his body to reach incredibly durable degrees, his blood vessels still exploded even as his meridians were torn apart. Empyrean Primordius had very likely been one of the past masters of the demon bead. This was also the reason why he was able to dual cultivate in body and energy and open the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The power of his blood vitality could be imagined from this. Even if he left just a heart behind, the power of blood vitality within this heart could even wash away the fires of life from a holy lord or world king. Unless one was an Empyrean powerhouse, no one would be brave enough to forcefully absorb the heart left behind by Empyrean Primordius. But now, Lin Ming was directing this power of blood vitality into his own body. He was able to do so because the heart did not resist him. Even Mo Evers now was in such a situation. The mortal body of the goddess simply didn't reject her taking possession of it at all. Otherwise, Mo Evers now would have long been burnt to ash. Whether it was the great emperor's heart or the body of the goddess, for this situation to occur even if their guardian remnant soul allowed it, this could only be said to be the cycle of fate and the samsara of karma. As the remnant soul saw all of this occur, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This Lin Ming, as well as his senior apprentice sister, both are amazing individuals. I wonder just what they have experienced in their lives." It could be said that being able to find and enter this tomb, and also find the inheritances left behind by Empyrean Primordius and the goddess, was the good fortune of Lin Ming and Mo Evers now. But from another point of view, Lin Ming and Mo Evers now being able to arrive in the Sky Spill planet's eternal demon abyss and obtain these inheritances could also be considered the good fortune of Empyrean Primordius and the goddess. These inheritances were an extremely important matter, and the standards required of the descendants were very high. Wasn't wanting to find a suitable successor easier said than done. One needed not only talent but also the correct moral character. Empyrean Primordius did not want his own inheritance to end up in a treasure-hunting zone of the divine realm. He didn't want people to slaughter their way to it, nor did he want some old fogies to come who were lured by rumors. What he wanted was a descendant who shared the same destiny as him, someone who could inherit his legacy. In this point, Lin Ming was the most appropriate choice. Time slowly passed. During the agonizing process of absorbing the blood essence, Lin Ming also obtained incredible advantages. The blood essence and life force he had burnt away was rapidly restoring itself. From just over 40% of his blood essence remaining to 50%, 60%, 70%. Less than an hour later, his blood essence was restored to 90% and was approaching full restoration. Another hour later, Lin Ming's blood vitality was restored to completion. Then, it began to climb, growing more and more. At this time Lin Ming had already fully connected the thresholds of life and death, and the gate of life and the gate of death were also fully opened. The complete 8 inner hidden gates released, and now with no place to go, this blood vitality began to impact Lin Ming's body. In that moment, all of Lin Ming's blood vitality seemed as if it wanted to gather together into a bead. Such a strange occurrence caused Lin Ming's body to tremble. Everything fell into darkness, then, he felt himself suddenly arrive in a completely black space. Above this space were 9 stars, each one shining down with radiant starlight, their splendor illuminating Lin Ming's body. After this starlight fell over Lin Ming, he felt all of his muscles stretch apart, resonating with these 9 stars, surging like the ocean waves. This is... Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Could these be the legendary 9 stars of the Tao Palace? 9 stars hung high in the heavens, their starlight shining down without end. Their brilliance was like a rushing river, galloping forwards through the universe. Lin Ming even faintly felt that as long as he stretched out his hand, he could touch these stars in the sky. However, the truth was that these stars were incomparably far away. It was impossible for him to touch them. In the end, Lin Ming only saw the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. He was far from being able to reach that boundary. But this still broadened Lin Ming's vision. It would bring great benefits to his future road of cultivation. Before now, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace were nothing but a puzzle to Lin Ming, extremely mysterious. Lin Ming simply didn't know which way to go or how to find them. But now, he had seen the true 9 stars of the Tao Palace. At least, he had a general direction to guide his road of martial arts. The starry skies faded away and the 9 stars returned to their distant homes. Everything was restored to tranquility. At this time, Lin Ming half knelt on the ground, his entire body soaked in sweat. And beside him, that wisp of Empyrean Primordius disciple's remnant soul was shocked so much that he couldn't speak. What Lin Ming experienced just now was not an illusion. But in truth, in that briefest of moments, 9 stars had truly appeared in the world, their starlight shining down on him alone. Empyrean Primordius disciple was also a dual body and energy cultivator. He certainly knew what that scene just now meant. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace. 9 stars of the heavens, each one corresponding to a Tao Palace within a martial artist's body. At such a young age, this boy actually saw the 9 stars of the Tao Palace so easily? Chapter 1367. The Resurrection of Evers Now. Chapter 1367. The Resurrection of Evers Now. In the past, the reason that Empyrean Primordius was able to break through the evil curse placed upon the 9 stars of the Tao Palace was likely because of the demon bead. After Empyrean Primordius obtained the demon bead, it was only then that his body transformation technique rose to all new levels. Before then, even he had been stuck at the 8 inner hidden gates. Now, for Lin Ming to see the boundary of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace like this left Empyrean Primordius disciple incredulous. The 9 stars hid themselves, but the blood vitality of the great emperor's heart still flowed into Lin Ming. As for Mo Eversnow, her resurrection was not yet over. Even though Lin Ming had absorbed a great portion of the blood vitality left within Empyrean Primordius' heart, the heart still boiled and surged with potent blood energy. At this time, Lin Ming's power of blood vitality had already reached its original peak, and had even surpassed it by 30%. A martial artist was unable to infinitely absorb the power of blood vitality. If a martial artist absorbed too much, their body would burst apart. As for how much a martial artist could absorb, that was determined by their foundation. At this time, Lin Ming's body was like a blazing fire. The power of his blood vitality had already increased 50% over its original state. At this time, the power of blood vitality within that great emperor's heart finally began to weaken a little. As the power of blood vitality within that heart weakened, Mo Eversnow's soul form also completely submerged into Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's spiritual sea. Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's spiritual sea was completely different from what Mo Eversnow had imagined. The average person's spiritual sea really contained a sea that was the manifestation of their mental strength and soul force. The more powerful one's soul force had been, the greater the waves of that spiritual sea would be, and the more vast and boundless it would be. But Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's spiritual sea was actually an endless void. This void was filled with countless vortexes and black holes. These black holes and vortexes all seemed to lead to other worlds. If her soul form was sucked into them, she might not be able to come back. How could there be such a spiritual sea? Mo Eversnow took a deep breath. In the legends, when a universe plunged into entropy and neared the brink of destruction, it would evolve into such a scene. The stars would completely burn out, turning into black holes. All of space would become twisted and highly unstable. Once a universe entered such a state, it would begin to slowly collapse until it finally exploded, destroying itself and continuing a cycle of rebirth. Mo Eversnow faintly guessed that the reason Heavenly Empress Xuanqing died was a soul attack. This incomparably terrifying strike had made her spiritual sea into the entropic void it was now. With such a spiritual sea, this would cause Mo Eversnow all sorts of problems if she wanted to possess the body. There simply wasn't any place for her soul to take root. If there was even the slightest accident, then she would fall beyond all hope. Lin Ming, let me borrow your divine dream energy, Mo Eversnow called out. In the past, Lin Ming had accumulated a great deal of divine dream energy within the divine dream world and divine dream heavenly palace. Now it was finally time to use these vast reserves of energy. Mo Eversnow used this massive amount of divine dream energy to begin repairing Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's spiritual sea. With Mo Eversnow's strength, wanting to completely repair this spiritual sea was impossible. What she needed to do was restore a tiny little corner where her own soul could find shelter. Time slowly moved onwards. Like this, 4 hours passed. Pa. Drops of sweat dripped down Lin Ming's body, intermingled with his blood as they fell to the ground. His power of blood vitality had doubled from its original state. But this was also Lin Ming's limit. He tightly gripped his fists together. At this time, Lin Ming felt his body filled with strength, like a true dragon was hidden within his flesh and blood, ready to erupt at any moment. Did you see the 9 stars of the Tao Palace? The remnant soul asked Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded. For him to arrive at this step was all of his accumulated efforts of his martial arts training year after year. Perhaps the 9 stars of the Tao Palace might no longer be a curse upon all body transformation martial artists. As long as one's accumulations were great enough, they could reverse the laws and break through this ultimate barrier. Amazing! The remnant soul praised from the heart. Lin Ming shook his head. Senior's praise is too extravagant. The reason this junior is able to see the 9 stars of the Tao Palace is not my own ability, but because of the power of blood vitality that I absorbed, which was left behind by Senior Primordius. Senior Primordius had already opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, so this junior was merely standing on Senior Primordius' shoulders to just barely see the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Even though you say that, if it weren't for you already having reached the boundary of being able to touch the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, then even if you had absorbed the blood vitality of my master, you still wouldn't have been able to digest it as you did now. You are only 30-some years old. For you to have reached this boundary already is unbelievable. The remnant soul sighed with emotion. Lin Ming's talent had left him in deep shock. Lin Ming didn't continue speaking with the remnant soul. He placed his full attention back on Mo Eversnow. At this time, Mo Eversnow had already fused together with the goddess body. She had the appearance of a 17 to 18-year-old young woman. Her long hair was loose and scattered, her appearance ethereal and ephemeral. She lay down quietly in the coffin, her face pale. It was clear that taking possession of the goddess body had consumed far too much of her strength. Lin Ming walked over to the coffin, reaching out his hand and gripping Mo Eversnow's hand. Divine dream energy flooded out from his body and into hers. As their divine souls connected together, Lin Ming could feel his own consciousness completely entering that world filled with black holes and vortexes. All sorts of emotions and memories that belonged to Mo Eversnow began to rush into Lin Ming. This sort of feeling was similar to when Lin Ming had entered the 100 cycles of samsara. If he wasn't careful, then his consciousness would fall into an illusion and he would lose himself. Lin Ming, let me use the magic cube. Mo Eversnow's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming was startled. Use the magic cube? In order to use the magic cube, Mo Eversnow had to burn her soul force. This would consume a tremendous amount of her energy. I'll be alright. I only want to use the magic cube to stabilize this spiritual sea, not to activate it to kill enemies. I should be able to handle this. Moreover, currently I can already manipulate this body to a minor degree. My consumption of energy won't be too great. As Mo Eversnow spoke, her soul form flashed. A crystalline light began to radiate from within her. The magic cube was finally being activated by her. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Within that inner world filled with black holes, incomparably crazy storms were stirred up, as if they were going to tear apart the void. Every black hole, every vortex, everything was completely smashed apart by this strength. The magic cube was truly worthy of being known as the most powerful divine soul instrument in existence. Just by using it a little, Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's entropic spiritual sea that was near the brink of annihilation was actually beginning to be crushed down and reformed. This was what it meant to break down something to the basics and then recreate it. Condense. Mo Eversnow's face whitened. A massive force took her as the center and recklessly swept outwards. In that moment she seemed to be creating a new world. Before Mo Eversnow took possession of the goddess body, although the goddess body was filled with vibrant life force and her powerful blood vitality far surpassed that of powerful martial artists, her spiritual sea was deathly still, like a dead universe. But now, by using the magic cube, Mo Eversnow was able to bring new strength to this world, a wild and boundless strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Mo Eversnow's body shined with a brilliant light. As more and more black holes were destroyed, Mo Eversnow's consciousness gradually occupied every corner of this spiritual sea, completely fusing into the mortal body of the goddess. At this moment, Mo Eversnow's eyes flashed open. The instant she did so, it was like a mysterious space was opened before her. An incredible power gushed forth from this space, washing over Mo Eversnow's body. As this mysterious space was opened, an aura of the great Tao similar to the concept of the 33 layered heavens also poured forth, causing the nearby Lin Ming to be stunned. These laws are. As Lin Ming felt the mysteries contained within these great Tao laws, he was incomparably bewildered. In this world there were laws that could stand side by side with the concept of the 33-layered heavens. These are laws of the primal God. At this time, beside Lin Ming, Empyrean Primordius' disciple blurted out, his eyes filled with fear and admiration. Primal God. Yes. In the legends it is said that there was a realm that has been destroyed. But there is another viewpoint, and that is that this realm was hidden with a spatial slit, unable to be found by anyone. Only the primal God race is capable of communicating with this realm and are able to derive strength directly from it. This is also why the primal God race is said to defy the will of the heavens. According to the remnant soul, without a doubt, because Mo Evers now had resurrected, the ability of the goddess to communicate with this primal God realm was also restored. The primal God race were originally the favored children of the heavens. As a people, they fused together all the benefits of the three main races. This surging baptism of laws was just like a mortal martial artist crossing life destruction. Standing on the side watching, Lin Ming also obtained great advantages from this. As the baptism of laws recklessly washed over her, Mo Eversnow's body slowly floated upwards. Her eyes had been restored to the purest brightness and her pupils shined like dazzling stars. At this moment, she had fused completely with the goddess. She was the goddess, and the goddess was she. Mo Evers now flew in front of Lin Ming, gently stroking and nuzzling his cheeks in her hand, her eyes soft. Her lips gently moved and she whispered, "Lin Ming, thank you. To be able to meet you is my life's greatest lucky chance." For these 50,000 years, Mo Evers now had experienced countless trials and tribulations. Now, all those bitter experiences had produced something sweet. If she hadn't met Lin Ming, she would have continued sleeping in the magic cube until her soul finally dissipated. To say that meeting Lin Ming was her life's greatest fortune was true, without the least bit of exaggeration. Lin Ming said, "Senior apprentice sister, to be able to meet you is also my life's greatest lucky chance. If you hadn't fallen onto the Sky Spill planet with the magic cube, then perhaps I wouldn't even have been able to leave the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even afterwards, in the God-Beast Mystic Realm and several other times, if it weren't for you saving me then I would have perished many times over." As a mortal, when Lin Ming first practiced martial arts had been the most difficult stage for him. Without the magic cube, it would have been impossible for Lin Ming to make it through those difficult times. And the reason the magic cube had entered the Sky Spill continent was exactly because Mo Evers now had burnt away her life to activate it, even shattering the space barrier between the divine realm and the lower realms. Lin Ming and Mo Evers now, without each other, their lives had been destined to remain dim and dire, until they one day faded away into obscurity. But because their paths crossed, because they met each other, their lives began to bloom together, shining in everlasting glory. Congratulations, Senior Apprentice Sister! You have now fused together with Senior Heavenly Empress Xianqing as one, and you can now communicate with the Primal God Realm. The Primal God race is the most outstanding race in this universe, able to practice all cultivation laws. Senior Apprentice Sister's future achievements will surely be limitless, and with Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's foundation, stepping onto the peak of all martial arts is not impossible. Chapter 1368 Tian Mingzi arrives. Chapter 1368 Tian Mingzi arrives. After possessing Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's body, it could be said that Mo Evers now had been fully transformed, gaining a new life. To be able to communicate with the primal God realm, to be able to simultaneously cultivate the body transformation system, essence gathering system, and soul forging system without any restraints, the primal God race were truly the favored children of the heavens. Whether it was in cultivation speed, awareness of the laws, or true combat strength, those of the primal god race far surpassed all martial artists of the same level. Currently, Lin Ming had absorbed the power of blood vitality from Empyrean Primordius Heart, and his strength had been restored to its peak condition. Even so, when he faced Mo Eversnow, even though her figure and appearance were delicate and soft, he could sense that she contained a fathomless strength, as vast as the stars in the sky. If Lin Ming were to fight Mo Eversnow now, he had to admit that he would lose without a doubt. Not just that, but Mo Eversnow was still in the melding phase of her soul and new body. It was impossible for her to display her true strength and cultivation. Once this melding phase was over, Mo Eversnow's strength would rise by leaps and bounds, and her cultivation would fly past anything she had ever reached. Mo Eversnow had an extremely high fusion compatibility with this new mortal body. There would be no hindrances in her future cultivation. Mo Eversnow originally had an extremely rare heaven-gifted talent. Now that she had obtained the body of an extreme talent from the primal god race, as she cultivated in the future, the great road before her would be flat and limitless, with no obstacles. At that time, underneath the 33-layered heavens, in the myriad worlds, Mo Eversnow would become a supreme elder of her own domain, living for 100 million years. After listening to Lin Ming's words, Mo Eversnow unconsciously turned to the distance, her eyes becoming deep and profound. If I can step onto the peak of martial arts one day, I will reform my own mortal body, as well as revive Senior Heavenly Empress Xianqing to thank her for this kindness. Heavenly Empress Xianqing was a senior supreme elder and Mo Eversnow was simply a tiny junior. Heavenly Empress Xianqing had been countless times stronger than Mo Eversnow, even when Mo Eversnow was at her peak. Mo Eversnow had been able to possess Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's body because she had allowed it, otherwise Mo Eversnow's soul would have long been turned to ash. In her life, Mo Eversnow would never forget such a graciousness. Of course, at that time, Senior Apprentice Sister will surely have the ability to reshape your mortal body. Moreover, I should also have reached an extremely high boundary in the body transformation technique, and my understanding of the life laws should have gone even further. I will definitely be able to lend Senior Apprentice Sister a helping hand. As Lin Ming spoke, his heart stirred. He turned and looked towards the exit of the tomb, his eyes flashing with a cold brilliance. Our friend has finally caught up. He'll arrive in another quarter at most. To rush all the way from the divine realm to the sky spill planet, and even chase us down to the eternal demon abyss only for us to bid our farewells here, it must be hard for him. As Lin Ming spoke, he sneered in a mocking smile. When he said quarter hour, he was referring to time within the enchantment. If he were to remove the enchantment, Tianmingzi would catch up in 10 breaths of time. As Tianmingzi's name was mentioned, Mo Eversnow didn't bother to hide the unfiltered killing intent in her eyes. Towards Tianmingzi, she felt nothing but a searing hatred that extended down to her very marrow. This time, it is only his hand and a wisp of his soul. Killing him will only ruin a bit of Tianmingzi's cultivation. But next time, I will take his life. I will suck out his soul and refine it, torturing it until he dies from suffering. I will use his sacrifice to console the countless lives of the verdant feather holy lands that are in the heavens. Mo Eversnow was not some overly empathetic or tender-hearted woman. As the saintess of a world king holy land, she was decisive and ruthless in her actions, remembering favors and avenging grudges. Although sucking out someone's soul and refining it was a method of the demonic path, Mo Eversnow would still do it without any scruples. Lin Ming raised his hand and lifted the time enchantment. As the time enchantment was lifted, he could feel an extremely powerful aura approaching at incredible speed, overflowing with killing intent. This was Tianmingzi. I've found you! As Tianmingzi saw the black mountain that held the tomb of the goddess, he fiendishly grinned. You entered this mountain peak? Do you think you can bury your head in the ground like an ostrich? Did you finally realize that you cannot escape me, thus you ran into this mountain to draw support from something like an array formation inside? Is this your final stand? Tianmingzi's senses swept over the black mountain peak, but he didn't discover any traps at all. Although there were many evil spirits in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, these evil spirits were only a minor inconvenience to Tianmingzi. He simply didn't fear them at all. However, it was always better to be safe than sorry. Tianmingzi had no intention of entering this mountain peak. He was prepared to launch an assault from outside. I will destroy this mountain first. Tianmingzi extracted an 8-foot-long sword, and just as he was about to slash out, a cliff of the mountain distorted and Lin Ming came walking out from the goddess tomb with the phoenix blood spear in hand. As Tianmingzi saw Lin Ming, he sneered. To think that you came out on your own. Lin Ming, you truly are a heaven-gifted, eternally rare genius. Your future prospects were originally without limit, but what a pity that you have become my enemy. You truly have no idea of death or danger. Today, you are doomed to die beneath my blade. Oh? Is that so? Lin Ming grasped the phoenix blood spear, pointing it straight at Tianmingzi. At this moment, as Tianmingzi looked at Lin Ming, he was suddenly shocked. He could clearly feel that Lin Ming's missing blood vitality was already restored. No, he hadn't just restored it. To be more accurate, the power of Lin Ming's blood vitality was almost double what it used to be. The strength of his body was as deep as the sea, surging forwards. His cultivation had nearly broken through to the late divine sea realm. Lin Ming was indeed ready to break into the late divine sea realm anytime now. Originally, when he fought with Tianmingzi, because Mo Eversnow was beginning to burn her divine soul, his potential had erupted from within him, nearly allowing him to break into the late divine sea realm. That final strike of his had not just been because he burnt half his blood essence, but also because his cultivation had increased by a tremendous amount. How could this be possible? Once your blood essence is lost, it is extremely difficult to make up for it, especially for an extreme talent like you with such a powerful blood vitality. Tianmingzi looked at Lin Ming with disbelief, then glanced at the tomb of the goddess behind him. It really is this mountain, there must be some treasure here. Tianmingzi was overjoyed. If an extreme genius like Lin Ming was able to rapidly restore his potent blood vitality, and even double it, that must mean that there were some peak treasures in this black mountain. It absolutely had to be a transcendent divine miracle medicine. Lin Ming, you truly have a great destiny upon your body. But, just because your blood vitality is powerful, do you really think you can defeat me with just that? Once I kill you, all the secrets you possess will be mine. All your lucky chances, everything you have will be taken by me. Ha! Tianmingzi wildly cackled. At this time, his smiling face suddenly stiffened. He discovered that behind Lin Ming, another person had emerged from the Black Mountain. This was a true peerless woman. Her slender waist, her tall and steady stature, her ephemeral appearance, everything about her had reached the pinnacle of perfection. It was like she wasn't a woman from this world at all, but an immortal goddess exiled from the highest heavens. But this time, Tianmingzi was of no mind at all to appreciate this woman's beauty. He could only feel a cold and dense air covering him. This woman was terrifying. Moreover, before now, this woman had been nearby and yet he hadn't sensed her at all. This left a feeling of dread in Tianmingzi's heart. Who are you? Have we met before? Tianmingzi's eyes shined brightly as he stared at Mo Eversnow. Because Mo Eversnow had taken on the appearance of Heavenly Empress Xianqing, he wasn't able to recognize her at all. He could only faintly feel that she was somewhat familiar. We have indeed met before and our origins are extremely deep. As Mo Eversnow spoke, there was no expression on her face. But her killing intent had already locked onto Tianmingzi, sending cold chills down his spine. He took a step back. Origin? I do not remember having any grudge with you. Tianmingzi was secretly frightened. He couldn't imagine just where he had seen this woman before. At this time, if he were to somehow provoke someone who held such deep-seated hatred against him, his fate could be imagined. You will remember. Mo Evers now sneered. As she spoke, she suddenly stepped forwards, her speed reaching incredible degrees. In just a flash she had arrived in front of Tianmingzi, her palm slashing down at him. Mo Evers now had just taken possession of Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's body and didn't have a weapon. But she didn't need a weapon for her attacks to be brutal and swift. The primal god race could cultivate all laws and were born to triple cultivate in essence, energy, and divine. Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's mortal body had long been tempered to a terrifying degree, high enough that she could even slice apart a high-grade spirit artifact with her bare hands. As her palm came slashing down, a massive chunk of space collapsed. A storm of time and space began to billow behind her palm, sweeping towards Tianmingzi. Tianmingzi was shocked. He didn't dare to be incautious. He rapidly drew backwards and cut out with his sword, the black sword light meeting Mo Eversnow's palm wind. Kacha! The sword light exploded. Mo Eversnow's body moved like ghosts and gods, immediately stepping in front of Tianmingzi once more. With her cold eyes and her long hair dancing about in the wind, she was like a death reaper that had come at night. Pung! With a thunderous crack, Tianmingzi was sent flying backwards. He barely managed to block Mo Eversnow's second palm strike, and the attack left all his blood vitality tumbling within his body, leaving him breathless. Just who was this woman? Did she come from the divine realm or the lower realms, and how could she just emerge out of nowhere? Chapter 1369 Exterminate Your Avatar. Chapter 1369 Exterminate Your Avatar. Who are you? Tianmingzi roared out. In his opinion, this woman couldn't reasonably have come from the divine realm. If Lin Ming truly had someone helping him, then he would have called this helper as soon as possible. How would he have allowed himself to end up in such a miserable state during their last encounter? He had even been forced to burn half his blood essence to escape that danger. But if this woman came from the lower realms, or had been hiding here all along, that didn't make sense either. How could a martial artist from the lower realms possibly share some origin with Tianmingzi? And Tianmingzi had never been to the Sky Spill planet. If it weren't for the reason that he was chasing down Lin Ming, he would never have thought that the Sky Spill planet contained so many secrets. But now, Tianmingzi no longer had time to think. Mo Evers now floated high in the air, her blue and white clothes floating recklessly in the wind. Her feet were bare, with ripples echoing beneath them. These ripples were because Mo Eversnow's comprehensions in the laws were too high. With every step she took, with every gesture she made, she would arouse vibrations in the laws. This was the so-called commanding laws without ordering them, but only needing to move the body. Currently, Mo Evers now was unable to display the true power of Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's mortal body. Whether it was seizing a body or possessing it voluntarily, there would inevitably be losses. These were serious losses that required one to begin their cultivation and comprehension of laws from the beginning. But Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's body was simply far too formidable. In addition, Mo Evers now herself had originally been an extreme talent. In this union of power and power, even though Mo Evers now had possessed this body, she was still able to retain a considerable portion of the original strength. Of course, Mo Eversnow's greatest aspect was not her strength but her cultivation talent. With Mo Eversnow's talent added upon Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's talent, both coming together, her future cultivation would pass 10,000 miles in one day. In that moment, a magnificent landscape appeared around Mo Evers now. Although the 1,000-mile forbidden zone was filled with a dreary fog and the skies were darker than a gloomy night, All around Mo Evers now was actually brilliant beams of sunlight, filled with life and vibrant vitality. Beside her, heaven and earth origin energy condensed into all sorts of rare spirit flowers, spirit plants, spirit birds, and spirit beasts. With every step she took, an enchanting beauty would stir and exquisite flowers would bloom. The sound of trickling spring water filled the air as the world around her became a paradise. This was Mo Eversnow's domain, a domain that belonged to the primal god race, the primal god Pure Lands. The primal god Pure Lands formed a separate world, and within this separate world, Mo Eversnow was the absolute queen of all she surveyed. These Pure Lands instantly came shrouding down over Tianmingzi. Tianmingzi, today I will exterminate your avatar, and in the future, when I enter the divine realm, I will crush your true body's bones to ash and refine your soul. Mo Eversnow coldly coughed, her voice filled with a heated killing intent. Humph! Tianmingzi's eyes were icy cold. Just as he was about to be surrounded by the primal god Pure Lands, he shouted out loud and released his own domain. In that moment, all of the energy within his body erupted and the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy was stirred up. A great deal of the infernal energy within the eternal demon abyss was dragged towards Tianmingzi, manifesting into all sorts of strange and bizarre demons in the skies. Eternal Demon Domain. Tianmingzi wanted to use the eternal demon domain to contend with the primal god Pure Lands. The two domains met each other, fiercely colliding. Ka. As the demonic beasts formed by infernal energy flew into the primal god Pure Lands, they were instantly purified by a pure energy. These demonic creatures all began exploding into dust in the air. As Tianmingzi saw that his eternal demon domain was about to be crushed by the primal god Pure Lands, a divine light began to shine from between his eyebrows as a 1,000-foot-high pagoda appeared, spinning in the skies, rapidly growing larger. Catastrophic Pagoda. This pagoda was one of the greatest lucky chances Tianmingzi had encountered in the past. Right now, he was only at the Divine Sea realm, so it was impossible for him to activate the true pagoda. All he could do was galvanize a projection of the Divine Pagoda. Although this was a projection, Tianmingzi had formed it by dividing a portion of the Catastrophic Pagoda's artifact spirit and then added in 30% of the true pagoda's essence energy. If this phantom was lost, it would cause tremendous damage to the true Catastrophic Pagoda. The Catastrophic Pagoda suppressed the skies, stabilizing all the space around Tianmingzi as it forcefully resisted the primal god Pure Lands. As Mo Eversnow saw this pagoda, her killing intent suddenly soared into the heavens. She certainly recognized this pagoda. 50,000 years ago, Tianmingzi had used this pagoda to hold 10,000 powerhouses of the divine realm in order to invade and raise the verdant feather holy lands. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Mo Eversnow walked forwards one step at a time. With each step she took, the primal god Pure Lands became increasingly powerful. The phantom of the Catastrophic Pagoda violently shook, as if it were about to disintegrate at any moment. Tianmingzi paled. Although he could feel Mo Eversnow's great strength, he didn't seem as if he were at a disadvantage at all. You said that you will crush the bones of my true body and refine my soul? Ha 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 ha. Tianmingzi raucously laughed, his eyes cold and killing intent thick in his voice. I have no idea who you are, but your strength is only slighter stronger than my avatar's. And in comparison to my true self, my avatar is nothing at all. If my true self were to kill you, it wouldn't even take the blink of an eye. Today, I have paid a great price to come to the Sky Spill planet all in order to kill Lin Ming. If you make way then after I complete my objective here, I will give you enough advantages to make up for it. Otherwise, even if my avatar perishes here, I will leave behind an eternal mark on your body. From that point on, you will never be able to escape my eyes. My true self will hunt you down until you are completely ruined. Tianmingzi's voice was stern and beguiling. He had a premonition that as long as Mo Eversnow was here, it would be impossible to kill Lin Ming. Lin Ming's ability to survive any situation was ridiculous, and even if he continued chasing him down, he still might not be able to succeed, especially now that he had a helper. Ha 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 ha! At this time, a hail and hearty laughter echoed outwards. Holding the phoenix blood spear in his hands, Lin Ming slowly floated down from the skies, setting himself in front of Tianmingzi. Tianmingzi, did you think that if I was here alone, you would still be able to pinch me to death as you pleased? Lin Ming's tone was clearly mocking. At this time, his blood vitality was surging like an overflowing river that stretched onwards to infinity. Behind him, the phantom of the heretical god tree appeared. This divine tree took root in the primal god Pure Lands, fusing together with that domain as one. And at this time, the Grand Mist Space was also released. From behind Lin Ming, the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower appeared, bright red as if it were soaked in blood. The primal god Pure Lands, heretical god tree and Grand Mist Space, these three strengths gathered together, forming the most solid and the most terrifying hallowed ground. Once one stepped into this space, they would be imprisoned within it. Tianmingzi's pupils shrank. He gloomily said, "Your blood vitality has only doubled. Do you think that just because your blood vitality is strong, it will increase your combat strength by that much? Why not? If you think that you can pinch me to death as you please, then meet my spear." Lin Ming pointed his spear straight at Tianmingzi. Atop the phoenix blood spear, the power of thunder and flame began to weave together. The thunder and fire of heavenly tribulation joined together with Lin Ming's fire and thunder laws that approached the 6th level. Not just that, but his surging blood vitality was also added on. Like this, the might of his heavenly Tao judgment could be imagined. The current Lin Ming was truly incomparable to the past. It was not only because his cultivation was almost at the late divine sea realm, but also because he had seen the 9 stars of the Tao Palace after having absorbed the essence energy of the great emperor's heart. Although Lin Ming couldn't be said to have taken a half step into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, he had at least touched upon the threshold of that gate. As long as he could take another step forwards, he would be able to enter it. He had made gains in both his body transformation and essence gathering cultivation systems. At the same time, Lin Ming's blood vitality had doubled from what it was before. With him having fused together with the essence energy from Empyrean Primordius Heart, he had been completely transformed. In front of Lin Ming, the black hole seed appeared. The power of the heretical god tree poured into the phoenix blood spear without reservation. The power of essence, energy, and divine fused within Lin Ming, combining as one. Eternal darkness. As this spear came thrusting out, the heavens and earth seemed to split apart. Within the superimposed domain of the primal god Pure Lands and the Grand Mist Space, Lin Ming was a divine god of this world, controlling everything, sweeping away all obstacles. Tianmingzi's complexion was dignified. In a fraction of an instant, his hands linked together, forming thousands of seals. The catastrophic pagoda crazily spun as golden writing began to shine all over it. Ka ka ka. The void shattered. Lin Ming's spear strike continued forwards, causing large tracts of space to collapse around it. The black hole seed fused with the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation, howling towards Tianmingzi like a red and purple divine dragon. Bang! This spear crashed into the catastrophic pagoda, causing the pagoda to violently shake. A divine light emerged, rolling through the skies and piercing through the endless hazy fog. All of the tens of thousands of evil spirits for dozens and dozens of miles were sucked into this explosion, their forms instantly turning to dust. Ka ka ka. With a jarring screech, a shallow crack actually appeared on the surface of the catastrophic pagoda. What? Tianmingzi's pupils shrank, his complexion paling. There was actually a crack in the catastrophic pagoda? Although this was only a phantom of the true pagoda, it still contained a divided wisp of the artifact spirit's soul. Moreover, it was formed with 30% of the true pagoda's essence energy. Even so, a crack had appeared in this pagoda because of Lin Ming's attack. Demon God descends! Tianmingzi shouted out loud. All of the energy within him erupted. Billowing demonic energy surged out around him, gathering onto his 8-foot-long sword before it slashed out. Kacha! The black sword light cut down upon Lin Ming's black hole seed, colliding with eternal darkness. In that moment, the black hole seed shook, but the sword light was also broken into nothingness, causing a massive amount of energy to explode outwards. Lin Ming drew backwards. In that collision just now he had indeed received a great backlash from that energy. But Lin Ming's blood vitality was boiling over, and instead of being negatively affected by this impact, it caused his blood to boil with an even greater excitement, as if nothing bad had happened to him. On the other hand, Tianmingzi's situation was much worse. He was only an avatar, and every time a bit of energy or blood vitality was used up, it was impossible for him to restore it. In that frontal collision just now, he had consumed a tremendous amount of strength. His complexion was pale and his body began to blur. And the most hateful thing of all was that a crack had appeared on his magic tool, the catastrophic pagoda. The reason that this result occurred was that he had fought within domain created by the superimposed primal god Pure Lands and Grand Mist Space. It was inevitable that Tianmingzi's strength would be suppressed. At this time, Tianmingzi's complexion became thoroughly dark. He never thought that not only could he not beat just Mo Evers now, but now he wasn't even Lin Ming's match. How could this be? Tianmingzi's complexion was extremely ugly. He had paid a great price in order to chase Lin Ming down to the lower realms, and he had done so because it was imperative that he cut down Lin Ming and extinguish all future troubles. But now, killing Lin Ming would be more difficult than rising to heaven. He was well aware that once Lin Ming returned to the divine realm, he could only escape like a stray dog and give up the Skydark Holy Lands, becoming a fugitive that fled around the universe. The foundation that he spent 50,000 years building would be instantly destroyed. Chapter 1370 Take the Memories. Chapter 1370 Take the Memories. At this time, Tianmingzi realized that staying here was meaningless. It would be impossible for him to kill Lin Ming. If he were to stay, his avatar might be killed by Lin Ming and Mo Evers now instead. Tianmingzi had already decided to withdraw, however. He was currently surrounded by the primal god Pure Land. Although the catastrophic pagoda was able to just barely resist it, wanting to escape from here would be difficult. Tianmingzi didn't want to lose this avatar. This was an avatar formed from severing his hand, and he had even placed a wisp of his soul inside. If he lost it, it would consume a tremendous amount of his true self's essence, energy, and cultivation, even damaging his soul. Before this, Tianmingzi had been working with the saint race. With the help of the saints, Tianmingzi had started to gradually touch upon the realm of a half-step Empyrean. Once he took this step, it would only be a matter of time for him to become an Empyrean. However, if he were to lose his avatar now, this would cause severe and lasting damage to his foundation, causing him to be stuck at the peak World King boundary for an even longer time. This was not a loss he could withstand. It would greatly affect his future boundary. Tianmingzi's ambitions were enormous. After coming into contact with the saints, he wasn't even satisfied with becoming an Empyrean anymore. He wanted to become a true divinity and even seek the true road to eternal life. How could he allow a portion of his mortal body to be destroyed like this? He remained absolutely vigilant as he probed the primal god Pure Lands for any flaws. Do you think there is a chance you will be able to run away here? Mo Evers now sneered. Her palms gathered together and then came apart as a beam of light appeared between them, This was an energy sword formed by pure condensed origin energy. Today, you will leave this avatar of yours here. Mo Evers now suddenly took a step forwards, cutting down at Tianmingzi. At the same time Lin Ming also moved, the phoenix blood spear in his hands revolving with the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation. Heavenly Tao judgment. Mo Evers now and Lin Ming, one left, one right, both of them rushing towards Tianmingzi. Even if they were alone, either one of them could battle Tianmingzi. In particular, Mo Evers now could absolutely kill Tianmingzi by herself. However, they didn't wish to do such a thing. Facing scum like Tianmingzi, anything like honorable martial arts conduct was nothing but a joke. To kill Tianmingzi's avatar with absolutely overwhelming strength was the only true righteous way to go about it. Damn it all! Tianmingzi grit his teeth. Behind him, the catastrophic pagoda began to shine with a brilliant light, stabilizing the skies above. Meanwhile, he poured all of his strength into this pagoda. Azura demon god phantoms began to appear around Tianmingzi, maintaining the final barrier of the eternal demon domain. However, anything he did was useless. The disparity between them was simply far too great, especially against Mo Evers now. Within her primal god Pure Lands, she was the absolute ruler, controlling all. A sword slashed down. Before the sword light arrived, the pressure of the blade and the laws already came crashing down from the skies. Even within the eternal demon domain, Tianmingzi felt all of his blood vitality tumble around, his true essence becoming chaotic. At the same time, Lin Ming's heavenly Tao judgment also arrived. The power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation wove together into a sea of red and purple. Flames howled, thunder billowed. Ka. The attacks from both sides combined together. The catastrophic pagoda violently trembled as cracks began to spread through its form like a growing spider web. It would soon break. Tianmingzi's face darkened. He forced out all the strength within his body, but no matter what he did, it was useless. In just several breaths of time, there was a loud shattering sound as the catastrophic pagoda broke apart, fading into ash. Tianmingzi spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew backwards. Tianmingzi was tossed several miles away. But even though he was sent tumbling such a long distance away, the primal god Pure Lands still followed him the entire time, covering him within so that he didn't have the slightest chance to escape through the void. Tianmingzi's figure became increasingly blurry as his complexion turned gloomy. You will pay a deep price. Even if my avatar cannot escape here today, I will activate my arcane skill and leave behind a mark of my flesh and blood essence energy in your body. Then, in the future, my true self will chase you down to the ends of the world. Tianmingzi made one final threat. Ha 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 ha! Lin Ming wildly laughed. Do you hear yourself speaking? Do you understand how ridiculous you sound? You have colluded with the saint race. For your own ambitions, you did not even hesitate to betray your fellow man. After I return to the divine realm, I will announce this truth to the public. I believe that once Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Vast Universe see the corpse of the saint in my spatial ring, they will believe my words without a doubt. At that time, it won't be you chasing me, but everyone underneath the heavens chasing you. Lin Ming's words had completely poked at Tianmingzi's fatal weakness. Tianmingzi's face twisted as if someone had touched his reverse scale. Lin Ming, you are courting death. Lin Ming chuckled once more. How funny. Do you actually think I would keep this secret for you? Tianmingzi seemed to suddenly think of something. A fierce smile spread across his face. Perhaps what you say is true, but on the day that the great calamity approaches, do you think that the saint race will be defeated, or will humanity be defeated? Do you think that the inevitable rivers that will wash away this world are something that can be caused by my betrayal alone? Ha 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 ha. Let me tell you something, the saints are 10 times stronger than humanity. Humans only have a single divine realm, but the saints control far more realms. A wise man can recognize the circumstances. I am only someone that is following the trends and making the most suitable decisions in this world. One day, you will eventually realize that my choice was correct all along. When the saint race controls this world, I will flay you alive until there is nothing but you divine soul left. I will torture you for 100,000 years and have you suffer in the most miserable way possible. Tian Mingzi hatefully said, his voice as haunting as the shrill cries of ghosts. Tian Mingzi had joined the side of the saint race. One reason was because of his great ambitions, but another reason came from the fact that he recognized that the human race had an extremely high chance of losing to the saint race. Whether it was in the world of martial artists or the mortal world, when two sides fought, for all sorts of various reasons, there would always be traitors and defectors. In particular when one side was far stronger than the other. The saint race was truly far more formidable than humanity. In ancient times, the saint race, the human race, and the soul race all existed as equals, controlling the 33-layered heavens together. But afterwards, humanity began to control less and less of the universe. Every time a universe fell to the enemy, the strength of humanity would weaken more and more. When the great calamity truly arrived, it was impossible to say what would happen to humanity, who only occupied the divine realm. I cannot predict the trends of the world, but what I can predict is that you will absolutely die before then. Lin Ming shouted out loud as he swept his spear outwards. In that moment, innumerable divine seal runes swept towards Tian Mingzi, covering the skies. All around Tian Mingzi, the eternal demon domain was compressed to less than 100 feet around him. These seals fell onto a massive number of fierce devils, instantly turning them to ash. Whoosh! The phoenix blood spear cut through the void. Tian Mingzi hurriedly drew back. However, his protective true essence was swept over by Lin Ming's spear light, causing it to explode into pieces. After barely offsetting this spear light, before Tian Mingzi could even catch his breath, Mo Eversnow's attack also arrived. Mo Eversnow was currently far stronger than Lin Ming. Her attack was unstoppable. Damn it! Tian Mingzi desperately combusted his blood essence, cutting down with his 8-foot-long sword. However, at this time, the primal god Pure Lands took this chance to break through the gaps of Tian Mingzi's shattered protective true essence and drill into his body. Tian Mingzi's body shook, his strength immediately weakening by a dramatic amount. Ding! With a loud ringing sound, Tian Mingzi's sword was sent flying away. Mo Eversnow's sword chopped down on Tian Mingzi's left shoulder. The energy sword cut down, tearing through Tian Mingzi's body and cutting open his lungs as well as over 20 ribs. As Mo Eversnow's sword slashed through, a massive amount of blood rained down. Tian Mingzi was nearly cut in half by her strike. In that moment, Tian Mingzi's eyes glazed over without any response at all. All he felt was another cold feeling pierce through his chest. From behind, Lin Ming's blood-stained spear had penetrated through his body, emerging from his chest. Like this, Tian Mingzi was pierced through by Lin Ming's spear. His incomplete body hung atop the phoenix blood spear, thick red blood flowing down the shaft. This was the limit of an avatar. Even though Tian Mingzi was strong, every time he used his strength he became that much weaker. After several rounds of fierce combat, he was unable to maintain his peak state. As for Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow, their blood vitality seemed to be endless. They could fight on and on for days on end. Tian Mingzi was already on the losing side, and under such an imbalance of power, in this round of attacks he was killed by Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow. Tian Mingzi grasped the phoenix blood spear in one hand and Mo Eversnow's energy sword in the other, his palms wet with blood. Without words, all he did was glare at Mo Eversnow and Lin Ming with undisguised hatred. His blood leaked out as more and more strength faded from his body. His body shrank, withering, until it was finally reduced to a severed hand. This was the source of Tian Mingzi's avatar. Besides this hand, there was also a wisp of soul fire slowly burning around the blood-dripping hand. This soul fire rushed about as if he wanted to escape, but it was forcefully locked in by Lin Ming's divine dream law. This was the wisp of remnant soul that Tian Mingzi had left in his avatar in order to guarantee success in killing Lin Ming. Tian Mingzi had even sent a wisp of his soul, all in order to allow his avatar to have the laws and cultivation methods available to overpower Lin Ming. Facing an enemy like Lin Ming, if he didn't have the support of laws and cultivation methods, then it was simply impossible to win. Lin Ming sneered. He held onto this wisp of soul fire like an eagle that was grasping onto a chicken. For a time, this wisp of soul fire was nearly crushed in Lin Ming's hands. Lin Ming, slow down. Don't destroy it. Mo Evers now said out loud. Senior apprentice sister, what do you plan on doing with it? Do you really plan on refining this? This is only a wisp of his soul. There won't be any meaning to it at all. Lin Ming wanted to use the divine dream law to directly refine this wisp of soul and turn it into pure soul force. He wanted to avoid Tian Mingzi's tricks and reduce the number of potential problems. But now, Mo Evers now had stopped him from doing that. Mo Evers now said, although this is only an insignificant wisp of soul, Tian Mingzi left behind many valuable things inside to guarantee that he would be able to kill you. For instance, cultivation methods and laws. After I fused together with Senior Heavenly Empress Xianqing, my strength increased by a great deal. I might be able to activate the magic cube to cancel the spirit mark of this soul wisp, transforming it into a purified soul fragment so you can absorb the memories. Mo Evers now slowly said with a true essence sound transmission. Lin Ming was startled as he heard this. Activate the magic cube to transform this soul fragment. Chapter 1371 Heaven, Absorbing Demon Art and the 9-Star Heaven Pill. Chapter 1371 Heaven, Absorbing Demon Art and the 9-Star Heaven Pill. Can that be done? Lin Ming very much wanted to obtain Tian Mingzi's wisp of soul. To further realize comprehensions of laws and also understand the cultivation methods within was an extremely precious wealth. Tian Mingzi's attainments in the space and time laws were extremely high. Of course, it was impossible for Lin Ming to directly appropriate them for himself, but being able to meditate on these laws in the future would be an inestimable advantage. It should be possible. As Mo Evers now spoke, her entire body suddenly ignited with dim white energy flames. These flames approached Tian Mingzi, wrapping around that remnant soul. That wisp of remnant soul released a shrill cry as it rushed about, not willing to resign itself to its fate of being refined. However, in front of Mo Evers now, everything it did was futile. Chi. With a light sound, this remnant soul's divine was directly destroyed by Mo Evers now, turning into pure soul energy. Then, without pausing, Mo Evers now placed this wisp of soul energy into the magic cube space. Bastard! Countless trillions of miles away in the divine realm, in the depths of the skydark holy lands, Tian Mingzi cried out in pain. He lashed out, sending the table in front of him flipping over. This table was made from timeless God stone and weighed over 100,000 genes, but it was still sent flying away like a piece of paper. All of the ink and paper on the table was twisted into ash by the turbulent energy flows. Die. All of you will die. Tian Mingzi's hair was disheveled. His hands were tightly grasped onto his forehead. His face was white, streaming with sweat. Losing a hand wasn't enough to cause him to suffer so much. But losing a wisp of his divine soul had actually caused serious damage to his spiritual sea. To forcefully cut away a piece of his soul and then have that piece completely destroyed, this agonizing pain and loss could be imagined. Lin Ming. And that woman. Tian Mingzi's eyes turned blood-red. He fell to his knees, blood trickling down from the corners of his eyes. To fail in this mission was a serious attack on him. To Tianmingzi, losing the 12 most outstanding young elites of the Skydark Holy Lands in a single go wasn't anything at all. But to lose his avatar, this caused severe damage to his origin energy. His soul and body had both suffered tremendous losses. The hand he had tempered to nearly the half-step Empyrean realm was now lost forever, and this would create a massive hindrance to his future goal of becoming an Empyrean. Tianmingzi had an approximate understanding of what had happened in the final moments of the battle. Normally, when a Supreme Elder created an avatar, this avatar wouldn't have the ability to share memories. For instance, when Empyrean Divine Dream created her avatar, that was only an incarnation created by several hundred years of her cultivation. It didn't hold a wisp of her soul at all. Once this avatar was used up, it was gone. But Tianmingzi's avatar was different. Since it contained a wisp of his soul, he was able to obtain some transmitted information from the avatar. Thus, he learnt that although the Sky Spill planet seemed like an insignificant little planet among the billion-plus worlds of the lower realms, it actually contained a heaven-shaking secret. Who is it that left behind their inheritance on the Sky Spill planet? Tianmingzi grabbed onto a pillar and pulled himself up. The right side of his face was stained with blood. This inheritance was definitely left behind by an Empyrean-level character, and most likely an outstanding existence amongst Empyreans. Otherwise, how could just the aftermath of that cursing technique have lasted for these last tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years? When Tianmingzi's avatar entered the blood slaughter steps, it had been unable to completely avoid the influence of the curse. If it weren't for curses naturally being slow to work, then his avatar would have likely received tremendous damage before meeting Lin Ming. The Sky Spill planet. What a pity! Tianmingzi's eyes flashed with a cold brilliance. Because of the Empyrean enchantment that protected the Sky Spill planet, his true self was unable to arrive there. And even if he were to send an avatar down, its strength had to be suppressed to the late Divine Sea realm. It simply wasn't able to display its true power. If the avatar had fallen into an array formation left behind by some unknown Empyrean, it would truly have died without a grave. For an array formation left behind by such a top character, if there was any hostility towards Tianmingzi at all, then even if Tianmingzi's true self were to appear there, he would likely perish. Tianmingzi could only watch the lucky chances of the Sky Spill planet, but couldn't eat them at all. Moreover, he could no longer stay at the Demon Dawn Great World. Once his betrayal was exposed, he could only look for a place to lie low and wait for the great calamity to arrive. Even so, as he thought about giving up the Skydark Holy Lands that he had spent 50,000 years and endless amounts of effort and energy to establish, he felt his heart drip with blood. All of this trouble was granted to him by Lin Ming. Lin Ming, I will remember the grudge of today. When the great calamity arrives, I will have you die 100 times more. Tianmingzi grit his teeth, clenching his fists so hard that his nails dug into his flesh and blood. And on the stump from his severed hand, the flesh and blood began to wriggle about. With a crackling sound, the bones of his arm began to grow back once more. Blood vessels and meridians formed, followed by muscles and eventually the skin. It only took a mere moment for Tianmingzi to form a new hand. However, this hand was far inferior to his original hand. The essence energy that he lost would not be able to be restored. At this time, in the Eternal Demon Abyss, Mo Eversnow and Lin Ming had arrived in the Magic Cube space. Tianmingzi's remnant soul had already turned into a milky white light that floated in midair. Mo Eversnow floated in front of this light, both of her hands forming seals that submerged into it. At this time, from the skies, a dark gray light came shining down upon this milky white light. This was the power of the Magic Cube. Currently, it was still too difficult for Mo Eversnow to activate the Magic Cube to kill others. But, using it just to cancel out the spirit mark in this soul wasn't difficult at all. Underneath the power of the magic cube, Tianmingzi's spirit mark was slowly washed away. The soul was fragile, and a spirit mark was like threads of thinnest spider silk as it spread through the soul, completely integrating into every part of this soul. Wanting to wash away the spirit mark without destroying the soul was something that only the magic cube could accomplish. In a full quarter-hour of time, this mass of soul energy was reduced to the purest masterless soul fragment. Mo Evers now waved her hands and this soul fragment flew towards Lin Ming, sinking into his spiritual sea. For a time, a massive wave of memories washed over Lin Ming. In order to kill Lin Ming, Tianmingzi had poured a tremendous amount of his law comprehensions in this soul fragment. Moreover, he had recorded all sorts of cultivation methods in it as well. Heaven-absorbing demon art. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. Tianmingzi was truly an exceptionally rare heaven-gifted genius. He had received the recognition of Empyrean Demon and had even been allowed to enter Demon Heavenly Palace to study their core inheritance, the heaven-absorbing demon art. When Tianmingzi had fought Lin Ming, he had used the heaven-absorbing demon art, causing Lin Ming to suffer a heavy blow. To study a transcendent divine might from the start required a great deal of time and energy. But if it were a cultivation method that Tianmingzi had already cultivated, then Lin Ming would be able to absorb that training experience and relearn it. Once he studied it himself, it would be far simpler. Moreover, Lin Ming didn't wish to study the heaven-absorbing demon art to the highest boundary. He only needed it as an auxiliary cultivation method. At a critical moment, for instance, if Lin Ming were to overdraw his energy and become as dry as an oilless lamp, then the heaven-absorbing demon art would be able to display a miraculous effect. This was an extremely tyrannical martial art that absorbed all energy for oneself. Besides the heaven-absorbing demon art, Tianmingzi had all sorts of comprehensions into concepts and laws, all of which was accepted by Lin Ming. Only by fully absorbing the masterless soul fragment in its purest untainted state could one perfectly inherit these memories that even included these comprehensions in laws. These laws were temporarily sealed away by Lin Ming. He required time to slowly perceive them. But at this time, something else caught Lin Ming's attention. "This is the 9-star heaven pill." Lin Ming was startled. In Tianmingzi's memories, this was an ancient pill recipe that had been long lost to time. Over 3.6 billion years ago, when human martial artists had opened the complete 8 inner hidden gates, they would then be able to take a 9-star heaven pill to directly break into the 9 stars of the Tao place. Senior apprentice sister. Lin Ming immediately reiterated news of the 9-star heaven pill to Mo Evers now. 9-star heaven pill. Mo Evers now thought for a moment before saying, "When I desired to break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace in the past, I searched through endless ancient texts and materials and I also saw records of the 9-star heaven pill. This is truly a miraculous body transformation medicine, but all sorts of rare and incomparably precious heavenly materials are required to refine it. In particular, under the current rules of the heavenly Tao, wanting to refine one is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Even if you were to gather materials for hundreds of years, you might still be lacking. If you want to refine a 9-star heaven pill, it is simply far too difficult. And even if you did manage to do so, it might not necessarily allow you to enter the 9 stars of the Tao Palace." In the end, the heavenly Tao rules had changed. Now, underneath the current heavenly Tao rules, the 9-star heaven pill alone was unable to break through this demonic curse. What Senior Apprentice Sister says is also included in Tianmingzi's memories. But, what I find strange is for what reason would Tianmingzi be refining the 9-star heaven pill? Tianmingzi's wisp of remnant soul only had the smallest amount of his memories contained within it. There were no memories as to why he was searching for the 9-star heaven pill. Mo Evers now said, "It should be related to the saint race. The saint race and human race are similar in appearance, but what they specialize in is the body transformation technique. Perhaps the 9-star heaven pill is needed by someone from the saint race. Mo Eversnow's speculations were reasonable. Lin Ming nodded, saying, "No matter what it is for, if there is a chance to concoct this 9-star heaven pill, then I must refine it. Although it will be difficult to break through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace with this alone, it will at least allow me to become that much closer. To walk down the road towards the 9 stars of the Tao Palace is a path that defies the will of the heavens to begin with, but since I chose this path, I must try twice as hard. Even if there is something that offers the slimmest chance, there is no way I can give up on it." What you say is right. Lin Ming, before you enter the eternal demon abyss, I will first help you officially break into the late divine sea realm. Your foundation has already reached the peak of stability. Now is the best time. When Lin Ming fought with Tianmingzi, he had almost broken into the late divine sea realm. The difference now was only an accumulation of energy. As long as he absorbed enough energy, his breakthrough would be successful. "Good plan, senior apprentice sister." Lin Ming nodded. Mo Eversnow took out Tianmingzi's severed hand and then thrust out her palm, forming thousands of seals that rapidly wrapped it in a cocoon of energy. Mo Eversnow wanted to borrow the essence energy within Tianmingzi's avatar to allow Lin Ming to break into the late divine sea realm in a single go. Chapter 1372 Entering the Eternal Demon Abyss. Chapter 1372 Entering the Eternal Demon Abyss. Lin Ming was originally able to easily break into the late divine sea realm. However, to become a true late divine sea realm master, he needed the complete consolidated cultivation of a late divine sea master, and this was something that required a period of accumulation. Only by constantly absorbing energy could one expand one's inner world and do this. But now, with the total true essence contained within Tianmingzi's hand to serve as a catalyst, this process would be much faster. This was the hand of a great world king, and Tianmingzi was also an extraordinary person amongst all great world kings. This sort of hand had been tempered for tens of thousands of years. It had long become an extremely pure spirit body. Break! Mo Eversnow flicked her finger and Tianmingzi's hand completely exploded in the air. The essence energy, the aura, the flesh and blood vitality all thoroughly separated. All of these energies formed phantoms in the air. These phantoms were all strange and bizarre. There was a black-wheeled disc, a pagoda, a long sword, and even demons. These phantoms all represented the various cultivation methods that Tianmingzi had cultivated to a high level. When a martial artist trained in a cultivation method, part of their energy would circulate according to that cultivation method, forming a phantom. Now, even if Tianmingzi's avatar had died and his energies were pulled out, underneath the constraints of his cultivation methods and laws, they would maintain their current state. If someone was to pull out all of Lin Ming's flesh and blood and change it into source energy, one would see these energies condense into a divine tree, black hole seed, prime emperor lotus flower, and several other phantoms. From the phantoms of Tianmingzi's source energy, the most formidable one was a four-armed Azura with wings. This Azura carried a black wheel in its hand. The cultivation that this Azura symbolized was the heaven-absorbing demon art, the transcendent divine might created by Empyrean demon dawn. Shatter! Mo Eversnow thrust out her palm, and all of the phantoms formed from these supernatural powers were smashed into pieces by her, turning into the purest and most source essence possible. All of these energies gathered into a great current that flowed into Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming certainly wouldn't absorb Tianmingzi's energy as his own. He only wanted to expand his inner world using it. Ka. Energy recklessly surged about as it impacted against the barriers of Lin Ming's inner world. Lin Ming's inner world became increasingly unstable. Cracks appeared as it constantly expanded. Lin Ming sat down on the ground. Behind him, the phantom of the heretical god tree slowly appeared. Within the crown of this tree, a dark black hole slowly revolved. In expanding his inner world with Tian Mingzi's essence energy, there would inevitably be some mixed energies brought in. But all of this energy was sucked into Lin Ming's black hole seed before being thoroughly compressed and crushed. The black hole seed formed by the divine seal art was a bottomless pit, able to absorb and annihilate all energies. Such a state continued for several hours. Then, with a cracking sound, Lin Ming's body suddenly shook and massive airwaves erupted from around him. The massive stone cliff trembled as if a million Gene steel weight had struck it. A massive section of rock exploded as countless cracks spread through it like a spider web. Lin Ming had finally broken through to the late divine sea realm. To seek Ninefall was to cross the 9 divine shift. Now, Lin Ming had finished a third of the 9 divine shifts. Good. Very good. Mo Evers now praised out loud. Lin Ming, you can now be considered a character in your own right. Even most divine lord powerhouses will not be your match. And in the divine realm, a divine lord powerhouse is someone that can control their own planet, becoming a master of their own domain. Back in Phoenix Cry Palace, Fairy Feng and Sage Zhiyang were both divine lord powerhouses. Of course, they were divine lord powerhouses that stood at the peak of their boundary. Lin Ming was just a tiny bit away from being able to compare with them. In the divine realm, an ordinary divine transformation master could already freely wander around, seeking their own lucky chances and journeying into mystic realms. If they ran into robbers, they would also have the strength to protect themselves. As for divine lord powerhouses, they were above even that. They could found their own sect and establish their own martial family. Later, their future descendants would politely refer to them as the founder. The current Lin Ming was someone that could be compared to the founder of a divine realm sect. Lin Ming, it is finally time to enter the eternal demon abyss. Adjust your condition and stabilize your true essence. Once you are ready, we can go. Of course, senior apprentice sister. Lin Ming solemnly nodded. It was hard for him to imagine just what he would encounter in the eternal demon abyss. In the past, before Empyrean Primordius fell from the skies, he would certainly not have wanted his own inheritances to fall into the hands of his enemies. Thus, there were bound to be layers upon layers of dangers within the eternal demon abyss. In the face of an array formation left behind by an extreme Empyrean, Lin Ming didn't think for half a second that he would be able to resist it. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that as long as someone entered the eternal demon abyss who was identified as an enemy by Empyrean Primordius, then they would die, even if they were a great world king. As for half-step Empyreans, Lin Ming wasn't sure whether or not they could safely pass through the ruins left behind by Empyrean Primordius. However, this didn't matter because it was impossible for half-step Empyreans to enter the Sky Spill continent. There was no way for them to break through the protective barrier that shielded the entire Sky Spill planet. Only a character on the same level as Empyrean Primordius would be able to unravel the barrier he laid down. For instance, someone like Empyrean Divine Dream. At the very least, one needed to be only slightly weaker. As for characters like Empyrean Demon Dawn, who were much worse, they could only use brute strength to forcefully break through the barrier of the Sky Spill planet to take Empyrean Primordius' inheritance. But such characters often had their own unique transcendent divine might, and they would have already practiced it to perfection. As for resources, they had so many they would never be able to use them up. They wouldn't necessarily have any desire or need to take Empyrean Primordius' inheritances. Also, a character on that level, such as Empyrean Divine Dream, would often have some sort of history with Empyrean Primordius. They wouldn't do something as cruel as digging up his grave. Lin Ming went into seclusion to stabilize his condition for a full day, adjusting himself to his peak combat state. Then, He grasped his phoenix blood spear and slowly flew towards the eternal demon abyss. Although his pace didn't appear fast, every step he took brought him several miles forward. Along the way, some evil beings formed from infernal energy hurtled themselves towards Lin Ming, but they were all turned to ash by a single sweep of his spear. He approached the eternal demon abyss more and more. As he pulled close, the infernal energy in the air became increasingly gloomy and thick, forming thin silk-like strands that winded all about. When he was less than 200 miles away from the eternal demon abyss, nearly all of the evil beings had vanished. This was a true absolute forbidden zone. Not even evil beings were able to approach. As Lin Ming stepped into this range, he felt as if he had stepped into another spacetime. As he looked back in the direction he came from, he found that the road behind him became increasingly blurred. Once he stepped into this separate spacetime, it seemed that all exits had vanished. The further he went, the more intense this feeling became. No wonder evil beings are unable to enter here. This area is already within the range of Empyrean Primordius Array formation. Evil beings wouldn't dare to rush into this area, or else they would immediately turn to dust. Lin Ming whispered to himself. He could feel a vast and boundless strength sweeping over him. This was a strength that came from the eternal demon abyss, a strength that belonged to Empyrean Primordius. The sky was darker than ink and the starlight was like liquid water. Above the blood-red earth, the bones and rocks that littered the ground were covered by a light layer of cool light, as if silver was being poured onto the ground. This scene was especially tranquil and quiet. In this dim and peaceful night, it was hard to imagine that this was an extreme danger zone that many powerhouses had never returned from. Lin Ming had already fallen down from the skies. He no longer flew, but instead stepped atop the blood-red stones, walking along the path paved by starlight, heading towards the eternal demon abyss. Right in front, the earth split apart, a titanic black flame emerging from the great scar, conflagrating upwards, connecting the heavens and earth together. Starlight fell into the eternal demon abyss like a waterfall. All of the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy and infernal energy swirled up into a vortex, converging into the eternal demon abyss. The eternal demon abyss seemed to suck in all the origin energy of the world, swallowing all the essence of the sun and moon. This was also reasonable. If the array formation that Empyrean Primordius arranged had to revolve for 100,000 years, it naturally had to absorb outside energy to power itself. Lin Ming used 4 full hours to travel the final 200 miles. At this moment, he had truly stepped onto the edge of the eternal demon abyss. The eternal demon abyss passed through the entire sky spill planet, extending for over 100 million miles, continuing all the way through the planet until it ended up at the Sea of Miracles. Only an Empyrean could pierce through a planet that was over 100 million miles wide in a single strike, perhaps even destroying that planet. As for a great world king like Tianmingzi, the most they could do was annihilate all lives on this massive planet, or to destroy a tiny planet only 10,000 or so miles wide. The disparity was just too great. Unfortunately, such a character had suffered the fate of passing away alone. This left Lin Ming filled with deep emotions. Chapter 1373 Crystal Bones. Chapter 1373 Crystal Bones. These blazing black flames combusted over the 10,000-mile diameter of the eternal demon abyss. These were not true flames, but virtual flames produced by energy. A terrifying energy followed these flames, swirling from the eternal demon abyss, ascending into the skies. In such an aura, Lin Ming felt himself constantly baptized in a massive storm of power, making him feel a deep sense of awe. In the past, Empyrean Primordius had descended down to his home planet from the divine realm and established his own samsara heavenly Tao. His supernatural powers had been nearly unparalleled, It was impossible to imagine just how magnificent that time was. But what a pity, such an extreme character couldn't avoid the inevitable fate of extermination. Even if he didn't perish halfway on his road of martial arts, he still wouldn't have been able to withstand the erosion of the passing years. Lin Ming stood on the edge of the eternal demon abyss, looking into it. He could see at most several dozen miles into the deep darkness. Downwards, more and more endless flames of ash and gloom blocked his sight. He couldn't imagine just what sort of horrifying and wondrous world lay beneath him. The diameter of the eternal demon abyss was 10,000 miles wide and over 100 million miles long. To put it more simply, if one considered the size of mortal nations, hundreds upon hundreds of them could exist within that 10,000-mile diameter. Even if one rode a horse all day for an entire month, they still wouldn't be able to complete a lap around the giant circle of the eternal demon abyss. At the edge of the eternal demon abyss, just 10 miles away from Lin Ming, he could make out a giant iron chain. This chain was pierced into the walls of the eternal demon abyss, extending downwards endlessly until it slowly vanished into the infinite ashy flames. This iron chain was thicker than the phantom of the heretical god tree when Lin Ming used heavenly Tao judgment. This iron chain was simple and plain, filled with a heavy sense of texture. It was unknown just what sort of material this chain was made from, but all sorts of runes were engraved on it. These runes faintly shimmered, melting into the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy. For 100,000 years, for countless days and countless nights, this iron chain had been continuously tempered by heaven and earth origin energy, swallowing the essence of the sun and moon. This chain absorbed endless surges of power every second of the day. It was impossible to imagine just how firm it was. Lin Ming suspected that there was more than one of these iron chains. Rather, they were spread all over the periphery of the eternal demon abyss. It was just that his vision was limited, so he could only see one. I should follow this iron chain downwards. Lin Ming bowed towards the eternal demon abyss, then walked towards the wall area where the iron chain was located and jumped down. In the incomparably massive eternal demon abyss, Lin Ming's figure was like a tiny speck of dust, simply insignificant. To be safe, Lin Ming chose not to fly. Climbing down this iron chain was slower than flying, but it also wouldn't arouse the attention of some unknown existences. This thick iron chain was cold to the touch, and it also contained a potent power. As Lin Ming climbed down it, he looked like an ant climbing down a tree. As he continually went deeper and deeper into the eternal demon abyss, he felt that he was trudging through the mountains and rivers of time, finally arriving at a different, ancient time-space. The eternal demon abyss was simply far too deep. Lin Ming's speed wasn't too fast either. After climbing down for 3 days and 3 nights, he estimated he had gone 1,000 miles down the eternal demon abyss. However, compared to the 100 million mile depth of the eternal demon abyss, this distance was nothing at all. During these 3 days, Lin Ming didn't encounter any danger at all. Within the eternal demon abyss, there existed nothing but a deathly stillness as well as the beating ash flames and the swirling heaven and earth origin energy. Besides that, Lin Ming couldn't make out any strange energy fluctuations. Time slowly passed, a day at a time. Lin Ming had already climbed down this iron chain for an entire 10 days, nearly reached 10,000 miles deep into the eternal demon abyss. As he looked up, he could see the rough dark red stone walls extending upwards without end. At 10,000 miles deep, all of his surroundings had turned pitch black. Outside of the eternal demon abyss, there was the faint starlight that illuminated the ground, but this weak starlight simply couldn't penetrate through the endless fog. It came down just a tiny distance before completely disappearing. Lin Ming took a step at a time, steadily climbing downwards. With such slow progress, it was unknown just how long he would have to climb for. But he wasn't worried at all. To him, withstanding the baptism of the world essence energy within the eternal demon abyss was also a kind of training. Lin Ming restrained his aura, moving with utter caution. However, danger finally arrived. Just as Lin Ming penetrated 15,000 miles deep into the eternal demon abyss, there was a common-looking rock. As Lin Ming approached it, it suddenly burst into action. It was like a big lizard, suddenly stretching out its claws as it grasped at Lin Ming. Lin Ming's vision condensed, and he reflexively counterattacked with his spear. The colored lights of thunder and fire wove together, and with a faint crackling sound, the body of this big lizard was pierced through by the spear light. "It's dead." Lin Ming was startled. This beast was that easy to kill? "Lin Ming, be careful." Mo Eversnow's voice resounded in Lin Ming's mind. At that moment, he felt his spiritual sea suddenly shake as a demonic will formed a sharp cone that thrust towards Lin Ming's soul. It really wasn't that easy to kill. Lin Ming hadn't lowered his guard at all. Even if Mo Eversnow didn't remind him, he could still respond in time. Divine dream energy flooded into his spiritual sea without hesitation. From between Lin Ming's eyebrows, a brilliant divine light began to shine. A fierce, killing intent poured into his Grand Mist spirit, forming a sword that slashed outwards. With a tearing sound, this evil will was chopped into several pieces by Lin Ming's Grand Mist battle spirit. These several evil spirits seemed to have a life of their own. They wildly struggled, wanting to fuse back together. How tenacious! Lin Ming swept out his spear. The power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation descended. Underneath the baptism of heavenly tribulation, this evil spirit simply wasn't able to withstand it. It melted into ash and faded away. This strike thoroughly killed this evil spirit. This evil spirit was extremely cunning. Even after its body was ruined, it could still use a spiritual attack. In truth, it was nothing but a mass of demonic will and a wisp of energy, intangible and invisible. If it weren't for Lin Ming's dual thunder and fire heavenly tribulation being the ultimate restraint on evil spirits, it would have taken him some time to kill it. This is an evil spirit formed from infernal energy, Mo Eversnow informed. She was sure this was not an ancient life form from 100,000 years ago, otherwise it wouldn't be so weak. The entrance of the eternal demon abyss was surrounded by the aura left behind by Empyrean Primordius, thus evil spirits didn't dare to approach. But in this 100-million-mile deep abyss, not every section contained the aura of Empyrean Primordius, thus there were many evil spirits born here. It seems that the gravity is changing here? After killing these evil spirit, Lin Ming discovered that there was some strange change in the gravity of the eternal demon abyss. Gravity pulled downwards originally, but the further down Lin Ming went, the more gravity angled at an incline, as if there was some strange attractive force in the walls of the eternal demon abyss. After Lin Ming climbed down a little more, he let go and directly fell onto the walls of the eternal demon abyss, standing at a steady 90-degree angle. This feeling was the exact same as being on flat land. After taking several more steps, Lin Ming discovered more evil spirits similar to the one he killed before. These evil spirits were very good at hiding and staying dormant. To be more exact, if no one came, they were no different from stones on the ground without any life fluctuations at all. But, once a stranger approached, they would be like sharks that smelled blood, suddenly striking out to swallow the flesh and blood essence energy of their prey. These evil spirits were not Lin Ming's match. He poured the power of thunder into the phoenix blood spear. Purple arcs of electricity crazily danced on the spear shaft. These evil spirits were rapidly annihilated by Lin Ming, and their final spiritual attacks were all easily resolved with Lin Ming's Grand Mist battle spirit. In terms of soul force and will, how could these evil spirits possibly be Lin Ming's opponent? As these evil spirits died, they turned into a rich Yin energy, causing the surrounding infernal energy to be increasingly strong. an ice-piercing cold thrust into the bones, making one feel as if they were a corpse in a grave. Lin Ming, this sort of evil spirit is formed from corpse energy. With so many evil spirits around, a reason they would often appear is that many powerhouses were once buried in an ancient battlefield, or perhaps this might have been a mass grave for prisoners. This land beneath our feet was likely such an ancient battlefield. As Mo Evers now spoke, Lin Ming suddenly felt something crack beneath his feet, as if he had broken something. He looked down and saw that he had stepped on a skeleton. Because it was too far in the distant past, these skeletons were already as frail as rotten wood, breaking with just a single step. To find bones here wasn't surprising at all. As he walked further, more and more bones appeared. These skeletons were at two extremes. Some were decayed and shattered, and others glowed and glittered like carved crystals. After an essence-gathering system martial artists died, their energy would slowly dissipate. Without their mortal body being vitalized by their energy, they would quickly erode. As for those that had died 100,000 years ago, and yet their bones remained as bright as crystals, they had either tempered their own bodies using arcane techniques, or they were body transformation martial artists. These crystal bones, are they corpses of saints? Lin Ming's mind stirred, inevitably thinking this. The saint race focused on the body transformation cultivation system. After dying, it was reasonable for them to leave behind such a skeleton. However, Mo Evers now shook her head. These are not saints. Oh! Lin Ming was puzzled. At this time, Mo Evers now flew out from the magic cube space and floated high in the air. She stood in front of all these crystal skeletons for some time. Then, she said in a soft voice, Lin Ming, as I look at these crystal skeletons, I feel a faint resonating pain in my heart. In truth, I don't know where these crystal skeletons come from, but I can feel in my bones that I share the same roots as them. Perhaps these skeletons were left behind by people of the primal god race. Primal god race? Lin Ming was startled. Why did so many people from the primal god race die here? How was Empyrean Primordius related to the primal god race? Before, didn't that senior say that there were very few people from the primal god race remaining? How come so many of them died here? Mo Evers now shook her head. I'm not sure. I only inherited Senior Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's body, and not her memories. As for how many of the primal god race are left, I am not sure. But what I can be sure of is that these crystal skeletons are the remains of people of the primal god race. Mo Evers now had possessed Heavenly Empyrean Xuanqing's body, thus she naturally came under the influence of Heavenly Empress Xuanqing. Towards the primal god race, she couldn't help but feel warm and tender-hearted. Lin Ming, do you remember the Forsaken God clan and the pendant of the Jade Goddess? Mo Evers now asked. Lin Ming naturally wouldn't have forgotten something like this. In the past, when Lin Ming first entered the tomb of the ancient goddess, he had taken a jade pendant from her body, and he was even carrying it with him now. Chapter 1374, Dao Domain. Chapter 1374, Dao Domain. Lin Ming took out the goddess jade pendant from his spatial ring. The deep azure pendant was marked with an ancient design, just like a bird totem. This jade pendant was not a magic tool itself, but it actually had a special aura to it. It was clearly made from some extraordinary material. In the past, after Lin Ming found this pendant, he also met a young girl from the cursed Forsaken God clan, a young woman called Ju, who also had a similar pendant on her. Without a doubt, the Forsaken God clan and the goddess were strongly related. Lin Ming, if my guess isn't wrong, then the Forsaken God clan are the fellow people of Senior Heavenly Empress Xuanqing. In the past, when Senior Heavenly Empress Xuanqing came to the Sky Spill planet, she didn't come alone, but rather brought along a number of her people. Afterwards, in that great war 100,000 years ago, Senior Empyrean Primordius disciples and Senior Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's people were all involved in that conflict. However, as Senior Empyrean Primordius and Senior Heavenly Empress Xuanqing perished in that battle, their disciples and fellow people also suffered similar casualties. Even so, there were some people that lived on the edges who were still able to survive and continue the bloodline inheritance. Lin Ming thought that Mo Eversnow's speculations were reasonable. The Forsaken God clan were beset by troubles and disasters. At birth, their very bloodline would give them a curse. This curse would attach onto the bodies of those from the Forsaken God clan in a tattoo-form seal. After their birth, the clansmen of the Forsaken God clan would periodically have to suffer an excruciating suffering, a pain so deep that it dug into the marrow. And as they aged, the period of time between these outbreaks would lessen, and the time they were in pain for would continue until that person finally died from their suffering. Although cultivating the martial path could delay the outbreaks of this curse, the effects were limited. As time passed, they would finally be defeated by the power of this curse. Now, it seemed that this curse was likely carried over from the god curse art that haunted the blood slaughter steppes. It was even possible that the reason Heavenly Empress Xuanqing perished was greatly related to this god curse art. In the past, some supreme elder had likely struck Heavenly Empress Xuanqing with this god curse art, and although she hadn't directly perished, her people had been affected. Moreover, this curse had continued onwards for 100,000 years. As Lin Ming thought of this, he felt a deep regret for the Forsaken God clan. Even if the Forsaken God clan was only the tiniest outermost people left behind from the primal god race, their talent was incomparable to that of the mortals of the Sky Spill continent. They should have been able to blossom into glory within the Sky Spill continent and even found their own wondrous divine kingdom, but what a pity! The curse they suffered slowly ate away at their foundation, and as a result they could only endure the humiliation and withdraw into a dimensional realm to extend their lives of pain. Lin Ming, no matter what happens in the future, when either you or I have enough strength, we must return to the Sky Spill planet and find a way to cure the Forsaken God clan of their curse. This is also a way to give back a little bit of the grace that Senior Heavenly Empress Xuanqing granted to us. Senior Apprentice Sister, please rest assured that even if it weren't for our connection with Senior Heavenly Empress Xuanqing, I would still do that. In the past, when I was being hunted down by the Azura Divine Kingdom, if it weren't for the Forsaken God clan's patriarch Shirbai risking everything and threatening war with the Azura Divine Kingdom, then perhaps I might have died to Sidhu Hautian's hands. Lin Ming was a man who remembered every graciousness given to him. He certainly wouldn't forget the Forsaken God clan and their kindness towards him. If he made a promise to someone, he would slowly accomplish those promises one by one. For instance, finding a mortal body for Demon Shine, or the commitment he made to Mo Riverbliss at Carefree Island. As long as he had the ability to accomplish it, he would. Mo Evers now initially wanted to collect these crystal skeletons together and find a peaceful place to bury them. But as she thought about it, they couldn't stay here for too long, and perhaps this place might be the best final resting area for these skeletons. There is. Lin Ming suddenly discovered that among the many crystal skeletons, amid the gray and hazy fog, there was a giant stone platform. This platform was 10 feet high and dozens of feet wide. It looked like a big stone table. Various weapons were stabbed into this stone table. There were swords, sabers, halberds, spears, and even magic tools like compasses and furnaces. At the same time, there were also tremendous disparities between these weapons. For instance, among the swords, some swords were as long as a man and extremely wide, just like a door. If such a sword were used, its might could be imagined. Besides heavy swords like this, there were exquisite soft swords that looked like jade belts, seeming as if they would bend at the slightest touch. Among so many weapons, the worst of them were at the spirit artifact level. Let alone the Sky Spill continent, Even within the divine realm, this would be considered an unimaginable amount of wealth. Lin Ming roughly guessed that there were thousands of these weapons. Many of them were stabbed in together, layering upon each other to form a forest of sabers, swords, and other weapons. Standing in front of this stone table, Lin Ming felt as if he were a soldier lying in reserve, waiting for the day that he would enter the battlefield. Such a scene was extremely solemn and somber, making one feel an intense sense of awe. Were these left behind by Empyrean Primordius followers in the past? If these were their weapons, then where were they themselves? Could they be the bones on the ground? All sorts of thoughts raced through Lin Ming's mind. He felt his mood become extremely glum. The eternal demon abyss was completely different from the layers upon layers of dangers that Lin Ming imagined at the start. Rather, as he walked further in, he didn't fight. Instead, it was like turning back and reading the pages of an ancient history book. "Let's go." After being reflective for some time, Mo Evers now suddenly spoke up. She and Lin Ming left this grave area together. As Lin Ming continued onwards, he suddenly felt a deep killing intent. The surrounding infernal energy became increasingly chilly, finally making him stop. Beside Lin Ming was Mo Evers now, who had already come out from the magic cube space and was following him from behind. When Lin Ming first stopped, she also came to a halt. We have stepped into an absolute danger zone," Mo Evers now said. Lin Ming faintly frowned. He had no idea how this absolute danger zone was formed. It didn't seem like one made from an array formation. Could it be naturally formed from infernal energy? Lin Ming sent out his divine sense, thinking to probe his surroundings. After comprehending the divine dream law, his senses had become extremely keen. He soon discovered that the infernal energy had clumped together in various places, forming mysterious Tao patterns. These Tao patterns clearly held extremely high-level laws. These laws didn't seem as if they were naturally formed from the infernal energy of the eternal demon abyss, otherwise they wouldn't be so exquisite. They also carried with them a tiny trace of a post-celestial touch. Lin Ming, this danger zone should be formed by the remnants of Empyrean Primordius dead disciples, as well as those people of the Primal God clan that died. Their deaths gathered together, forming a Tao domain. That weapon mound we just saw is definitely the source of this killing intent. Mo Evers now put forth a reason for why this danger zone had formed. Empyrean Primordius disciples were inevitably all extraordinary characters. Even after they died, the cultivation methods they trained in and the laws they comprehended wouldn't fade away so easily, but might have condensed into a Tao domain instead. For instance, if Lin Ming were to die, the heretical god tree and black hole seed within his inner world wouldn't immediately vanish but would remain there. If they were found by someone, they would be priceless treasures. But, if they weren't found, these two things might eventually evolve into a Tao domain, creating a danger zone for others. For example, the black hole seed was likely to absorb a massive amount of energy, turning into a spacetime vortex. If a martial artist with a weak cultivation entered, they would be stuck in this vortex forever, unable to emerge. The danger zone that Lin Ming and Mo Evers now stepped into was exactly this situation. And this Tao domain was also formed from the deaths of tens of thousands of supreme elders. The eternal demon abyss was itself a separate world. Once one entered, they could forget leaving. Beyond that, there were many hidden dangers within the eternal demon abyss. There weren't many of these hidden dangers, but to the martial artists of the Sky Spill continent and even the highest under the heavens, they would absolutely die if they were to stumble into them. Thus, for so many years, no one had ever returned from the eternal demon abyss. Mo Evers now and Lin Ming's complexions were solemn. They thought this was an extremely tricky situation. If they were the least bit incautious, there would be a chance that they both perished here. Lin Ming, we cannot use brute force to overcome this with our strength. It is impossible to push through. Lin Ming said, I also think the same. After these seniors died, their aura lingered here for 100,000 years. All of their knowledge, their lifetime worth of cultivation, all the laws they comprehended, everything they were wove together in this place, even evolving into traces of the all-encompassing Great Tao. This is not something artificially formed, but is something even more exquisite than an array formation laid down by someone. If we take a single wrong step, then we'll have gone beyond saving. Lin Ming took out a random top-grade saint artifact from his spatial ring and threw it into a corner of the absolute danger zone. Purring. With a cracking sound, a gray light shined and struck the top-grade saint artifact. This gray light looked extremely common, but once it struck the top-grade saint artifact that Lin Ming threw out, the saint artifact trembled for a brief moment before disintegrating into dust that fell to the floor. Even though Lin Ming was prepared for this, he still sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ming could also easily destroy a top-grade saint artifact, but he couldn't do it like that gray light, immediately disintegrating it into dust. Just how strong was this? Perhaps not even some Holy Lord powerhouses could accomplish this. Moreover, this was only the tip of the iceberg for this absolute danger zone. The further they went, the thicker and more intense the gray light was likely to become. There might even be other types of absolute killing energies. At that time, even if a Holy Lord or World King were to come here, they still might perish. Lin Ming, in the past, Empyrean Primordius disciples and Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's people likely had a half-step Empyrean among their rank. Compared to Tian Mingzi in his peak state, they were far, far stronger. And there might even have been more than one of these people. Once these people died, the power of the Tao domain they left behind could be imagined. I fear that even a great world king would be in danger coming here. Yes, Lin Ming certainly understood what Mo Eversnow said. He didn't panic or become anxious, instead sinking into deep contemplation for a while. Then, he said to Mo Eversnow, Empyrean Primordius and Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's followers shouldn't have left behind some trap that would intentionally damage their future descendants. This Tao domain was likely left here as a form of protection. If we aren't recognized as enemies, then perhaps with that point we might be able to pass through this area. Lin Ming closed his eyes within the absolute danger zone, allowing his senses to carefully feel the flow of energy. There is an aura of the Grand Mist laws here. Lin Ming thought out loud. Empyrean Primordius disciples studied the Tao of Grand Mist. After they died, the Tao domains they left behind naturally had the aura of the Grand Mist laws. There is also some kind of energy. Is this the power of divinity? Lin Ming's mind stirred. This sort of power was extremely similar to the power of divinity that he withstood when he climbed up the Divine Seal altar in the past. In truth, this so-called power of divinity was the combined strength of essence, energy, and soul. It is indeed the power of divinity. It should be the strength left over from the primal God race. Mo Eversnow said. The strength that her current body possessed was the power of divinity. Of those that died here, many of them were from the primal God race. It was reasonable that the absolute danger zone would have their strength. Lin Ming, if you and I work together, we should be able to leave this Tao domain. The reason that a Tao domain was called a Tao domain was because it contained the truths of the Tao within it. Lin Ming sank his energy into his inner world. Behind Lin Ming, the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower slowly bloomed. An ancient and boundless aura surged outwards. This was the Grand Mist space. As for Mo Eversnow, she also used her own power of divinity. Beautiful divine lights began to shine outwards. Within the darkness of the eternal demon abyss, sunlight appeared, making it seem like it was a beautiful spring day within the abyss. The sound of trickling water echoed through the air, filling the world with pleasant sounds and smells. The primal god Pure Lands that Mo Eversnow created overlapped with Lin Ming's Grand Mist space. With these two domains surrounding them, Lin Ming and Mo Evers now slowly and carefully advanced forwards. They didn't use brute force to break through the Tao domain, but instead used similar energies to assimilate themselves into the Tao domain and unravel the profound principles within it. Lin Ming walked forwards a step at a time. The original absolute death energy slowly turned peaceful as it entered the dual domains of the Grand Mist space and primal God Pure Lands. And the various laws of the Tao domain also came from similar roots in Lin Ming and Mo Evers now. The two of them carefully progressed forwards together. Within this world, everything, including all laws, had counters. Even though the absolute death energy in this Tao domain could instantly crush a top-grade saint artifact to dust, within this dual domain, although it still rippled out like waves and the strength inherent within it was still great, it was now extremely soft and gentle without any lethality at all. 2 hours later, Lin Ming and Mo Evers now finally made their way out of this Tao domain. As they looked around themselves, they saw that they had returned to the more familiar scenery of the eternal demon abyss. The ground was still the dark red stone as before, and not too far away were incomparably thick iron chains. The heavy metal rings cascaded down in layers upon layers, exuding a powerful and profound atmosphere. When Lin Ming was descending into the eternal demon abyss, he had climbed down these iron chains. He was now 20,000 miles deep, but these iron chains still connected into the darkness with no end in sight. The eternal demon abyss was far too mysterious. Lin Ming was aware that what they saw now was only the most minor outer portion of the eternal demon abyss. If he went further, there were bound to be more dangers awaiting him. "Let's continue onwards," Lin Ming said, steadily walking forwards with Mo Evers now. Within the eternal demon abyss there were far too many stunning scenes that left one shocked. It was unknown how long Lin Ming and Mo Evers now walked for, but eventually the floor beneath their feet began to become slimy. Something stuck to their steps, making every step forwards difficult. As they looked down, they could see countless thick white silk threads, just like the strands of a spider web. These spider webs were extremely adhesive. If one stepped on them, it was hard to break free. Lin Ming and Mo Evers now flew upwards. They only saw the spider web extending to the distant horizon to some distant land ahead. These spider webs occasionally wrapped around something, forming giant spider web cocoons. These cocoons were as tall as a person, covered with layers upon layers of silk. Looking on, there was no end to these cocoons. It was like there were countless cocoons dotting the landscape like flowers. Lin Ming cast out his sense but wasn't able to find just where they stopped. As Lin Ming approached a large cocoon, he could see that these spider webs wrapped around some sort of transparent amber crystal. What left Lin Ming bewildered was that there seemed to be some sort of life form sealed within these amber crystals. These weren't insects but people. In every large cocoon was a person. To suddenly see people sealed within these amber crystals, and to also see tens of thousands of these crystals all around, Lin Ming couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Those sealed within these amber crystals were not all humans. Rather, some had horns on their heads, some had cheeks covered with scales, and some had fierce faces, as if they were cruel devils. Who were these people? Were they dead? Why were they sealed in amber? He could feel that these people had completely different auras from those skeletal remains he had seen before. Locked away within these amber crystals, it was hard to distinguish their true status. But what he could confirm was that none of these people sealed in amber were weak. At this time, Lin Ming could faintly feel energy flowing through the strands of spider silk that formed these cocoons. This energy was already extremely pale, but with trillions of strands of spider silk gathered together, it was still a considerable amount. All of this energy was gathered together and transmitted deep into the eternal demon abyss. Is this energy being pulled out from the amber crystals? Lin Ming was startled. So the flows of energy within these strands of spider silk truly did originate from these amber crystals. Was it possible that the original function of this spider silk was to extract energy from the amber crystals, and the origin of energy for these amber crystals was the life forms sealed inside? As Lin Ming realized this, he felt his heart jump. He probed all around and finally discovered traces of the Tao. All around the spider silk there were faint circulations of the laws. In other words, all those years ago, someone had arranged a massive array here, sealing away tens of thousands of powerhouses in amber crystals and then using a special technique to extract energy from their bodies. This method. Lin Ming was secretly dumbfounded. Lin Ming couldn't feel the slightest hint of life fluctuations from the powerhouses in these amber crystals. They were likely dead, and perhaps had even died before they were sealed away. To form a great array with so many corpses. This is likely some technique of the demonic path. Is this Empyrean primordious work? Lin Ming asked out loud. Mo Evers now gently shook her head. These aren't necessarily corpses. Lin Ming was startled. Mo Evers now softly traced the amber crystal, slowly saying, in the martial world, there are people who desire to extend their lifespans so much that they will use all sorts of incredible and inconceivable methods to do so. There are some divine medicines that can help prolong life, but to these peerless powerhouses who had dug out all the potential in their lives to the extreme, they are basically useless. Because these people are unwilling to turn to dust, or perhaps because they have many desires still left unfulfilled, they can adopt all sorts of ghostly and bizarre methods to extend their lives. For instance, if one enters a time enchantment and slows the speed of time within, then 1 year inside can equal 10 years outside. But, in truth, this method can't really be considered as extending one's life. And even so, people also discovered that time enchantments have a limit to which they can extend one's lifespan. In the universe, there seems to be some law out there that prevents unrivaled powerhouses from living near immortal lives. Afterwards, some people invented a new method. This method is to seal someone into a divine crystal and have them fall into a deep and permanent sleep, bringing all their life activities to a halt. This allows them to live longer, even if the effects are eventually limited. Mo Evers now said. She guessed that this amber crystal was similar to the divine crystal used to extend one's lifespan. Empyrean Primordius prolonged the lives of his followers? I feel that these people aren't his disciples, nor are they from the primal god race. They aren't. Rather, it seems more possible that they are from the saint race, the invaders of the sky spill planet 100,000 years ago. As Mo Evers now said this, Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. This was extremely possible indeed. Empyrean Primordius had used the corpses of the saint race invaders, or even living captives, to arrange this array formation. This method was ruthless and merciless, but it was also well within reason. For someone to become an Empyrean, they had to slaughter countless people on their road of martial arts. If they were a soft-hearted individual, how could they have possibly arrived at this step? Moreover, the human race and the saint race had a deep and endless grudge against each other. For a human to show mercy to the saint race was to court destruction for their own race. However, if this array formation was gathering so much essence energy, what was it used for? Lin Ming could feel that this array formation that absorbed the essence energy of the saint race wasn't so simple. Moreover, this array formation even absorbed heaven and earth origin energy from the outside. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he suddenly felt his entire body go cold. At this moment, he could feel a deep killing intent lock onto him. He turned around to see that within the crowd of cocoons, there was one cocoon where a pair of scarlet eyes was staring at him. A weird creature with 4 arms had been hiding there like a spectral ghost, locking its gaze onto Lin Ming and Mo Evers now. What is that? Lin Ming reflexively extracted the phoenix blood spear. At this time, the creature moved. Its speed reached nearly unbelievable degrees. Its foot smashed into the ground, and its body immediately turned into an afterimage as it hurtled towards Lin Ming. It stretched out sickle-like arms covered with bone spikes, cutting downwards. Purring! With a loud crash, the phoenix blood spear struck the bone spikes. Lin Ming only felt an incomparably powerful impact force rush through him, sending him flying away as blood tumbled in his body. What a horrifying strength! It had to be known that after Lin Ming opened the complete 8 inner hidden gates, his strength had broken through 100 million genes. If he used some special skills, he could even multiply his strength. Even so, his own strength had been suppressed by this four-armed abomination. This proved that the level of this four-armed monster was much higher than Lin Ming's. Only an absolute suppression of boundaries could create such an effect. Is this an ancient life form that escaped the array formation? This thought immediately flashed through Lin Ming's mind. After 100,000 years, the array formation that Empyrean Primordius established might have experienced some minor accidents, leading to some things breaking free from their prison. In the past, on the other end of the eternal demon abyss at the Sea of Miracles, there had been a life form that had worked free from its restraints too. This was the ancient devil that entered Yang Yun's body and wanted to attempt a comeback through using him. The trip into the Temple of Marvels had been planned by the ancient devil. And this sort of living creature was tens of thousands of times more terrifying than the evil spirits and demons condensed from infernal energy that surrounded the outside of the eternal demon abyss. Ra! That creature thunderously roared out once more, bringing its claws slashing down. It gathered the infinite infernal energy in the eternal demon abyss as a terrifying strength erupted from it like a tide. This terrifying killing intent seemed to crush everything in the surroundings. Chapter 1376, Black Dragon. Chapter 1376, Black Dragon. Facing this ancient life form that was rushing towards him, Lin Ming didn't hesitate at all to open up the Grand Mist space. Mo Evers now was also ready to face this adversary. She stepped forwards, combining her primal god Pure Lands with the Grand Mist space. Chi. As that creature broke into the dual domains, its entire body soared, actually ripping apart the dual domains of Lin Ming and Mo Evers now. Its bone-thorn scythe hands seemed as if they were a weapon that surpassed all spirit artifacts, easily tearing through space. This is an ancient saint race powerhouse, or perhaps even a contract beast of an ancient supreme elder saint. Mo Evers now rapidly shouted, and at this time Lin Ming had already summoned the phantom of the heretical god tree. The power of thunder and fire wildly poured into the phoenix blood spear, Heavenly Tao Judgment. A spear thrust out, crushing the void. This ancient life form crashed into Lin Ming's spear light. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A terrifying storm of energy swept through the eternal demon abyss. As this energy reverberated outwards, it caused countless glowing walls of patterns to shine in the air. As this storm crashed into these patterns, it wasn't able to shake the great array at all. In this frenzied explosion, Mo Evers now also slashed out with her sword of light. Her attack was even more terrifying than Lin Ming's. As her sword slashed out, a harsh whistling sound cut through the air. A brilliant divine light seemed to swallow everything. It was like a round sun had risen within the eternal demon abyss, puncturing through 10,000 miles of the gloomy haze. Underneath the onslaught of such a formidable attack, the creature emitted an angry roar as it was sent flying backwards by the joint attack of Lin Ming and Mo Evers now. Bang! With a loud bang, the ancient life form crashed into the barrier of the array formation, causing the shimmering walls to shake. Its entire body was covered in blood, and yet it still managed to crawl. Lin Ming swept out with his divine sense and grimaced. In truth, the wounds of this creature weren't heavy at all. It wasn't leaking too much blood, and the injuries were only to the exterior body. The skeleton and tendons of the creature were intact. Although his joint attack with Mo Eversnow was only 70 to 80% of their full strength, they had still directly struck the ancient life form. Even so, they still hadn't been able to kill it. Just what sort of terrifying defensive power was this? Mo Eversnow said, "This is going to be troublesome." This ancient life form was likely a Holy Lord-level powerhouse in the past, but because it was sealed away for 100,000 years, its sanity has fallen into depravity, and all that is left over are its attack instincts. This ancient creature in front of them wouldn't be able to use laws or techniques, and its eyes were also filled with chaos, without the least bit of wisdom shining in them. Its offensive capabilities were the most barbaric and brutal methods possible, just forcefully hurtling against others and chopping at them. After being sealed for 100,000 years, this creature had been weakened to the extreme. Even so, it was nearly impossible for Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow to kill it. At this time, 2 more loud roars echoed out. These roars contained a fierce, killing intent, causing Lin Ming's scalp to crawl. He turned to see more ancient life forms crawling out from behind the cocoons. These 2 life forms were more similar to humans in appearance. However, their bodies were completely withered, looking as if they were in the last fading years of their life. But the auras they emitted were still dreadful. And behind these 2 life forms, there was also a red-haired man. This red-haired man wore broken-down armor. 2 purple flames burned in his eyes, and his disheveled hair was stringy and sparse. However, his aura was vast and deep, as if he were a spiritual god. Facing the aura of this red-haired man, Lin Ming felt as if his own flesh and blood would split apart. He didn't need anything to know that this person was once a great figure of the past. He might have even been a world king-level character. A world king, even if they were sealed away for 100,000 years and were weakened to a fraction of their original power, still wasn't someone that Lin Ming could deal with. Moreover, this world king clearly had a glimpse of intelligence behind his fiery eyes. This person still retained his sanity, unlike those other ancient life forms that had nothing left but their instincts. In that instant, Lin Ming suddenly felt that he was facing a danger beyond description. He shuffled closer to Mo Eversnow, keeping full vigilance around himself. Lin Ming tightly gripped the phoenix blood spear, his palms wet with sweat. Mo Eversnow's complexion was dignified, her heart tightening. It was impossible for them to defeat this existence in front of them. The only method possible was to use the array formation that Empyrean Primordius had left behind in the past. Empyrean Primordius should have left behind some methods to deal with these ancient life forms in the array formation, otherwise these ancient life forms would have left long ago instead of hovering around this area. But, even if this sort of method was possible, wanting to find it and also activate it within several breaths of time was harder than ascending to heaven. In this life or death moment, although Lin Ming's palms were wet with sweat, his mind was as calm as water. He used his divine sense to rapidly sweep over the surrounding Tao patterns, trying to see if there was anything he could use. Mo Eversnow was also doing the same. That red-haired man easily saw through Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow's idea. He smiled, a cruel smile that crossed his face to reveal a pair of sharp canines. Futile effort. The red-haired man actually spoke. He spoke in the language of the divine realm, but his words were choppy and very stiff. Lin Ming felt his heart chill. He expected this red-haired man to have intelligence remaining, but he didn't think it would be so high. It seemed that this 100,000-year confinement didn't influence his mind at all. How could he win against such an enemy? As Lin Ming was lost on what to do, a sudden change occurred. Not too far from Lin Ming, the iron chain that was as thick as a divine tree suddenly started trembling. Bang, bang, bang! The iron rings emitted a horrifying sound. These iron rings, if any single one of them were taken out and thrown down from high in the air, could easily smash apart a mountain. With hundreds of thousands and millions of iron rings smashing together, it was like 10,000 thunderbolts suddenly being cast to the ground, the sound piercing straight into the ears. This is... Lin Ming was shocked. He looked at the massive chain. This chain was cast from divine iron, and the weight of every link was simply unimaginable. Even so, hundreds of thousands of miles of this chain was shaken so wildly. Just what sort of great strength was this? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Iron chains struck the stone wall, bringing massive chunks of stone falling down. The entire 100 million mile plus long wall of the eternal demon abyss began to shake. Such a horrifying power and might could truly be described as earth-shaking. As the red-haired man heard this sound, the color of fear flooded his eyes. He looked deeply at Lin Ming before silently withdrawing back into the darkness. The three other ancient life forms that came out with him also retreated. They had left like that? Lin Ming's mind stirred. This was Ong. At this time, a horrifying noise hurtled up from the depths of the eternal demon abyss, setting off a terrifying storm of air that smashed into the rock walls, sweeping outwards for tens of thousands of miles. Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow were both caught up in this air current formed from the sound, and were sent flying away. All of this infernal energy, all of that dim haze, were completely flushed cleanly away by the horrifying sound. This terrifying sound seemed to come from the endless ancient flow of time, piercing through reality. This is a dragon's roar. Lin Ming supported himself with his phoenix blood spear and slowly stood up. He looked as deep into the eternal demon abyss as he could. Even so, all he could see was an endless darkness without a hint of light, as if it were a tunnel leading to another universe. Lin Ming already had a faint speculation about what was happening, an existence that could make these ancient kings tremble in fear and even shake the trillion-gene iron chains. Perhaps the only possibility was the mysterious black dragon that was sealed away in the eternal demon abyss. And that dragon's roar a moment ago had confirmed Lin Ming's guess. In the eternal demon abyss, there was a living black dragon that once had a vital relationship with Empyrean Primordius in the past. Perhaps it was the guardian god-beast of the eternal demon abyss. Black dragon. Mo Eversnow looked at Lin Ming. In the past, when Lin Ming had once entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone by mistake, he had seen this black dragon. Its body was thousands of miles long and covered in brilliant red scales. Its horn was as tall as a mountain, and its wings were like the starry night. After they were unfolded, those wings seemed to cover the vault of the heavens. This was a true god-beast. Before that point, not even Mo Eversnow had seen one. Did the black dragon save us? That roar shouldn't be a coincidence. Mo Eversnow said. That roar was clearly a warning to these ancient life forms, otherwise they wouldn't have backed away. If this were true, then in a sense, Lin Ming had obtained the approval of the eternal demon, Abyss's guardian. Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow looked at each other and then continued forwards. And at this time, in the far-off distance, there was the echoing sound of flapping clothes. Lin Ming looked up to see two skinny old men walking on the void, breaking through the wind. Lin Ming was surprised and immediately grasped the phoenix blood spear. But he wasn't too worried. With the deterrence of the black dragon, these two that were walking towards him had to be from the human race. Human race? Were these Empyrean Primordius followers in the past? Lin Ming immediately thought of this. Were the followers of Empyrean Primordius still alive in this world? Chapter 1377, The Gate of Space and Time. Chapter 1377, The Gate of Space and Time. The two who arrived were old men wearing gray clothes. Their figures were withered and there didn't seem to be any life in their faces. However, their auras were formidable like a surging sea, making one feel daunted. Then, they should have been disciples of Empyrean Primordius in the past. Junior Lin Ming greets two honored seniors. Lin Ming politely bowed. In Lin Ming's opinion, the eternal demon abyss was a land of death. Everyone here should have died in that great war 100,000 years ago. He never imagined there would still be some people living here. In truth, thinking about it carefully, no matter how frigid that war was 100,000 years ago, there should have been some survivors. Even the saint race had some survivors, much less Empyrean Primordius followers. A world king powerhouse could live for millions of years. To survive for 100,000 years in the eternal demon abyss was only a fraction of their lifespan. These two old men gazed deeply at Lin Ming and also looked at Mo Eversnow. As they saw Mo Eversnow, their expressions were extremely strange. This was naturally because Mo Eversnow was possessing the body of the goddess. Are two seniors disciples of Senior Primordius? Lin Ming asked. The two old men didn't reply. Instead, they only said, "Come with us." Then, they began flying deep into the eternal demon abyss. Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow glanced at each other before following suit. Along the way, the two old men didn't speak, nor did Lin Ming ask another question. Slowly, Lin Ming could feel a great aura head towards him. The deeper he went, the more he felt that he was approaching an incomparably powerful existence. Without a doubt, this powerful existence was the Black Dragon. Lin Ming took a deep breath, his heart filled with awe. In the past, this was the god-beast that had followed Empyrean Primordius. Just how magnificent was it? The four people flew for around an hour. Lin Ming continued to hear the deep resonant dragon roar from the depths of the eternal demon abyss, but now it was no longer just a roar. There was also a sound like a large bell being struck, its sound continuously echoing within the eternal demon abyss as if it would last until the end of time. The darkness gradually parted, and then, Lin Ming finally saw the eternal demon abyss Black Dragon. In the current 10,000 to 20,000 mile diameter of the eternal demon abyss, half of this distance was occupied by the massive Black Dragon that extended for thousands of miles. Thousands of miles seemed simple, but when one was truly standing in front of this Black Dragon, only then could one truly understand how huge it was. It wasn't like a living being at all, but rather a celestial body. It had to be known that an ordinary small planet only had a diameter of around 10,000 miles. As Lin Ming flew towards this Black Dragon, he looked like a tiny speck of dust in front of it. The Black Dragon seemed to be in a deep slumber. Its eyes were closed and it floated in the air. An incomparably horrifying aura was contained within its giant body. It was like all of existence, every living creature in this world, had to be respectful and cautious before this aura. This was the dignity of a god-beast. Once a god-beast's strength erupted, it could even shatter the eternal heavens and smash apart planets and moons. As Lin Ming flew to the Black Dragon's head that was hundreds of miles wide, he was shocked by what he saw. He could see that the Black Dragon's spine, collarbones, wings, and four limbs were all locked down by thick chains. There were 9 chains in total, and the chain that Lin Ming had climbed down on was one of these chains. Not even hundreds of people holding hands could wrap around one of these chains. If one of these chain links were to fall down, it could easily smash apart mountains. And these 9 iron chains were attached to titanic iron hooks. These iron hooks were hooked deep into the flesh of the Black Dragon, locked into its bones. Because too much time had passed, these 9 iron hooks had already fused together with the flesh and blood of the Black Dragon, becoming one with it. This was a ghastly sight. This Black Dragon was actually caged here by these 9 chains. As Lin Ming thought of this, he let out a deep breath, an unspeakably heavy feeling weighing on his mind. Such a powerful existence had 9 chains penetrated through its body, locking it here for 100,000 years. How could this be? Lin Ming couldn't help but think. Beside him, the thin gray-clothed old man said, "This is the handiwork of the Saint Race's immortal emperor." He locked down Dragon Sovereign with 9 dragon trapping cables. After the war ended, because Honorable Master had burned away 80% of his blood vitality and had also suffered severe wounds, causing his boundary to fall, he was unable to unravel the dragon trapping cables. And to break through dragon trapping cables with force would only cause the weakened dragon sovereign to die. But, to be trapped by the dragon trapping cables also means that dragon sovereign's strength would slowly fade away until he perished. Even if dragon sovereign's blood vitality is incomparably powerful, he would still only be able to last for 10,000 years here. Because of this, Honorable Master laid down a yang returning grand array, absorbing the power of the world, essence energy, and blood vitality from all around in order to make up for the strength that Dragon Sovereign lost because of the dragon trapping cables. With this, Dragon Sovereign would be able to continue surviving. Yang returning Grand Array Lin Ming recalled the Saint race powerhouses that were sealed within the crystals. So that was the Yang returning Grand Array. This great array was used to prolong the life of the Black Dragon. The Saint race had bound the Black Dragon with dragon trapping cables, and then Empyrean Primordius had used the people of the Saint race to form the Yang returning Grand Array in order to make up for the Black Dragon's losses. This was true endless hatred, a hatred that would never rest nor forgive. As Lin Ming was thinking, he felt the space in front of him twist around. In front of him, a mass of fog appeared out of thin air, gradually solidifying into a tall and stately-looking middle-aged man. This man was 30 feet tall. In front of him, Lin Ming and everyone else seemed like little children. This man was pale white and his face was covered with black and red scales. His eyes shined like galaxies, profound and endless. There was no powerful aura exuding from his body, but imperceptibly, the power of the void around this man twisted and shook as if it couldn't withstand being in his presence. Lin Ming was instantly aware that this man in front of him was the incarnation of the Black Dragon. Junior Lin Ming greets Senior Dragon Sovereign. Lin Ming respectfully bowed and Mo Eversnow also followed suit. This middle-aged man glanced at Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow. In particular, Lin Ming. He looked at Lin Ming for a full 10 breaths of time, peering through his inner world, spiritual sea, and probing his flesh and blood body. You can withstand the blood essence of Primordius Emperor Heart, and you have even opened the complete 8 inner hidden gates. Your inner true essence is also unbelievably stable. As a martial artist from the lower realms, for you to arrive at this step proves that your destiny is truly dreadful, covering the heavens and moon. You are an extremely rare gem. The middle-aged man evaluated. He was most satisfied by Lin Ming's attainments in the body transformation technique, because Empyrean Primordius was also a dual body and energy cultivator. When Primordius left behind his inheritance, I didn't expect that there would be a successor with the ability to inherit it. I never imagined that today I would meet you. Lin Ming, are you ready? I am. Lin Ming respectfully replied. If the Black Dragon referred to Empyrean Primordius by his name alone, then it could be seen that the relationship between them was not that of subordinate and master, but like brothers, comrades who fought together. Normally, an adult god-beast would have strength only slightly worse than an Empyrean. However, god-beasts were also divided into different ranks. There were some god-beasts that had a royal bloodline, and they were no worse than even outstanding top Empyreans. Lin Ming guessed that this Black Dragon before him was in that exact situation. This Black Dragon had clear differences from other dragons that Lin Ming had seen before. His body was far larger and he had a single horn and also a pair of giant wings. Then go. As Dragon Sovereign spoke, he slashed at the skies, opening a gate of space and time. From within this gate of space and time, a faint, ancient and boundless aura rushed out, making one fall to their knees in awe. Lin Ming had many questions in his mind, but he didn't ask. He took a deep breath and stepped into this gate. You also go. The incarnation said to Mo Eversnow. Mo Eversnow nodded and followed close behind Lin Ming. The two gray-clothed old men watched as Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow entered the portal, silent. The black dragon heavily sighed, saying, when Primordius left behind his inheritance, he chose to leave it in a world of the lower realms. I never imagined that there would ever be anyone capable of inheriting it. For a lower realms world, it is simply too difficult to produce anyone talented. I wonder just how long this youth will be able to persist within Primordius Palace. Maybe 1 year, maybe half a year. If he lasts less than 3 months, then our efforts will have been wasted. Our thoughts are worthless, but what matters is that Honorable Master's Emperor Heart-Blood essence will be wasted. As a gray-clothed man spoke, he still didn't have any expression on his face. 3 months. I don't think it will be that short. Although I cannot be considered too familiar with humanity's cultivation system, I can still see that this boy's foundation is extremely solid. For him to have such powerful blood vitality, and also be able to open the complete 8 inner hidden gates, is not because of the Emperor Heart-Blood essence, but because of his own achievement. The fact that the Emperor Heart-Blood essence chose him is in itself proof of his amazing talent. No matter where he goes in the divine realm, he should still be a first-class genius. The Black Dragon was unable to estimate what Lin Ming's true combat strength was like. He could only speculate some clues through Lin Ming's foundation. To classify him as one of the top geniuses of the divine realm was already a very high appraisal. Speaking of this, the Black Dragon shook his head. What a pity! When Primordius left behind his inheritance in the past, the difficulty he set to inherit it was far too high. To fully inherit it is a nearly impossible feat. Primordius was too strict. What he sought was perfection, and even in a world of the lower realms the tests he left for his inheritance were simply too hard. If no one is able to inherit it, then what is the point? As the Black Dragon sighed with emotion, Lin Ming had already stepped into the gate of space and time. When Lin Ming passed through the gate of space and time, he felt his steps suddenly sink, as if something immeasurably heavy was pressing down on his body. He was placed within a grand hall that was thousands and thousands of feet wide. The hall was extremely spacious, filled with deathly silence. At this time, Mo Eversnow also arrived right by Lin Ming. This hall is... Mo Eversnow felt that after entering this hall, there was an incredible suppression on her. This suppression was not psychological, but originated from the suppression of one's inner world and spiritual sea. It was like there was some invisible force in this hall, suppressing the revolution of energy in the body, suppressing the flow of blood through the veins, and even suppressing one's thoughts and spiritual sea. This pressure left one strangely uncomfortable. This is Grand Mist energy. True Grand Mist energy. Lin Ming suddenly said. This heavy pressure was formed from Grand Mist energy. In this hall, there was an incomparably faint wisp of Grand Mist energy. This was not elementary Grand Mist energy, but true Grand Mist energy. Chapter 1378. Suffer in Silence. Chapter 1378. Suffer in Silence. Grand Mist energy was formed at the beginning of the universe, the condensed form of all matter to exist. It was similar to a black hole in that a single wisp of Grand Mist energy was as heavy as a star. Now, within the space that Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow were in, there was a wisp of Grand Mist energy floating about. This wisp of Grand Mist energy was similar to a black hole in that it would absorb all matter and energy, including even light. Thus, when light shined upon this Grand Mist energy it wouldn't be reflected at all, so no one was able to see it. But one could clearly feel its existence. Because of its terrifying weight, its presence alone was enough to place an omnidirectional pressure on a person's body, soul, and inner world. This is the ancient land that Empyrean Primordius left behind in the past. As Lin Ming stood in this hall, even if he were normally breathing, it would still consume a massive amount of energy. He could feel an incomparably rich and profound aura of the grand mist laws permeating this hall. This sort of aura could only have been left behind by Empyrean Primordius. Lin Ming found it hard to imagine just what boundary Empyrean Primordius reached in the past. With his strength alone, he faced off against several extreme Empyrean masters. Although he was finally wounded and perished, it was likely that none of those people who challenged him had a happy ending. Thus, it could be calculated that Empyrean Primordius had possibly touched upon the boundary of true divinity. In the center of the hall was an altar. Hanging above this altar there was a giant, ancient-looking bronze bell. This ancient bronze bell was hundreds of feet tall, able to fit a palace within its interior. On top of this bell, there were 2 words written in the language of the divine realm, Primordius Bell. Primordius Bell. This should be a holy weapon that Empyrean Primordius used in the past. Lin Ming could feel a deep and boundless aura wafting off of this ancient bronze bell, exactly the same as the aura in the hall. In the middle of the altar there was also a stone gate. This gate was 100 feet tall and exuded a wild and primal atmosphere. It was clear that this stone gate was also the work of Empyrean Primordius. Lin Ming turned towards the Primordius Bell and stone gate, deeply bowing. As a martial artist, he could disrespect the heavens, he could disrespect the earth, but he could not disrespect the brave and the worthy. A martial artist was an existence that defied the will of the heavens to begin with. A martial artist was someone that wielded the heavenly Tao laws and resisted the power of heavenly tribulation. The heavens and earth were for them to conquer, so why should martial artists be in awe of them? However, these martial arts pioneers paved the road of the great Tao for everyone behind them. Without these martial artists, there would be no inheritances and thus no martial artists. So, it was necessary to respect and revere them. After Lin Ming bowed, he discovered a gray jade slip atop the altar. He carefully picked up the jade slip and brushed off the dust of years, probing it with his senses. There were only some words within it. To those that enter Primordius Palace, kneel in the center of the altar and use the sincerity of your heart to feel the Primordius Gate until the date that the gate opens. The road of martial arts defies the heavens, and although you must stand proud and tall in this world, you still must have the heart to suffer in silence, passing through layers and layers of difficulty until you reach the peak of martial arts. Kneel in the center of the altar and feel the Primordius Gate with the sincerity of his heart. Lin Ming originally thought that the test Empyrean Primordius devised should be something similar to a battle, but he didn't think that the first trial would be to suffer patiently and quietly. It was a test of his disposition. Senior Primordius should have calculated that a potential successor who was able to arrive here must be an extreme genius of their generation, and possibly an arrogant and overly proud person. This test isn't meant to be an obstacle, but rather to sharpen the will. As Lin Ming thought this, he stepped onto the altar and knelt down. And at this time, with a loud rumbling sound, the giant ancient bronze bell that was hanging above the altar came slowly falling down, soon covering Lin Ming within it. Lin Ming knelt on the ground the same as before, allowing the Primordius bell to fall. Clang! With a loud bang, the altar suddenly trembled. Like this, Lin Ming, along with the Primordius Gate, was covered within the Primordius bell. In the moment when the Primordius bell fell over him, Lin Ming could feel a terrifying pressure fall onto his body. This was grand mist energy. Contained within the Primordius bell was a massive amount of grand mist energy. Although this grand mist energy didn't directly press on Lin Ming's body, its existence still caused the surrounding space to become dreadfully heavy. If it weren't for the Primordius bell forcefully stabilizing this space, the void within here would have collapsed due to the great weight of the grand mist energy. Now, Lin Ming finally knew what Empyrean Primordius meant when he wrote down to suffer in silence. That meant to be covered within the space of the Primordius bell, where the pressure reached an incredible level. Lin Ming felt his entire skeleton creak under this pressure. If a normal late divine sea martial artist were to stand here, the pressure would have crushed them into pieces of meat. Lin Ming summoned his true essence, his entire body revolving with energy. He forcefully resisted this pressure with his formidable body and true essence. His foundation was deep and his body was formidable. To withstand this kind of pressure wasn't anything at all. Like this, he knelt on the altar for a full 2 months. Within the Primordius Bell there was nothing but darkness. Only the Primordius Gate in front of Lin Ming emitted a faint shimmering light. 2 months later, Lin Ming discovered that the pressure within the Primordius Bell began to gradually increase. After another 10 days, the pressure rose to a terrifying degree. The phantom of the heretical god tree flashed out from between his eyebrows, covering down from the skies and planting itself behind him. By relying on the heretical god tree, Lin Ming was able to withstand the increased pressure, finally allowing him to relax a little. It's been 2.5 months. Lin Ming silently estimated the time that had passed. His foundation was extremely deep. Even as he controlled his breathing underneath this heavy pressure, he was able to absorb heaven and earth origin energy around himself to maintain his consumption of true essence. But soon after, the pressure continued to grow stronger and stronger. Lin Ming could easily withstand another 8 to 10 days, but once more and more time passed, such as a dozen or even 20+ days, he would inevitably tire himself. His entire body would be pressured to the point of unimaginable pain, and the massive amount of true essence he had to consume would be ridiculous. This was a great trial to any martial artist that kneeled here. If it weren't for his powerful mortal body, his solid foundation, his ability to endure suffering, and his firm and unyielding heart of martial arts, it would have been impossible to continue. No wonder Empyrean Primordius put out such a test. If one's will isn't firm, they might have a mental breakdown in such an environment. Humans feared the dark, and they also feared being alone. If a mortal were trapped inside a little pitch-black room for 3 days, they would start to go crazy, even if they had food and water. If they were closed in for a month, it was likely they would develop mental problems even after they left. In that aspect, martial artists were much better. Even so, being enclosed in a dark, inescapable space, day after day while enduring a massive pressure, this sort of suffering could be imagined. During these 3 months, the Primordius Gate remained completely still the entire time, as if it had no intention of opening at all. The pressure is still increasing. Even at this level, the Primordius Gate still doesn't seem as if it's opening at all. This sort of test can truly drive one to the edges of despair. Lin Ming was already the #1 genius of the divine realm. For him to withstand Empyrean Primordius test was relatively easy. If it were a normal genius, they would have exhausted themselves like a dried-up lamp by now. But in that exhausted situation, a person would have a glimmer of hope even if the Primordius Gate moved just a little bit. But now, there was still no sign of anything happening nor any clues about when something would happen. This left one drowning in hopelessness. This test is quite difficult. As Lin Ming was thinking, his thoughts suddenly stirred. He discovered that above the stone gate, at some unknown time, a thin layer of Tao patterns had begun to emerge, like ripples in water. Lin Ming could clearly recall that when he first kneeled in front of this stone gate, it didn't have these Tao patterns at all. Although the stone gate was extremely mysterious and had the aura of the great Tao, the power of these laws was buried deep within it, without any way to bring it out. With Lin Ming's current ability, wanting to break apart the stone gate to perceive these great Tao laws that Empyrean Primordius left behind was simply the babblings of a madman. But now, these traces began to appear, revealing themselves before Lin Ming. These traces were similar to the chaos stones that Lin Ming had seen before, but they were at least 10,000 times more profound than what he had experienced in the past. Chaos stones were also divided into ranks. Some chaos stones formed later in the universe, after the 5 elements had evolved. At this time, there was very little remaining primal chaos energy remaining in the universe. Moreover, those stones might only be common stones of the universe. It was impossible for such stones to withstand recording too many of the chaos laws, otherwise they would simply disintegrate into nothing. However, there were some stones that were formed at the very beginning of the forming of the universe, when primal chaos energy still existed everywhere. Moreover, these types of chaos stones were naturally treasures of the heavens and earth. The degree of exquisiteness of the laws recorded within them were as different as the sky and mud between these and ordinary chaos stones. And currently, the Primordius Gate that Empyrean Primordius created was made from this kind of top-rank chaos stone. This massive 100-foot-tall block of chaos stone contained an inestimable strength of the primal chaos laws. Lin Ming was overjoyed. He wanted to study and perceive these traces. In terms of perception, Lin Ming didn't lose to anyone at his boundary. Moreover, he had perceived chaos stones before, so it would be familiar to him to do so again. However, Lin Ming underestimated just how mysterious the traces of the Great Tao on the Primordius Gate actually were. As time passed, the traces on the Primordius Gate became increasingly clear. There were many mystical truths contained enough that it overwhelmed Lin Ming. Some truths were not fully understood, but at the same time they floated to the surface of his mind. He found it hard to digest for some time. And the pressure was becoming heavier and heavier. At the 4th month, the space seemed to fill with more and more grand mist energy. The space around Lin Ming compressed so much that it felt as if his body would collapse at any moment. Although Lin Ming could revolve his true essence and forcefully resist this pressure, this clearly wasn't a long-term plan. As the pressure increased, no matter how deep Lin Ming's foundation was, he would begin to lose ground until his body finally gave in. Lin Ming firmly believed that amongst those of his age, in terms of talent, foundation, bodily strength, and ability to resist pain, he could be called number 1. If even he couldn't pass this test, then this test simply wasn't aimed at divine sea geniuses. Closing his eyes, Lin Ming carefully felt the flow of grand mist energy around him. He faintly discovered that there were some rules that governed it. In these past days, as he was perceiving the Chaos Stone, Lin Ming had become aware of many more things. And these things he became aware of could be used to unravel the grand mist laws within the Primordius Bell. So that's how it is. I see now. Empyrean Primordius left the power of the grand mist laws within the Primordius Bell in order to act as a test for martial artists to perceive the Chaos Stone. If one's comprehensions are lacking, they won't be able to withstand the rising pressure and would be defeated. After realizing this point, Lin Ming was suddenly enlightened. His admiration towards Empyrean Primordius also grew deeper. It was amazing that he could design such a smelting trial by using his own understandings of the Grand Mist Heavenly Tao. Chapter 1379, 3 Years. Chapter 1379, 3 Years. Within Empyrean Primordius Smelting Trial, if one's strength was lacking, they wouldn't be able to withstand the great pressure and would be eliminated. If one's will and perseverance were insufficient, they wouldn't be able to withstand the debilitating despair that accompanied this pressure, making them unable to last until the traces of the great Tao started to appear. If one's will was sufficient, but their perception wasn't enough, they wouldn't be able to comprehend the mysteries of the Chaos Stone, let alone use the profound power of laws contained within the Chaos Stone to resist the pressure of the Primordius Bell. If one wished to pass this test, strength, will, and perception were all necessary. Time passed day by day. Lin Ming didn't feel the passage of time as he constantly furthered his comprehensions, refining his understandings over time. Even so, during this time, the pressure within the Primordius Bell grew greater and greater every day. But the impact of the grand mist energy was resolved by Lin Ming's understandings of the primordial gate. In this endless process of struggling, Lin Ming's comprehensions into the chaos laws grew increasingly deep. Then, half a year passed. Outside of Primordius Palace, the two thin old men waited still for half a year without taking a single step. Half a year. What Lord Dragon Sovereign said is true. This Lin Ming was truly able to persist for half a year. It seems he'll be able to stay for a much longer time. In accordance with the test established by Honorable Master in the past, lasting 3 months is already enough to enter the sect. As for half a year, that is considered an outstanding result. I have no idea just what Lin Ming's situation is within the primordial spell. It's impossible for us to probe what is occurring inside. The tests that Empyrean Primordius left behind in the past were extremely harsh in their requirements, but wanting to inherit a part of his legacy wasn't difficult. However, to perfectly obtain his inheritance, that was as difficult as ascending to heaven. This wasn't because Empyrean Primordius was purposefully making things hard for others, but because the requirements to cultivate the primordius martial intent were extremely high. Depending on what the degree of completion was, Empyrean Primordius intended to pass down a corresponding level of the primordius martial intent. If one lacked the ability to pass the test, then passing them any greater part of the inheritance was pointless. Half a year has passed and lasting for another half year shouldn't be a problem. But, after a year is another greater ridge. Just how far Lin Ming can continue going forwards will depend on his good fortune and ability. As the two old men spoke, the Dragon Sovereign's deep voice echoed outwards. 1 year passed, just as stated. On this day, the primordial spell that covered over Lin Ming began to faintly tremble. This sort of trembling caused the grand mist energy to stir about. Placed within it, Lin Ming could feel the grand mist energy surge around him. The pressure suddenly increased. Originally, the grand mist energy casually existed in the void around Lin Ming. It didn't truly press down on his body. But now was different. This grand mist energy began surging towards Lin Ming's body like a tide, impacting him and causing his flesh and blood to nearly break apart. Ka. A faint cracking noise sounded out from Lin Ming's knees, nearly crushed by the pressure. Even Lin Ming's spiritual sea began setting off with great storms. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. The grand mist battle spirit howled out, directly suppressing the storm in his spiritual sea. Meanwhile, from behind Lin Ming, a black bead slowly rose up, rising above Lin Ming's head and slowly spinning around. This was the black hole seed that Lin Ming cultivated. A black hole shared similar traits with grand mist energy. Both reached unimaginably heavy levels and were able to absorb all matter. With the suppression of the black hole seed, the pressure around Lin Ming drastically lowered. But at the same time, Lin Ming's consumption of strength massively increased. The traces on the primordius gate have changed again. Lin Ming's eyes shined. He discovered that upon the primordius gate, the words and formulas of cultivation method manuals appeared, followed by images. These images illustrated a variety of poses. Each pose contained the charm of the great Tao, with the laws circulating all about them. This is Empyrean Primordius Martial Arts Inheritance. After 1 year, the primordius gate showed not just the grand mist heavenly Tao, but had evolved into the martial arts inheritance of Empyrean Primordius. Lin Ming tamped down the excitement in his heart, impatiently looking everywhere he could. His memory had long ago reached a terrifying degree, and he could memorize every image that appeared in just a few breaths of time. And among these images were all sorts complex runes, long seal formulas, heart mantras, all sorts of magnificent moves, and many other things. Even so, Lin Ming was able to instantly remember all of these things, never forgetting them in his life. Not just that, but Lin Ming's heart formed a preliminary understanding of all of this that would slowly be perfected over time. Unconsciously, Lin Ming had entered a state of sudden enlightenment, and it was an extremely long period at that. This sort of state could only be encountered through a stroke of serendipity. Image after image appeared. The primordious martial intent was a truly comprehensive martial art. Lin Ming saw that a blood-red lotus flower began to bloom above the primordious gate. That scarlet lotus flower contained all sorts of mysteries, making one be fully immersed in its enchanting beauty. Above the scarlet lotus flower there was the phantom of a heavenly demon and a heavenly god. And in between them there was an ancient human. This was the complete primordious martial intent, with heavenly demon, heavenly god, and heavenly mortal combined as one. Before, what Lin Ming had cultivated was only the heavenly demon martial intent. In truth, the primordious gate was the jade slip of the primordious martial intent. By using some stunning and extraordinary method, he had carved the essence of the primordious martial intent which represented all of his life's martial arts studies into this top-level chaos stone. This sort of method was truly praiseworthy. Only Empyrean Primordius, whose attainments in the Grand Mist Heavenly Tao had reached the pinnacle, could use such an amazing method. Training passed without a sense of time. Placed within the primordious bell, Lin Ming had no idea just how much time passed. The only testimony to the passing of time was the ever-increasing pressure of Grand Mist energy within the primordious bell. However, Lin Ming himself was constantly strengthening. His understanding of the Grand Mist Heavenly Tao also continued to deepen. No matter how great the pressure of the Grand Mist energy rose, Lin Ming was like an ancient mountain, solemn and unshakable. On top of Lin Ming's head, the black hole seed continued to revolve as before. Behind him, the phantom of the heretical god tree was faintly visible. Lin Ming had a fervent desire to study all of the inheritances left behind by Empyrean Primordius. He did not know of the passing years, nor did he care about exhaustion. Unconsciously, his cultivation had already reached the extreme late divine sea. He was making great strides towards the divine transformation realm. Divine sea, divine transformation, divine lord, each boundary only had 3 small boundaries. Combined together, they were considered the 9 divine shifts. Lin Ming entered a wholly absorbed state. Without knowing it, the Grand Mist energy within the primordious bell had reached the peak. Like this, every inch of space within the primordious bell was filled with a weight more terrifying than a 100,000-foot tall mountain. This was like an ordinary mortal being immersed underneath 100,000 feet of mercury. The pressure they had to withstand could be imagined. Even if Lin Ming had the dual suppression of the heretical god tree and the black hole seed, and he was also becoming increasingly skilled in the Grand Mist Heavenly Tao, his body began to slowly crack apart underneath this titanic pressure. Streams of fresh blood began to leak out from all over his body. Feeling his body breaking apart, Lin Ming didn't have any change in expression. Grand Mist energy is the true foundation of the primordious martial intent. Since it has crushed my body, it might as well truly enter my body. In that moment, Lin Ming made a crazy move. He introduced a wisp of Grand Mist energy into his body and sealed it within himself. Heavy matter already created an enormous pressure on a person's body if it was outside. After it entered the body, the destructive force would be increased by 100 times. If a mortal committed suicide by swallowing gold, they would die because the gold was too heavy. They wouldn't be able to digest it, and it would eventually penetrate through their stomach lining. If it weren't for Lin Ming's understanding of the Grand Mist Heavenly Tao having reached an extremely high degree, he would never have dared to absorb the slightest wisp of Grand Mist energy. Underneath the control of Lin Ming's thoughts, he slowly brought that wisp of Grand Mist energy into his body. The moment that the Grand Mist energy entered his body, he felt as if his meridians and blood vessels had been crushed flat. How could one's flesh and blood possibly resist the gigantic weight of Grand Mist energy? Grand mist energy flowed through every inch of Lin Ming's meridians, crushing apart his body. He didn't care about the pain that spread through his body, instead focusing his every thought into revolving the Grand Mist laws and refining the Grand Mist energy. Only when Lin Ming consumed too much energy in his body did he slow down to restore his lost strength, continuing to refine the Grand Mist energy afterwards. The process was extremely slow, but every time he built up a little bit of the Grand Mist energy, the pressure on him would lighten. Like this, he could continue to refine even quicker. Hard work eventually didn't disappoint those who put in the effort. After over a dozen days, Lin Ming finally completely refined the first wisp of Grand Mist energy. Grand Mist energy was one of the three main sources of the universe. Now, Lin Ming had finally obtained it. In that moment, Lin Ming was extremely excited. Starting from today, his Grand Mist space was no longer filled with elementary Grand Mist energy, but true Grand Mist energy. The difference between a Grand Mist space with Grand Mist energy and a Grand Mist space without Grand Mist energy was greater than the difference between the clouds and mud. Even someone like Lin Ming, who was skilled in the Grand Mist laws, had to withstand a tremendous amount of pressure throughout from Grand Mist energy within every inch of the Grand Mist space. If it were someone else, then the effects could be imagined. Once an enemy entered the Grand Mist space, they would enter an absolute domain that was within Lin Ming's control. If they wanted to withstand this pressure, it would be impossible for them to display any further combat strength. Lin Ming pressed down the wild joy in his heart. After he slowly restored some of his used-up true essence, he began to gradually absorb the second wisp of Grand Mist energy. Every wisp of Grand Mist energy that was refined required a tremendous amount of effort, pain, patience, and will. It was like Lin Ming was lost beneath a spell, unaware of exhaustion as he continued to refine. To him, time had lost all meaning. Lin Ming didn't remember how much time passed, only how many wisps of Grand Mist energy he refined. Withstanding the tremendous pain caused by the pressure of the primordial bell was also forgotten by him. He had slowly acclimated to the heavy pressure brought by the Grand Mist energy, even enjoying it a little. Every wisp of Grand Mist energy was suppressed to the lowest degree possible. Even so, with so many wisps gathered together, it was still considerable. 3 years. Outside of Primordius Palace, the two disciples of Emperor Primordius, as well as the Dragon Sovereign, were able to clearly recall just how much time had passed since Lin Ming entered Primordius Palace. After 1 year had passed, every day added another point of happiness to their hearts. And now 3 whole years had passed. It seems that Honorable Master's inheritance has finally found a worthy successor. A gray-clothed old man sighed with emotion, unable to help streams of hot tears from welling up in his eyes. Because of physical reasons, they could only stay in the eternal demon abyss without any hope of leaving. They never imagined that their primordius legacy would finally have a day where it would reappear in society. Chapter 1380 Trail of the Demon Bead. Chapter 1380 Trail of the Demon Bead. Lin Ming stayed within Primordius Palace for 3 years. This was something that the Dragon Sovereign had never imagined to be possible. In fact, when Emperor Primordius left behind this test, the original intention of it was to have a martial artist withstand the heavy pressure of Grand Mist energy, allowing them to train in the primordius martial intent as they perceived the Grand Mist heavenly Tao and opened the primordius gate. But as for training speed, that all depended on a martial artist's perception. Originally, Black Dragon and the 2 old men both believed that if one could continue to withstand Emperor Primordius test, then as long as they lasted for 2 years within it, they could nearly fully open the primordius gate. But now, Lin Ming had stayed within for 3 years. The reason for this long period of time was that Lin Ming was refining Grand Mist energy. He used 1 year and 3 months to absorb 30 wisps of Grand Mist energy. Now, placed within the primordius bell, Lin Ming no longer felt that the heavy pressure of the grand mist energy upon his body was painful. Rather, because he kept pouring grand mist energy into his body, he felt himself filling up with a potent strength instead. Finally, Lin Ming had reached the limit of his body's ability to absorb grand mist energy. Lin Ming controlled his breath and collected those 30 wisps of grand mist into a surging current, using them once more to attack the threshold of life and death in his spiritual sea. The already opened threshold of life and death opened even further as this mighty impact smashed upon it. Lin Ming shook. His entire body released explosive crackling sounds as a strength beyond description erupted from within his body, as if a true dragon were awakening inside him. This strength recklessly flushed outwards, crashing into the primordius bell. With a loud echoing sound, the primordius bell was rung. The melodious ringing sound echoed within Primordius Palace. The separate world that Primordius Palace was located in simply couldn't contain this ringing sound. It echoed out, passing through the eternal demon abyss, like the long beat of the great Tao transmitted through ancient times, passing through from nothingness, cutting through the empty void and echoing throughout the skies. At this moment, even outside of the eternal demon abyss, many martial artists of the holy demon continent could hear this ringing echoing between the heavens and the earth. The 12 sky-split towers of the blood slaughter steps, the tower masters and high lords, and all of the geniuses that came to adventure, heard this great sound. This resounding bell sound deafened the senses, making the soul tremble as if it were the divine will of the heavens. Is it the Steps Master? Because of the Polaris Tower Master, the other 11 Tower Masters had already learned the news that Lin Ming, the true Steps Master, had returned. What is the Steps Master doing? That ringing is coming from underground. It's probably from the eternal demon abyss. To the martial artists of the holy demon continent, the eternal demon abyss was the ultimate absolute life forbidden zone. Even when the number 1 master of the holy demon continent entered the eternal demon abyss in the past, they had still died. Moreover, the eternal demon abyss was now in its erupting state. As the tower masters of the blood slaughter steps realized this, they were shocked, their minds immediately filled with awe. And outside of the blood slaughter steps, the people also heard the harmonic ringing coming from the blood slaughter step. It was completely unknown just what it was. This sound resonated several hundreds of thousands and even millions of miles outward. Throughout the entire area, this sound echoed. This was surely something that couldn't be accomplished by the hands of man. What sort of sound is this? Could this be a sound coming down from the legendary divine realm? Underneath the baptism of this sound, everyone's souls fell into awe and submission, a feeling of reverence filling their hearts. Some mortals even thought that a god had arrived, so they fell to the ground in worship. Only Swift Cloud Divine Kingdom's General Wei was able to form some faint associations. Years ago, he had brought a mysterious youth to the blood slaughter step. That youth, with his strength alone, had instantly defeated a battle array formed by a dozen late Divine Sea Masters. And these late Divine Sea Masters each had the ability to easily defeat the Divine Sovereign of Swift Cloud Divine Kingdom. This loud ringing definitely concerned that youth. This concordant ringing continued echoing for a full quarter-hour before it gradually subsided. Lin Ming stood within Primordius Palace. In front of him, the Primordius Gate began to violently shake. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The shaking of the Primordius Gate became increasingly intense. A massive amount of dust was shaken to the floor. The gate had finally completely opened. The moment that the Primordius Gate opened, an indescribable aura of the Grand Mist Great Tao surged outwards, baptizing Lin Ming's entire body. As this aura of the Great Tao baptized him, Lin Ming felt himself fill with clarity. All of the strength within his body gathered together, wildly expanding his inner world. In that instant, Lin Ming felt as if he had experienced an incredible change, like a butterfly that had broken free from its cocoon. He knew that if he could thoroughly complete this change, he would have evolved from the divine sea realm to the divine transformation realm. The key to divine transformation was the word transformation. Whether it was one's spirit body or inner world, all would undergo a great transformation as they entered this boundary. But now, Lin Ming's accumulations were still slightly lacking. He had taken a half step into the divine transformation realm, just a tad far from taking that final half step. He focused his mind, looking towards the Primordius Gate. Sealed within the Primordius Gate was an independent space 100 feet in radius. This was an ancient stone temple completely paved with timeless god stones. In the center of this temple was a throne. And on this throne, there was a person's skeleton. This skeleton was large and wide. It was inevitable that this person must have been a tall and stately person before they died. Their skeleton shined like crystal, countless Tao patterns carved onto the surface. This skeleton exuded a vast and profound aura. When Lin Ming had opened the Primordius Gate and the Grand Mist aura had surged out to baptize him, that aura had originated from this skeleton. As Lin Ming stood in front of this skeleton, he could feel all the blood vitality within his body faintly resonating with it. His organs began to tremble and his blood boiled over as if it wanted to gush out from his body. Is this Empyrean Primordius skeleton? If just these bones had such an extraordinary aura that was even able to affect Lin Ming's blood vitality, then perhaps only Empyrean Primordius could accomplish this. However, he immediately changed his mind, thinking this was unbelievable. Where was Empyrean Primordius' flesh and blood body? How come there was only the skeleton, but no flesh and blood body? After an essence-gathering system Supreme Elder died, their body would slowly decay until all that was left was a skeleton. Lin Ming didn't think this was strange, but Empyrean Primordius was someone that had managed to open the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and had tempered his mortal body to inconceivable heights. Back then, when Empyrean Primordius had ripped out his emperor heart, it had continued beating for 100,000 years. In these 100,000 years, that heart didn't even show a hint of rotting away at all. Rather, it maintained its vast sea-like blood vitality, beating onwards for 100,000 years. Just what kind of terrifying body was that? In Lin Ming's opinion, even if Empyrean Primordius had perished in battle, his corpse should be everlasting. Only when several 100 million years passed and all of the power contained within Empyrean Primordius' flesh and blood was completely dissipated would his body finally begin to decay, and his bones slowly become brittle and shatter. Are these really Empyrean Primordius remains? As Lin Ming stood before this throne, he could feel the pressure transmitting from the skeleton and see the Tao patterns upon it. Only an Empyrean could have so many numerous and profound Tao patterns on their skeleton. But this vast aura that simultaneously contained the power of the Grand Mist Heavenly Tao made Lin Ming feel that besides Empyrean Primordius, there was no other candidate that this skeleton could belong to. Layers upon layers of questions rushed into Lin Ming's heart. Could it be that Empyrean Primordius hadn't died? Was there another mystery? Or, perhaps Empyrean Primordius' enemies were too strong in the past. If Empyrean Primordius was struck by that god curse art, then perhaps his body had rotted away because of this curse. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind, but he still couldn't find a reasonable explanation for any of this. He continued to gaze at the skeleton upon the throne. What he was sure of was that no matter who this skeleton was before they died, they were definitely an extreme character. Lin Ming deeply bowed towards this skeleton. After bowing, Lin Ming began to look around the stone chamber. In this stone chamber, besides this throne and skeleton, there was only a stone table. There was a single jade platform a square foot in size, and atop this jade platform was a simple brocaded box. What left Lin Ming flabbergasted was that the material used to make this jade platform was actually 9 sun jade. Although it was only a square foot in size, the value of such a large piece of 9 sun jade could be imagined. But now, such wealth was only used to make the base for this brocaded box. Just what was in that box? Could it be? A thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind and his breathing quickened. Within this box, he could feel something with a blood vitality that soared to the heavens, even faintly affecting Lin Ming's bloodline. He took a deep breath and then tentatively opened the box. Within this box there were 2 items. One was a round black bead and the other was a simple ring. This black bead was the size of a baby's fist. It seemed like it was made from jade and not made from jade, and seemed made from stone and not made from stone. Countless mystical lines were carved onto its surface. Within this round bead, Lin Ming could clearly feel an overwhelmingly vast blood vitality, as if it were a living creature. Is this the demon bead? Lin Ming immediately thought. However, he couldn't confirm this either. And at this time, a regal voice sounded out, echoing throughout the entire temple. This bead is refined from 100 million years of gathered blood vitality from the Grand Mist Spirit bead. It is a miracle medicine that surpasses a transcendent divine pill. However, the true Grand Mist Spirit bead has already been wrested away by the saint race. This sudden voice caused Lin Ming's mind to turn cold. Was this the voice of Empyrean Primordius? He swept out with his senses, wanting to see if there was some mysterious existence here, such as a fragmented soul of Empyrean Primordius. However, he wasn't able to find anything at all. Lin Ming suddenly realized that this voice was only a message recorded by Empyrean Primordius using an array formation. Empyrean Primordius' soul was not here. It was a pity that Lin Ming still hadn't been able to experience Empyrean Primordius' dashing and heroic demeanor. After Lin Ming entered the eternal demon abyss, he didn't find a wisp of soul left behind by Empyrean Primordius or even his body. He had only seen a part of Empyrean Primordius that he had left behind in the past, his heart. So the demon bead's name was originally the Grand Mist Spirit bead, perhaps even the magic cube, and all 3 ultimate divine treasures had different names given to them by different people over time. I never imagined that the demon bead would be taken by the saint race. Moreover, I have no idea just what price the saint race paid in order to start this war. Not just that, but for this reason alone, they likely had more than one Empyrean-level master perish here. If they couldn't obtain the demon bead after paying such a steep price, how could they ever give up? Lin Ming thought that no matter how powerful the enchantment was that Empyrean Primordius laid over the Sky Spill planet, he still wouldn't be able to stop the invasion of the saint race. They were a race that was far more powerful than humanity. They had endless powerhouses pouring forth and a history of billions or even tens of billions of years. If such a race decided to do something no matter what the cost was, it would be extremely difficult to stop them. Chapter 1381 Transforming the Divine Palace. Chapter 1381 Transforming the Divine Palace. Lin Ming carefully picked up the demon bead. This demon bead was only the size of a baby's fist, but it was as heavy as a mountain. This demon bead contained essence energy, at least 10 times greater than the demon bead he had found before. Originally, this was not a demon bead replica, but a demon bead formed from the condensed blood vitality of 100 million years using the true demon bead. The magic cube could absorb souls and purify the soul fragments. Correspondingly, the demon bead should be able to absorb flesh and blood essence energy to form the most essential source of blood vitality. Junior, this bead contains a nearly infinite blood vitality. It is a supreme treasure to all body transformation martial artists. Today I pass this on to you. You must use it cautiously and wisely, do not surpass the bearing limits of your body. In addition, within the primordius ring I left behind there are many pills and spirit treasures, as well as the total accumulated knowledge and cultivation attainments in my 10 million years of life. Today, everything will be imparted to you. You must uphold my final will. When the great calamity of humanity arrives, you must contribute your own power to the effort. To lose the Grand Mist Spirit Bead is the greatest mistake of my life. In there is ever a day where it is possible, you must retake the Grand Mist Spirit Bead and return it to the human race, and seek a paradise pure lands for the orphaned god race. Empyrean Primordius' words carried with them a thick sense of desolation. Although these words were the unfulfilled wishes he desired his successor to one day accomplish, Empyrean Primordius had likely merely said these words to psychologically comfort himself. In truth, he didn't think that there would be anyone able to retake the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. This was simply far, far too difficult, a mission that required making an entire major race an enemy. Moreover, the strength of the saints surpassed that of humanity. Not even Empyrean Primordius had this ability. As Empyrean Primordius' words were finished, at this time, the Primordius Gate began to wildly shake. In that moment, all of the Grand Mist energy that flooded the space within the Primordius Bell and outside the Primordius Bell began to flood this temple space. The Primordius Bell was received into the temple where it hung high above in the center. The enchantment all around the temple vanished. Lin Ming felt his vision instantly expand, and he discovered that he had arrived in a massive divine palace. This divine palace was thousands of feet tall, carrying with it a magnificent atmosphere, and was emblazoned all over in gold and jade green. Taking in a wider view, Lin Ming discovered that this hall was completely formed by violet sun crystals. Moreover, it seemed carved from a single massive piece of violet sun crystal. Violet sun crystals were less valuable than 9 sun jades, but they were also precious in their own right. In the past, when Lin Ming went underneath Immemorial Imperial Palace, he had seen the Divine Seal Grand Array laid down by Empyrean Divine Seal. It was formed with countless violet sun crystals in order to write a single seal character. Currently, the violet sun crystals that formed Primordius Divine Palace were far less. Not only was the main structure of the Divine Palace formed by violet sun crystals, but there were likely many other valuables inside that were extraordinary treasures. Not just that, but on the Divine Palace walls, there were many murals engraved within them. These murals should have been the handiwork of Empyrean Primordius, and all of them contained the aura of the primal chaos laws. Although they looked casually displayed about, if one observed and studied them closely enough, there would be significant gains. If a young genius with high perception were to be enlightened from these murals, it wouldn't be strange for them to make a sudden breakthrough in boundaries. If any one of these murals were casually hung within a great world king holy land, it would be an inestimable treasure that would be taken as one of the greatest inheritances. Besides these murals and ornaments, behind the Divine Palace, there was a medicine garden. After 100,000 years, most of the plants within this medicine garden had reached the stage of maturity. These miraculous medicinal plants emitted fresh fragrances that refreshed the heart. If one just smelled these medicinal plants, they would feel invigorated. If a mortal were to breathe in this immortal fragrance, not only would it extend their life, but it would broaden their minds. In some novels, there were stories of poor scholars that sucked in a breath of fragrance as they were searching for immortal treasures, and thus that smell awoke their minds, allowing them to become the #1 scholar of the land. This divine palace is truly a priceless treasure. It should be where Empyrean Primordius lived in the past. Lin Ming suddenly had this thought. In this divine palace, he could see footprints left behind by Empyrean Primordius from the past. All of these ornaments and furnishings were presumably arranged according to Empyrean Primordius preferences. Lin Ming was currently standing on the highest level hall of the divine palace. It seemed that the smelting trial Empyrean Primordius had arranged in the past had been within Primordius' divine palace. When Lin Ming had been in the smelting trial area, because the air was filled with grand mist energy and there were the protection of spells all around, he hadn't been able to clearly see the full picture of Primordius' divine palace. Now he was finally able to see its true colors. How luxurious! Lin Ming sighed with emotion. At this time, Empyrean Primordius' voice sounded out once more. Junior, you may now refine the Primordius Gate. Once you do so, from that point on, this Primordius Heavenly Palace shall be your dwelling. There is an inherent space array formation within, so you may shrink or enlarge it as you please. There are also time formations contained within here that will allow you to control the flow of time. You may even use Primordius Heavenly Palace as a spirit ship to cross the void and journey out. Once you activate the Primordius Heavenly Palace's great array, no one below an Empyrean will be able to break through the shields. Of course, the basis of all this is that you provide Primordius Heavenly Palace with enough energy. Empyrean Primordius' few words left Lin Ming overjoyed. No one below an Empyrean could break through. This could be called an opportune act of grace from the heavens. Primordius Heavenly Palace wasn't invincible. After all, once the array formation used up all the available energy, then Lin Ming would even find it hard to leave Primordius Heavenly Palace to escape any troubles. But this would be able to buy a great deal of time for Lin Ming. He might even have the chance of using Primordius Heavenly Palace to directly break through the void during this time period and escape. This Primordius Heavenly Palace could even be used as a spirit ship. Moreover, one didn't need to be a genius to know that this Heavenly Palace was much faster than an ordinary spirit ship. Once it began to undergo great void shifts, only an Empyrean master could hope to keep up with Lin Ming. And from now on, he would be able to have Primordius Heavenly Palace as his own mansion. How could Lin Ming not be excited about this? Although he was invincible amongst his age, the difference between him and the older generation was far too great. He lacked a deep background, unlike Frost Dream, Xiao Maxian, and others like them. They had Empyrean-level powerhouses to act as a deterrence for them, and they often had the protection of Great World King-level powerhouses. This was one of Lin Ming's most fatal weaknesses. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chased by Tianmingzi to such an extent. But now, with Primordius Heavenly Palace under his control, everything was different. From now on Lin Ming didn't need to have scruples. Even if he were to encounter Tianmingzi's true self, he wouldn't need to fear him. As Lin Ming cast out his senses, he discovered that the Primordius Gate he had been watching all this time was in front of him. It was the main entrance to this grand hall. And this great hall should also be where Empyrean Primordius closed up to cultivate in the past. The most important room to a martial artist was not the bedroom, reception room, or meeting room, but rather their own cultivation area. Empyrean Primordius cultivation area used the Primordius Gate as an entrance, and then there were also countless array formations layered all within this hall, flooding it full of grand mist energy. In terms of training areas, this was one of the absolute best. By cultivating here, he would have twice the results with half the effort. Lin Ming left the room and turned towards the Primordius Gate. This simple-looking gate was placed right in front of the Primordius Bell, like an immortal monument. Facing this divine object that contained countless mysteries and was also forged by Empyrean Primordius himself, Lin Ming didn't dare to be the least bit lacking in confidence. He happily said, "Primordius Heavenly Palace, Primordius Gate, from this moment on, you shall accompany me. Today I am small and weak, and will find shelter in you. But in the future, when I rise to fame, you will shine in brilliance because of me. Primordius Gate, receive." Lin Ming generously cut open his wrist and sprinkled out a touch of blood essence. To use his own source blood essence to imprint upon the Primordius Gate, only such a method was the most reliable and wouldn't allow his mark to be forcibly wiped away by others. The Primordius Gate began to shake, and the entire Primordius Heavenly Palace followed suit in vibrating. Refining the Primordius Gate wasn't easy or simple at all. If a normal martial artist were to come here, it would be impossible for them to do so. Even if Tian Mingzi's true self were to arrive here, he still wouldn't possess the ability to refine the Primordius Gate. However, Lin Ming had already obtained the approval of Empyrean Primordius, and he was also skilled in the Grand Mist Heavenly Tao. Only someone like him could leave behind his mark on the Primordius Gate. The burning hot blood essence fell onto the traces of the great Tao laws upon the Primordius Gate, circulating around it until it eventually carved itself into the pattern of a red lotus. At this point, Lin Ming's mind melded together with Primordius Heavenly Palace. It was like Primordius Heavenly Palace had become an extension of Lin Ming's body. Every spell, every array formation, every rule and prohibition, he became aware of all of that. Lin Ming was also able to clearly see through every corner of Primordius Heavenly Palace. And at this time, Lin Ming also saw Mo Eversnow. She was actually isolated in a closed and separated hall, unable to leave. It had to be known that Mo Eversnow had stayed here for 3 straight years. In such a long period of time, the average mortal would have already gone crazy. But from beginning until end, Mo Eversnow's mind had been as calm and tranquil as a placid lake. After Lin Ming was covered by the Primordius spell, there had been no news from him. Mo Eversnow had been a little worried, but she also had absolute faith in Lin Ming. In her opinion, if Lin Ming couldn't complete Empyrean Primordius test, then there would be no one that could possibly inherit his legacy. Even if this inheritance waited another 3.6 billion years for another great calamity, it still would never be passed on. Thus, for these 3 years, Mo Eversnow had been at ease and calmly cultivating in the meantime. This sort of waiting required a tremendous amount of patience, and Mo Eversnow had never been hurried or anxious during this time period. She believed that the more time passed, the greater Lin Ming's gains would be from Empyrean Primordius test. Perhaps when Lin Ming finally exited, she might no longer be his match. Mo Eversnow didn't wish to be left behind by Lin Ming's progress. Otherwise, if he were to encounter some life-threatening danger, she would only be able to watch from the sidelines without being able to help. For instance, when Tian Mingzi first chased after them, she had only been able to watch helplessly on as Lin Ming burnt over half his blood essence, to the point where he also exhausted his life potential and nearly died. Mo Eversnow did not wish for such a situation to ever occur again. So, for these last 3 years, Mo Eversnow had been diligently cultivating, slowly melding together her soul with the goddess mortal body, even as she simultaneously improved her cultivation. Mo Eversnow originally had a half-step world king cultivation. Now, with the goddess mortal body, her cultivation progress could be described as walking 10,000 miles in a single day. Just as Mo Eversnow was deeply concentrating, she felt the space in front of her suddenly distort. In the next moment, Lin Ming stepped out into the hall as if he had teleported there. Lin Ming! Mo Eversnow was shocked for a brief moment before immediately being overjoyed. Although her mentality had been wonderful for these past 3 years, she still couldn't help but look forwards to Lin Ming reappearing. Now Lin Ming had returned, and not only was he safe and sound but his strength had clearly risen a great deal. This was truly a matter worthy of celebrating. Senior apprentice sister, I've had you wait a long time, Lin Ming guiltily said, when he first accepted Empyrean Primordius test, that had also caused Mo Eversnow to go into seclusion herself for 3 years. He simply hadn't thought that such a matter would occur. There is no harm, I can cultivate wherever I am. Usually when I close up for training, It isn't strange for me to do so for 10 years at a time. Chapter 1382 Essence. Chapter 1382 Essence. Lin Ming, have you already accepted the complete inheritance of Empyrean Primordius? Mo Evers now looked over Lin Ming. Currently, Lin Ming's cultivation was ready to enter the divine transformation realm at any moment. In terms of cultivation methods, martial skills, laws, or foundation, everything was perfection. He could be said to have reached the pinnacle of the divine sea realm. Yes, but I have only obtained the inheritance. I am far from being able to fully comprehend it yet. When Lin Ming had studied the Primordius Gate, he had comprehended many things about the Grand Mist Heavenly Tao. But to truly understand the Primordius martial intent wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. Not just that, but I have also inherited the Primordius Heavenly Palace that was left behind by Empyrean Primordius. As long as the Primordius Heavenly Palace has enough energy, no one beneath an Empyrean-level powerhouse will be able to break through its defenses. Moreover, there are inherent space and time array formations within it that could be used to adjust its size or to change the flow of time within. It can even be used as a spirit ship to travel through the void. Oh! Mo Evers now was overjoyed to hear this. With the Primordius Heavenly Palace in his hands, Lin Ming's chances of surviving through dangers would be greatly increased. This help has come at the right time. Even if we encounter Tian Mingzi after returning to the divine realm, we should still have the ability to survive. Yes, but Tian Mingzi should have already escaped by now. The Skydark Holy Lands has probably been abandoned by him. Lin Ming didn't hold on to any hopes that Tian Mingzi would kindly wait there for his own death. During this following period of time, he would likely fully commit himself to the Saint race and try to use their support to make a comeback before taking his revenge. Tian Mingzi has suffered great losses this time. Not only has he lost his Skydark Holy Lands, but he even severed his own hand and lost a wisp of his soul. This will be greatly influential to his future achievements. I have a deep understanding towards this man. If he has a grudge, he will definitely try to return it 10 times over. We must be as careful as possible. Even with Primordius Heavenly Palace protecting you, you still shouldn't give Tian Mingzi any openings at all. After we return to the Divine Realm, you should temporarily stay in an Empyrean Holy Land and close up in cultivation for several years. When your Divine Dream Law's appearance-changing technique reaches a high enough proficiency that you can change the aura of your soul, then you will be safe to go out once more. Otherwise, not only will Tian Mingzi be hunting you down, but even the entire Saint race will do so. They will kill any human who can grow to threaten their plans. That's a good plan. Yes, Senior Apprentice Sister, I don't plan to return to the Divine Realm for some time. I haven't fully comprehended the inheritance of Empyrean Primordius, so I would like to stay in the lower realms for some years until I break through to the Divine Transformation Realm. My accumulations have already reached a sufficient level. Without accident, Dragon Fang, June Blue Moon, Hang Qi, and the others should also be preparing to break into the Divine Transformation Realm right now. The heroic young elites at the top of this first martial meeting were all peerless proud children of the heavens. Their future growth wouldn't be much slower than Lin Ming's. According to Empyrean Divine Dreams speculations, these youths would likely all be important characters in the upcoming Great Calamity. That is also good. Mo Evers now nodded. What Lin Ming lacked the most now was time. His current cultivation was far too weak in comparison to his talent. In the upcoming Great Calamity, if the Saint race were to make their move now, then that would be the same as pushing Lin Ming to the top of the storm without him being ready. At this critical juncture, it was far too dangerous for him to go out and adventure until he had the means to protect himself. Closing up in cultivation and saving up his strength was the best method right now. Senior apprentice sister, come with me. As Lin Ming spoke, he tugged on Mo Eversnow's sleeve. A white light flashed and the two of them were immediately teleported to Empyrean Primordius private training grounds. This training area was sealed up by the Primordius Gate. There was an endless amount of heaven and earth origin energy inside, and not just that, but a massive amount of Grand Mist energy was gathered within. This Grand Mist energy was a uniquely priceless treasure. With the universe having evolved to the present, there was nearly no Grand Mist energy left in the world. If it weren't for the inheritance left behind by Empyrean Primordius, Lin Ming wouldn't have been able to find any Grand Mist energy even if he had the ability to refine it. What a treasure trove! Mo Eversnow praised out loud. This was a training area that an Empyrean had established with great care and effort. The effect it would have on one's cultivation could be imagined. Lin Ming took out the Primordius ring that Empyrean Primordius had left behind and extracted everything from inside. A massive number of pills and jade slips suddenly filled the room. Of the jade slips, most of them were cultivation methods and inheritances that Empyrean Primordius had accidentally obtained. Even so, a cultivation method that Empyrean Primordius would deign to keep was definitely a peak treasure. It was something that even a World King Holy Land would treat as a legacy treasure. In addition to this, there were many jade slips that contained Empyrean Primordius' own cultivation experiences. The value of cultivation experiences recorded by an Empyrean could be imagined. If these treasures were to fall into the martial arts world, they would definitely be treasures that would raise a sea of blood and war. Now, Lin Ming had taken all of these things out and was beginning to perceive and study them with Mo Eversnow. From this day onwards, the two of them began to live a life secluded from the world. The two of them had already warded off physical need. By relying on absorbing heaven and earth origin energy alone, they could make up for any energy they consumed. Thus, for nearly 24 hours a day, the two of them were in constant cultivation. These days were boring and dry, repeated day after day. A mortal would have long gone crazy. But this was something a martial artist was already used to. To walk down the road of martial arts meant to live a lonely and desolate life. If one wished to look down at the heavens and earth with disdain, they would have to hold the mindset of suffering in silence, just like Empyrean Primordius had said. In Primordius' heavenly palace there was nothing to differentiate day and night. Sometimes Lin Ming would perceive the Primordius stone tablet and practice the Primordius martial intent. Sometimes Lin Ming would look through and study the cultivation experience jade slips that Empyrean Primordius had left behind, slowly practicing and making his way through them. As for Mo Eversnow, she spent most of her time cultivating and some of her time furthering her alchemy skills. Mo Eversnow's alchemical technique was originally at the rank of a Grand Master. Without her mortal body, her alchemy skills had been greatly restrained, but now that she had obtained the body of the goddess, using her primal god powers to practice alchemy was even easier than before. Practicing alchemy always took some time and delayed one's cultivation a little. But, in the future as Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow's cultivations rapidly rose, they would need all sorts of high-quality pills. This was especially true for Lin Ming, who practiced the body transformation technique. He would never lack a want for pills, and thus had to have someone skilled in alchemy supporting him. Time passed without end. The jade slips that Empyrean Primordius had left behind were all-encompassing and recorded countless laws and experiences. If the average man were to look through just one of these jade slips, it would still be impossible for them to do so in their lifetime. But, with Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow's perception, they were able to slowly look through all of these jade slips. Although they hadn't completely digested these comprehensions yet, this knowledge had become seeds within Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow's bodies. In the future, when they reached a high enough boundary, these comprehensions would germinate and grow into a towering tree. Senior apprentice sister, This is the Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence left behind by Senior Empyrean Primordius. We can divide a little bit of it between us to make a breakthrough, and after that, we can return to the divine realm. Lin Ming took out a round black bead. This was 100 million years of condensed essence from the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. It would be extremely difficult to divide a portion of it. But, with the Grand Mist Heavenly Tao, a portion of the origin energy could be split off and then absorbed by Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow. Mo Eversnow wouldn't be polite or refuse Lin Ming. Her body was of the primal god race, and she could now cultivate essence, energy, and divine. She also needed the essence of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The two of them sat down, face to face. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead floated between them. Atop this ancient bead, the surface was covered with all sorts of magical runes and patterns. Lin Ming began to revolve the Grand Mist laws, slowly pulling out the essence from the black bead. In the air, this essence gathered into two great currents. Even so, this was only 10% of the black bead's essence. This essence divided into two, separately flying towards Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow. For a time, an incredibly tyrannical and wild aura exuded from these black currents. These currents didn't seem like the condensed essence of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, but seemed like the body of catastrophic, desolate pythons. Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow were both as calm as mountains, allowing these two streams of essence energy to drift towards them. The position that these two currents of essence energy entered their bodies at was their hearts. As the essence energy current approached his heart, Lin Ming could feel his heart begin to rapidly beat, every beat seeming as if it wanted to pump out all the blood from his body. A massive blood pressure pushed against Lin Ming's blood vessels, turning his skin bright red and making his body extremely dry and hot. Mo Eversnow was also in a similar state. As this essence energy entered Lin Ming's body, it gathered in his meridians. In that moment, Lin Ming's entire body shook as his blood streams roiled with excitement. The power of blood vitality was originally a burning hot force just like fire. Lin Ming could feel the blood essence gathering within his body because of this energy, wildly circulating about, making him increasingly hot like a volcano on the verge of eruption. All of that thick magma was focused in Lin Ming's blood vessels as if it had replaced his flowing blood. Beside Lin Ming, Mo Eversnow's face was also extremely red, her body dripping with fresh sweat. In a trance, Lin Ming could feel countless complex and strange scenes run through his mind. These images were all phantoms of extremely powerful ancient existences. There were demon gods, Buddhas, saints, all of them mixed up in utter chaos. But most of these existences were god-beasts. Among these god-beasts were dragons, rocks, kirans, black tortoises, grand basilisks, and so forth. These phantoms were. Lin Ming was stunned. From these many phantoms, Lin Ming could feel an extremely chaotic aura, and this aura was similar to the essence he had just absorbed. Could it be? Lin Ming suddenly became aware that the gray current he absorbed was in truth the condensed flesh and blood essence of numerous god-beasts gathered by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Of course, it was likely impossible for the past holder of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to have killed so many god-beasts. The most likely scenario was that they had taken parts of the god-beasts and then absorbed them with the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, condensing their essence together. Even so, this was more than amazing. With all of this essence energy accumulated over time, the quality surpassed imagination. After swallowing this flesh and blood essence, Lin Ming could feel it wildly surge within his body. The many chaotic auras within this flesh and blood essence turned wild, running rampant like enemies on an ancient battlefield. They all began to compete in devouring each other, including even Lin Ming's own essence. This mindless flesh and blood essence actually had an instinct to devour. It wanted to assimilate Lin Ming. Lin Ming coldly snorted as he revolved the Grand Mist laws. The Grand Mist laws represented the extreme limit of essence, one of the three aspects of the universe's essence, energy and divine. Once it began to revolve, how could mindless instinct possibly hope to resist it? Soon, all of this flesh and blood essence was absorbed by Lin Ming. And beside Lin Ming, although Mo Eversnow didn't understand the grand mist laws, she began to revolve the power of divinity within her body. The primal god race were the favored children of the heavens, and their bodies were amongst the most formidable in existence. Mo Eversnow forcefully used the power of divinity to suppress the wild and chaotic instinct of the flesh and blood essence as she absorbed it. Chapter 1383 U Divine Transformation. Chapter 1383 U Divine Transformation. For a time, the power of blood vitality within Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow began to rapidly increase. Their mortal bodies were also being transformed, reborn. What a pure power of blood! This is wonderful to my body transformation technique, Lin Ming happily thought. His blood energy was still climbing without end, and a clear rushing sound echoed out from his body. This was the sound of his blood flowing through him, like a great river swelling past its limits. All of the power of blood vitality within Lin Ming's body seemed to rush towards the area between his eyebrows, as if it wanted to gush out from him. At this moment, a divine light shot out from between Lin Ming's eyebrows, cutting straight into the skies. It was like a star was resonating with it. This star shined down with a cool and exulting light, sprinkling down upon Lin Ming's body. As this star light reflected down upon Lin Ming's body, he felt all of his muscles stretch outwards, the blood surging within him like tidal waves. However, this sort of resonance only continued for several breaths of time before it was abruptly cut off. Lin Ming was clear that this was the boundary of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. After a few years, Lin Ming finally saw the 9 stars of the Tao Palace once more. Although he had yet to take a step past the threshold, every time he saw the 9 stars of the Tao Palace allowed him to become that much more aware of it. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace were forbidden by the heavens, and Lin Ming didn't expect to make a breakthrough in a single breath. But in the past, Empyrean Primordius had already crushed his way over the heavenly Tao rules, taking a firm step into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. This meant that these rules were not ironclad. Thus, Lin Ming had absolute confidence that it would only be a matter of time before he too broke through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The power of blood vitality rapidly grew within his body, causing his inner world to wildly shake. The boundaries of his inner world were being constantly impacted by energy. Lin Ming's inner world had reached the precipice of imminent expansion, but now that it was being wildly forced open by this power, it actually came bursting apart at the seams. In that instant, all of the energy contained within his inner world surged out like an unleashed dam, wildly crashing into the boundaries set up in the void of his inner world. Lin Ming's inner world was soaring, rising. And at this time, the heaven and earth origin energy within his inner world became more tranquil, drawing ever closer to the real world and reality. The energy became increasingly strong, forming extremely rich origin energy clouds in the skies of his inner world. Then, there was origin energy rain. As this origin energy rain fell to the ground, young sprouts began to emerge from the earth, moistened by this rainwater. They grew extremely fast, soon turning into ginsengs, snow lotuses, flower roots, lingji. In just several breaths of time, they had grown the same span as in tens of thousands of years. Moreover, this was not the end. After several more breaths of times, the essence energy within these plants became increasingly rich and intense. All of them began to gain a spiritual wisdom of their own, and childlike phantoms evolved from their bodies, parting from the plants as they pranced about and played around in the origin energy rain. These miracle medicinal herbs were not true plants, but plants formed by heaven and earth origin energy. Right now, if spiritual plants were to be planted in the soil of Lin Ming's inner world, they would be able to grow just like in the real world. If an animal were to enter Lin Ming's inner world, they could also breathe and survive. This sort of change in his inner world also meant that Lin Ming had taken the final step from the divine sea realm into the divine transformation realm. Divine transformation! Lin Ming's eyes suddenly popped open. In that moment, all of his aura gathered into a current that impacted towards the skies, flushing away all the grand mist energy around him. Closing up in seclusion within Primordius' heavenly palace for several years was the longest time Lin Ming had ever gone into seclusion for. Now that his cultivation had reached the divine transformation realm, he found it hard to estimate just what degree his strength had reached. He had to look for a powerhouse to battle in order to truly find out. Lin Ming, congratulations! Mo Evers now acclaimed from the side. An ordinary divine transformation martial artist could already be considered a decent character in the divine realm. They could ride spirit ships and travel through the limitless void. As for a divine transformation martial artist like Lin Ming, he could freely run wild over the entire divine lord realm. And even though Mo Evers now couldn't say just how he would fare against a holy lord master, she was sure he would at least have the strength to protect himself. At this point, Lin Ming was a powerful figure in his own right. In the older generation, a holy lord was already an incredible existence. In the past, the palace master of Phoenix Cry Palace was also at the holy lord realm. A holy lord had the ability to start their own sect and even rule over their own area in a central mainland of the divine realm. And congratulations to you, senior apprentice sister. Lin Ming said, all smiles. Mo Eversnow's talent was originally that of a monstrous genius. In these past several years, her strength had become unfathomably deep, and it was hard to estimate just what level her boundary had reached. The primal god race's cultivation system was different from that of humanity. Even if they also cultivated the essence-gathering laws, there were still differences between them. Luckily, there were also some primal god race cultivation method jade slips left behind in Empyrean Primordius Ring. Thinking about it, these were likely left behind by Heavenly Empress Xianqing in the past. With these jade slips helping her, Mo Eversnow's cultivation rate could be said to be flying 10,000 miles in a single day. Lin Ming was absolutely sure that it wouldn't be too long before Mo Eversnow was restored to her peak condition of the past. Then, with an unstoppable momentum, she would become a world king and even an Empyrean. In the upcoming Great Calamity, she would certainly play an important role. Let's exit. Okay. Bang. The Primordius Gate opened and both Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow were teleported out of Primordius' heavenly palace. Outside, the Dragon Sovereign's phantom and the two gray-clothed old men were waiting for them. Lin Ming greets seniors. Lin Ming respectfully bowed. And in front of Lin Ming, the two gray-clothed old men hurriedly helped Lin Ming up. They quickly said, "We definitely cannot accept such a gesture from you. If you wish to bow, then you only need bow to Lord Dragon Sovereign. As for us, the most we can be considered as are your worthless and foolish senior apprentice brothers." The two old men gazed at Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow, their complexions filled with countless emotions. After Lin Ming had inherited the legacy of Empyrean Primordius, even calling him the young master of Primordius' heavenly palace was an understatement. Their two statuses were naturally under Lin Ming. As for the Black Dragon, from beginning to end, he was Lin Ming's true elder. Several years ago, when Lin Ming first entered Primordius' heavenly palace, they never imagined he would perfectly inherit Empyrean Primordius' legacy. According to any logical reasoning, Empyrean Primordius had left behind such a difficult test in the lower realms that it should be nearly impossible for anyone to pass it, and thus no one should have been able to inherit his legacy. However, destiny had a way of playing tricks on all expectations. In this far-off lower realms world, there was actually someone able to perfectly inherit the legacy of Empyrean Primordius, as if everything done was guided by the hand of fate. Lin Ming politely bowed towards the Dragon Sovereign. Lord Dragon Sovereign, this junior has been lost in an absorbed state within Primordius' heavenly palace for a long period with no sense of time. This junior would like to inquire, just how long was I within Primordius' heavenly palace? The Black Dragon Sovereign's phantom faintly smiled, saying, "It's already been 4 years and 3 months. Over 4 years. Lin Ming was secretly dumbfounded. Really, it was true when they said training passed without sense of time. In Primordius' heavenly palace he would often meditate for several months, and after meditating several times, 4 years had quietly passed just like that. Lord Dragon Sovereign, this junior also has another question to ask." "Then ask." This junior would like to know whether or not Senior Empyrean Primordius died in repose. This junior saw that there was a skeleton sitting within Primordius' heavenly palace that bears some similarities to Senior Empyrean Primordius remains. However, there were many questionable aspects to this. This junior doesn't believe that Senior Empyrean Primordius' body would fade away like that in just 100,000 years of time. As Empyrean Primordius' fate was spoken of, the Dragon Sovereign let out a long and deep sigh. Whether or not Primordius lived or died is something that even I am not sure of. In the past, after his preparations were completed, he had become a lamp without any oil. At the end he entered Primordius' heavenly palace for one last closed-door seclusion. Like that, 10,000 years passed. Afterwards, I transformed into a phantom to enter Primordius' heavenly palace, and I too saw the skeleton atop the throne. Perhaps Primordius really died, or perhaps there was some other possibility. That is, Lin Ming felt this was too incredulous. If Empyrean Primordius had truly passed his life or death closed-door seclusion, then he should have left Primordius' heavenly palace. It was impossible that the Dragon Sovereign and the others wouldn't know of this. Had Empyrean Primordius really died here? Senior Dragon Sovereign, this junior also has a question about the war 100,000 years ago. Senior Dragon Sovereign mentioned that the immortal emperor of the Saint race also participated in this war. Such a character should have been a peerless powerhouse of the Saint race, so how was he able to pass the God-lamenting wall? The Dragon Sovereign said, "To think that you would even know of the God-lamenting wall. It is true that the higher your cultivation, the more difficult it is to pass the God-lamenting wall. However, there are exceptions to all rules. If your cultivation is high enough, then it is possible to break through these rules to a certain degree. For instance, if a true divinity-level powerhouse were to pay an incomparably painful and overwhelming price, they could tear open the God-lamenting wall. The God-lamenting wall is like the tide. Sometimes it is strong and sometimes it is weak. In the samsara 100,000 years ago, a true divinity powerhouse chose an extremely weak period of the God-lamenting wall and then temporarily ripped open a hole. The price of that was a massive amount of their blood essence as well as their life source. Moreover, for the next several tens of thousands of years, their cultivation would drop to that of an ordinary Empyrean. In the past, the one to tear open the God-lamenting wall was likely the good fortune Saint Sovereign of the Saint race. He received a deep wound in order to tear open the God-lamenting wall and is likely still convalescing. Good fortune Saint Sovereign. True divinity powerhouse? Lin Ming's mind shook. Besides Empyrean Divine Seal of the past, this was the second true divinity powerhouse he had heard of. Enough. You have already perfectly inherited the legacy of Primordius. My mission, our mission, can now be considered complete. We can also pass away in peace. As the Dragon Sovereign spoke, a desolate light glinted in his eyes. Lin Ming was stunned. Senior, are you absolutely unable to break free from these dragon trapping cables? I cannot. The dragon sovereign shook his head, and let alone me, not even they are able to leave here. The dragon sovereign pointed at the two gray-clothed old men. In that war 100,000 years ago, they both had their life source injured by the god curse art. In the eternal demon abyss with the protection of the enchantment that Primordius left behind they can still survive, but once they leave the eternal demon abyss and are exposed to the remains of the god curse art, their bodies will melt into a puddle of goo. Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat. Such a destiny was far, far too lonely and bleak. Seniors, this junior swears that one day, when I break through the Empyrean realm, I will definitely return here and erase this cursed seal for you. Lin Ming had immediately made an oath that relied on him becoming an Empyrean, but no one here found him to be arrogant. Rather, it seemed natural. The dragon sovereign smiled, saying, "It's good that you have such kind intentions. Before you leave, I also have something important I must give you. Make sure that you treat it well." Lin Ming immediately agreed. "Senior, please rest assured that Junior will definitely accomplish it." Chapter 1384 Child of the Dragon. Chapter 1384 Child of the Dragon. Lin Ming, come with me. The dragon sovereign waved his hand and a beam of light wrapped around Lin Ming, instantly causing the both of them to disappear. Lin Ming felt space around him twist about, and in the next moment, he had arrived in a completely separate space. This space was extremely vast and broad. The area where Lin Ming was standing was a desolate and bleak land. The brown and ashen land was endless. Broken rocks littered the ground, without the least bit of life anywhere. Occasionally, massive bones thrust out from gaps in the earth. It was unknown just what sort of creature had left behind these giant bones, but as these bones were half exposed to the air, they resembled broken halberds that pointed towards the skies. The skies were also empty, without any clouds at all. There were no stars or other celestial bodies, and the heaven and earth origin energy was very thin. In the vast distance, Lin Ming could even see certain areas of space collapse, crashing apart into turbulent space flows before returning to normal. Besides that, this world was without the tiniest sound. It was utterly silent. The space here naturally collapses on its own. This is proof that the space here has reached an extremely fragile point. Lin Ming thought to himself. This sort of world seemed like the moment in stories when vast dimensions were on the verge of annihilation. All life would cease to exist and space would become extremely unstable. Great dimensions also had their own life cycle. After many hundreds of millions or even billions of years, everything would collapse before returning to nihility. This place is, Lin Ming began to ask the dragon sovereign. This is my inner world. The dragon sovereign indifferently replied, as if this didn't matter at all. Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat. Inner world. The dragon sovereign's inner world had already reached this degree of decay. Although this inner world was incomparably vast, countless times greater than Lin Ming's own, it was hanging on the thread of destruction, without the least bit of life. If this continued, then perhaps in just several tens of thousands of years, this entire inner world would collapse into nothing. At that time, the dragon sovereign himself would likely perish, forever gone from this world. Lord Dragon Sovereign, you! Lin Ming didn't know what to say. He only felt a dark discomfort in his heart. A legendary character like the Dragon Sovereign, a being who was able to stand side by side with Empyrean Primordius as brothers in arms, was likely to be an outstanding character amongst all god beasts. Even so, such a grand existence would end up with such a pitiful fate, his life force slowly grinding to a halt until he exhausted himself and died. It doesn't matter. The Dragon Sovereign's expression was calm and peaceful. He had long ago accepted his fate. My life should have ended 100,000 years ago. It was only that at that time, Primordius used a great array to forcefully extract blood vitality and essence energy of the world to restore the strength I was losing to the dragon trapping cables, barely allowing me to maintain a feeble existence for all of these years. Life and death, those are things I have long since come to terms with. As the dragon sovereign spoke, he shook his head, as if he were remembering that great war 100,000 years ago. In terms of strength, the dragon sovereign was naturally inferior to Empyrean Primordius. Underneath the combined assault of several extreme Empyrean masters, it would be extremely difficult for him to survive. Back during that great war, he had already believed that he would die in the chaos. For him to live for all these extra years was already more than enough. Lin Ming silently paid tribute in his heart. In a sense, in that war 100,000 years ago, Empyrean Primordius and the Dragon Sovereign should have known the general direction of their fates. If they sacrificed the interests of the world and only cared for their own lives, they could have given up the demon bead. Although the demon bead was precious, it was still inferior to one's own life. And after giving up the demon bead, the saint race naturally wouldn't have continued to pay such a great price to attack Primordius and the Dragon Sovereign. But even so, the two of them had refused to do so. If one had to look for a reason, then it was likely because they didn't wish for the demon bead to enter the hands of the saint race. This would cause the great calamity of humanity to become even more impossible to overcome. Lin Ming couldn't help but ask, "Lord Dragon Sovereign, is the Grandmist Spirit Bead now with the saints?" "Yes." The Dragon Sovereign nodded. "However, you once said that even if a true divinity powerhouse wished to tear open the God-lamenting wall of the 33 heavens, they would have to use up a massive amount of their life source and even have their cultivation steeply drop for several tens of thousands of years. If so, then after the good fortune Saint Sovereign tore apart the God-lamenting wall in the past to send Empyrean powerhouses of his race into the divine realm, the channel should have closed up. How could those Empyreans have brought the Grand Mist Spirit Bead back?" The Dragon Sovereign shook his head. "The saint race possesses more than one true divinity. But these true divinities often do not have peaceful relations with each other, thus I have no idea how their relations are. Moreover, the Grand Mist Spirit Bead itself has a certain function to pass through the barriers of the God-lamenting wall, so the price of returning should be much less." "So that's how it is." Lin Ming was suddenly aware. Divine heavenly tools like the magic cube and demon bead were the condensed form of the universe's fundamental aspect. It was reasonable that they would be able to ignore the rules of the 33-layered heavens. The magic cube definitely had such a function. When Lin Ming was in Carefree Island and had gone to the Red Desolate Mystic Realm, that Red Desolate Mystic Realm also forbade the entrance of anyone above the Divine Sea Realm. By all reasoning, Mo Evers now had already awakened and her strength had reached the Divine Lord Realm, thus she shouldn't have been able to enter. But she did manage to enter, and that was because she had hidden herself away in the magic cube space where she didn't receive any hindrance from the God-lamenting wall at all. If the magic cube had such a function, then it wouldn't be strange if the demon bead shared it too. Thinking of this, Lin Ming felt his heart stir. If so, then perhaps by relying on this he could find methods to enter the other universes. The Dragon Sovereign continued to say, "To lose the Grand Mist Spirit Bead is the greatest regret and guilt in Primordius life." In the past, Primordius and Heavenly Empress Xianqing wanted to use the Grand Mist Spirit Bead as the foundation to create their own samsara heavenly Tao, creating a paradisiacal Pure Lands that existed independently from the 33-layered heavens. They wanted to rely on this samsara heavenly Tao to unravel the secrets to eternal life, in hopes that when their lives came to an end they would be reincarnated with perfect memories of their previous lives and bypass the amnesia of the womb. Unfortunately, they ultimately failed. Eternal life was the perpetual and greatest pursuit of all supreme elders in the divine realm. No one wished to return to dust, and even Empyrean Primordius wasn't an exception to this. The reason he wanted to establish the Samsara heavenly Tao was to seek out the method to eternal life. Empyrean Primordius actually wished to use the Grand Mist Spirit Bead as a foundation to establish his own paradisiacal Pure Lands that could stand side by side with the 33-layered heavens. Lin Ming didn't imagine that Empyrean Primordius' aspirations were so high. The 33-layered heavens were not ordinary great dimensions. Rather, every heaven was in itself an endless and boundless universe. To create such a world seemed far too exaggerated. The Dragon Sovereign seemed to see through Lin Ming's thoughts. He smiled. You probably feel that Primordius was a bit too indulgent in his own whimsical fantasies. But the truth is that if Primordius was allowed to continue on his road, breaking through into the realm of true divinity and even reaching the peak of true divinity, then perhaps there really might have been a chance of success. This is because the Grand Mist Spirit Bead is the condensed essence of a universe, and also the seed of a universe. Empyrean Primordius speculated that the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, Divine Crystal Magic Cube, and other such divine objects of the heavens and earth are in fact a complete formative state of a universe. Perhaps there should have been 36 layered heavens, with universes of essence, energy, and divine, each leading groups of 12 universes. But, because of some unknown reasons, these 3 universes were unable to successfully grow, finally only condensing into universe seed. The Diviner Crystal Magic Cube and Grand Mist Spirit Bead should be these kinds of miraculous existences. As the Dragon Sovereign casually spoke these words, Lin Ming felt his mind wildly shake. Universe seed? This was the first time he had heard of such a concept. He subconsciously traced his stomach. That small magic cube was really the formative state of a universe. Lin Ming felt this was too incredible to believe. There was a universe within his body. All right, I brought you here because there is something I wish to give you. As the Dragon Sovereign spoke, Lin Ming felt the earth in front of them suddenly tremble. Countless runes appeared in the void, slowly spreading out in a large array for several miles. This giant array formation was profound and exquisite, faintly gathering all the nearby heaven and earth origin energy. In the center of this array formation was a giant cocoon formed from crystalline silk threads. The cocoon was translucent, and one could even faintly make out what was occurring within. Within, one could make out lumps of flesh that were wrapped up together. Lin Ming could feel a vast ocean-like power of blood vitality rushing out from this giant cocoon. There was clearly a living creature within that cocoon, and it seemed to be growing ever so slowly as it absorbed the essence energy of the world. The cocoon was covered in numerous complex Tao patterns, exuding the aura of 10,000 different heavenly laws. It was like an egg that wrapped a flesh and blood embryo. In that moment, Lin Ming was already able to faintly guess what it was. Following that, the Dragon Sovereign's words confirmed Lin Ming's guesses. This is an unhatched dragon. I know that I do not have much time left in this world, thus I have been preparing this dragon egg within my inner world. For these past years, I have been fusing all of my life source, blood essence, and blood vitality into this dragon egg, forming a flesh and blood embryo. This egg is now an extension of my life. Soon, in the future, it will hatch, and I do not wish to see it be born into the world of the eternal demon abyss, a land without life or light. Take it and treat it well, allow it to see the vast mysteries of the endless universes. As the Dragon Sovereign spoke, the countless silk threads that wrapped the dragon egg split apart and the dragon egg came slowly floating towards Lin Ming. This was a baby god beast, a true god beast. Lin Ming held his breath, his eyes staring unblinkingly at this unhatched dragon egg. Up until now he had never had a true contract beast. Most extreme talents like him were also the same. Even Frost Dream and Hang Chi were the same. It wasn't because contract beasts were useless, but because they couldn't find one that was appropriate. A god beast was simply an unthinkable wish. As for other contract beasts, their rate of growth couldn't compare to these peerless geniuses. If the talent of these contract beasts was cast too far off from these extreme geniuses, their function would be greatly reduced. But now Lin Ming possessed his own dragon, a true god beast. Such a contract beast was something that not even an Empyrean descendant could dream of possessing. This was because there weren't many more god beasts than Empyreans, and most god beasts in existence were wild and freely wandering existences that were also incomparably proud and lofty, just which one would lower themselves to work as the contract beast of a human. Let alone an Empyrean descendant, even an Empyrean wasn't good enough. Only an extraordinary Empyrean like Empyrean Primordius could possibly have the lucky chance to encounter a god beast and also to subdue it. But in truth, calling it subjugation was wrong, because Empyrean Primordius and the Black Dragon were brothers in arms to begin with. In the future, Lin Ming and this young dragon would also have such a relationship. To be comrades in battle and also friends. Lin Ming didn't say any words of refusal. He simply allowed this dragon egg to fly into his inner world. After the dragon egg fell into Lin Ming's inner world, Lin Ming immediately summoned the pure world power within him to fuse into the dragon egg without reserve, nourishing the growth of the baby dragon. Then, Lin Ming deeply bowed towards the Dragon Sovereign. Lord Dragon Sovereign, rest assured that this junior will treat this child like a true brother. The Dragon Sovereign nodded. You have a startling destiny. If it follows you, it will also be affected by your destiny. I hope that because of this, its future growth will be even better. Chapter 1385 Departure. Chapter 1385 Departure. After placing the baby dragon egg within his inner world, Lin Ming used his own true essence to help develop and provide energy for it. Because of this link, Lin Ming felt connected with the flesh and blood of the baby dragon and could even feel the tremendous blood vitality slumbering within it. In this universe, the more powerful a life form was, the more difficult it was for it to reproduce. Rocks, dragons, phoenixes, the three great god beasts all hatched from eggs, but to do so took a nearly incalculable amount of time and energy. However, in the past 100,000 years, the Dragon Sovereign had already completed the majority of the incubation process. The little dragon embryo within the egg had already taken form, and now Lin Ming only needed to complete the final step. Lin Ming, before you leave, I will give you one final piece of advice. If things seem impossible, do not push yourself too far. This grand calamity will be even crueler than the one 6 billion years ago. This is a war that involves the survival of the human race, and one's individual strength within this war will seem incomparably small. The greater your ability is, the more responsibility you will have to shoulder. If you haven't grown by then, do not try to show off. As long as there is life, there will always be hope. Every word that the Dragon Sovereign spoke was well-intentioned advice. Lin Ming felt his heart warm as he heard this. He said, Senior, please rest assured that this junior will follow your advice. The Dragon Sovereign nodded once more, sighing as he said, In the past, when Primordius had exhausted the last dregs of his strength and was making his final arrangements, he often spoke about his life. His life was composed of earth-shaking events, a man that stood tall and proud in the world, and who left behind an indelible legend, but even so, he had made two fatal mistakes in his life. One was that he was far too arrogant in the past. If he had shared the secret of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, and allowed the other Empyreans to join forces to assist him, then he wouldn't have been caught off guard by the Saint race. Secret? Lin Ming was startled. Are you saying that it wasn't well known that Empyrean Primordius possessed the Grand Mist Spirit Bead? It was a secret? By all reasoning, It was normal that no one would know about the fact that Empyrean Primordius possessed the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. If Lin Ming were in Empyrean Primordius' shoes and had obtained such a treasure, he too wouldn't have publicized it. That would be suicidal behavior. But the problem was, if Empyrean Primordius had kept everything a secret, how would the Saint Race know? The Dragon Sovereign noticed Lin Ming's puzzlement. The Saint Race has already arranged many spies and chess pieces in the Divine Realm. Their invasion preparations began an extremely long time ago, and they have many channels from which to obtain news. As the Dragon Sovereign spoke, Lin Ming was still confused. How high of a cultivation could chess pieces of the Saint Race have? At most, they would be World King-level powerhouses, and moreover they would have to damage their own cultivation in order to cross the God-lamenting wall and enter the Divine Realm. After arriving here they would have to search everywhere for medicines to restore their strength, so how could they possibly have learnt the ultimate secret of an extreme Empyrean? Lin Ming didn't believe that the Saint Race spies had the ability to come into contact with Empyrean Primordius. The Dragon Sovereign said, "What you said is reasonable and in fact, the Saints didn't possess the methods that you said. However, their chess pieces were not restricted to only Saints but there were also many humans. They carefully chose humans with great ambition and talent to train, taking them under their wings so that they could come into contact with the deepest secrets of humanity." As the Dragon Sovereign spoke, Lin Ming's mind shook. Tian Mingzi was also in this sort of situation. Tian Mingzi's ambitions were higher than the heavens, and he was also superbly gifted. Because of this, the Saint Race had chosen him. Starting 50,000 years ago, spies of the Saint Race had come into contact with him, offering him all sorts of resources and help in order to raise him into an Empyrean. With the Saint Race's background, they indeed had this ability. Moreover, Tian Mingzi himself wasn't poor material to begin with. His only limit was a poor background. But the appearance of the Saint Race had made up for his shortcomings. They used all sorts of spells and restriction methods, making oaths and contracts at the level of a transcendent divine might in order to shackle Tian Mingzi and then raise him into an Empyrean chess piece. An Empyrean chess piece was more useful than 10,000 Saint spies. The Saint Race has really laid out a great plan. Lin Ming grimaced, his thoughts turning dark. To raise an Empyrean would cost a countless amount of time and resources. They had indeed put forth enough capital. If it weren't for Tian Mingzi's plans being toppled by Lin Ming, it was likely he would have become a human Empyrean that betrayed his own race in the future. For eternal life, for dominating strength, there would always be people that couldn't resist these temptations. They would make a deal with the devil, even selling their soul. So the traitor in the past was Empyrean Thunder Punishment? Lin Ming suddenly asked. The Dragon Sovereign's face flashed with a color of venom and loathing. He replied, "You're quite smart. Yes, the one to betray Primordius was none other than Empyrean Thunder Punishment. When Primordius spoke of his two greatest mistakes, the first one I have already said. As for the second, that is that his natural character was far too honest and straightforward, prone to follow his emotions. He swore brotherhood with Thunder Punishment but didn't see his true character. As for Thunder Punishment, when he swore brotherhood with Primordius, he had long since become the dog of the Saints. Without the Saint Race supporting him, he would never have arrived at the step he did." With this, Lin Ming understood everything. He finally knew why in the war 100,000 years ago, Empyrean Primordius had to resist the onslaught of several Empyrean masters without any allies to call on. He also knew why the Supreme Elders of the Divine Realm mostly didn't know the circumstances of this matter. Until now, only Empyrean Divine Dream and a select several other people knew the truth. People like great world kings of first-order worlds would have no idea about these events. Of course, even if they knew, they could only stare greedily on at Empyrean Primordius inheritance without any ability to obtain it. In fact, in Lin Ming's eyes, Primordius' first mistake wasn't a mistake at all. It wasn't that Empyrean Primordius was too arrogant, because no matter who it was impossible to share such a great secret like the existence of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. If he shared it, the situation might even have worsened. After all, it was hard to predict the hearts and minds of others. Empyrean Primordius' true mistake was his second one. Because he didn't conceal the existence of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to the limit and had wrongly believed in Empyrean thunder punishment, he had now ended up in such a state. Human nature was truly impossible to predict. Because of that, the strange curse of the eternal demon abyss, the sky-split towers, the road of Emperor, the black dragon, the tomb of the goddess, the forsaken god clan, the enigma of the battle between Empyrean Primordius and Empyrean thunder punishment, and just why Empyrean Primordius would appear at a lower realms world like the sky spill planet. Lin Ming finally understood all of this. Now, the only thing he didn't know was whether Empyrean Primordius was dead or alive, and whether those skeletal remains in the Primordius Heavenly Palace were those of Empyrean Primordius. That was also the final riddle of the eternal demon abyss. As for this riddle, not even the dragon's sovereign knew the truth. The journey into the eternal demon abyss had finally ended. Lin Ming had inherited the full legacy of Empyrean Primordius and had even obtained the most precious treasure, the Primordius Heavenly Palace, from it. Not just that, but there was also the 100 million years of condensed essence energy from the true Grand Mist Spirit Bead. And lastly, there was the supremely precious baby dragon. The only regret was that the true Grand Mist Spirit Bead had been stolen away by the Saint race. This was also inevitable. If the Saint race didn't succeed in obtaining the Grand Mist Spirit Bead the first time, the true divinity powerhouses of the Saints would inevitably have consumed their own blood essence and life force to rip apart the god-lamenting wall once more to obtain it. Lin Ming didn't believe that the enchantment Empyrean Primordius had set over the sky spill planet would be able to block the invasion of several Saint Empyreans. It was finally time to leave. All that Lin Ming had left to do in the lower realms was to return a mortal body to Demonshine and visit his little sister, Lin Xiaoga, as well as his parents. Then, he would return to the divine realm. Chapter 1386. The Sky Spill Grand Meeting. Chapter 1386. The Sky Spill Grand Meeting. The terrain of the Sky Spill continent was shaped like a giant copper coin, surrounded by seas and with another sea in the center. At the center of the Sky Spill continent, at the edges of the Sea of Miracles, there were 4 divine kingdoms. Among them was a prosperous divine kingdom that had only existed for a dozen-plus years. This was a divine kingdom that had been recently established, called the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. This divine kingdom had replaced the Azura Divine Kingdom to become one of the 4 divine kingdoms. Although the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom's foundation was still shallow and they didn't possess many divine sea powerhouses of their own, their status was still high and transcendent. This was because of events that occurred many years ago. Just a dozen some years ago, a man named Yang Yuan had taken control of most divine sea powerhouses in the Sky Spill continent, slaying all those with variation bloodlines in order to cultivate his great blood-refining art. His acts of terror had made everyone live in fear and dread. At that time, Yang Yuan had possessed absolute, overwhelming strength. He was a calamity upon the entire Sky Spill continent. But then, a young man had appeared, leading a group of divine sea powerhouses to slaughter their way into the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom's divine palace. He had broken into the 9-Furnace Divine Palace's grand array and instantly killed 10 divine sea powerhouses and then struck down Yang Yuan by himself, leaving behind a legend of his own. This youth was Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming had ascended, His fame and glory within the sky spill continent was hotter and brighter than the blazing afternoon sun. He had left behind countless myths, and all of the older martial artists respected and admired him. He even inspired the younger generation of martial artists to work hard for the glory of their country. Within the sky spill continent, it could be said that there was no one who didn't know Lin Ming's name. As for the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom, that was established by the friends and family that Lin Ming had left behind. Because of Lin Ming, the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom possessed a high status. There was no one who dared to disrespect them. The Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom possessed the richest resources of the 4 divine kingdoms. Every 4 years, the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom would host a martial arts meeting in which heroic youths from all over the land would come to compete. The primary intention of this martial arts meeting was to seek out the people to recruit to serve as the elite of the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom and also to train them. After all, the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom had existed for far too short a time. Even though they possessed resources and fame, they actually lacked masters. The conditions that the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom put forth were extremely rich. Once one entered the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom, one would be able to enjoy top-tier resources and inheritances. Thus, many heroic youths headed towards the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom, hoping that they could amaze the world with a single feat of wonder in this martial arts meeting. And today was the day that this martial arts meeting was being conducted. On the top of a 100,000-foot tall mountain, the peak had been flattened down and a giant jade-bright arena had been formed. The arena was surrounded with colorful and beautiful lights that shined in the skies, filling the air with wondrous, brilliant hues. Countless dazzling divine carriages filled the skies as jade spirit boats and ships floated about, each pulled by many saint beasts. And sitting within these divine carriages and spirit boats were high-level figures of the sky spill continent. The 7-star divine kingdom's divine sovereign, Li Yuxiao. On top of a refined jade building, an old man serving as the master of ceremonies loudly shouted out. This was a martial arts tea party, where one could drink tea as they watched others compete in the martial path. Many lords and ladies came from all over to look at these young geniuses compete. This was not simply a contest, and every great figure that arrived on the scene had to be announced. Forsaken God Clan's patriarch, Shi Bai, the master of ceremonies, shouted out once more. A sagely and wise-looking old man in white clothes slowly flew forwards on a crane, a smile on his face. He was the Forsaken God Clan's patriarch, Shi Bai. White Clan patriarch, Fairy Snow Gale. In the skies, a phoenix cry sounded out. From afar, a bird with a phoenix-like appearance flew forwards, pulling a shimmering jade-green ship. The one sitting inside this ship was the White Clan's Fairy Snow Gale, one of the extraordinary divine sea powerhouses of the sky spill continent. Those that possessed the qualifications to be announced by the Master of Ceremonies were all top first-class figures of the sky spill continent. Shang family's highest elder, Shang Yuetian. 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom's Southern Baron, Yang Cheng. Every announcement represented the arrival of a divine sea powerhouse. Those in the audience were all silently dumbfounded. These divine sea powerhouses were all godlike characters of the sky spill continent. It was rare to see a single one, but now there were so many today. This truly is a grand occasion. The Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom has only held 3 of these martial arts meetings so far, each one greater than the last. And in this session, over 20 divine sea supreme elders have arrived. This is far too exaggerated. Besides the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom, there is no kingdom that has so much face. Of course. Don't you know of the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom's origin? The legends say that many years ago, Sage Lin cancelled out the battle spirit tracing mark for many divine sea powerhouses that were controlled by Yang Yun and had them cut him down in battle. These actions were the same as saving their lives. For those that have reached a divine sea realm cultivation, it isn't easy to owe favors or sentiments to anyone, because they want to avoid being touched by karmic ties. And now that the vermilion bird divine kingdom is vigorously trying to develop, since it's impossible for those divine sea powerhouses to return the favor personally to Sage Lin, they have to look after the family that he left behind. If they could support his family at moments like this, then they would definitely do so. Yes, and this session of the martial arts meeting is amazing. Of those young heroic geniuses that have come, one of them is the proudest daughter of the heavens and the current little princess of the entire Sky Spill continent. She is Lin Xiaoge, the only little sister of Sage Lin. Her status is truly high to the limit. If this is the martial arts meeting that Lin Xiaoge personally appears in, just which great figure would dare to not support her with their presence? To be called the little princess of the Sky Spill continent without any other modifiers, there was only one person, that was Lin Xiaoge. As for the other princesses of divine kingdoms, they had to have the name of their origin added in. For instance, the 9-furnace divine kingdom's 3rd princess, the 7-star 4th princess, and so forth. Lin Xiaoge could be called the person with the most special and unique status within the entire Sky Spill continent. Even if the 9-furnace divine sovereigns saw her, they would still have to speak to her politely and with smiles, calling her the little princess. Lin Xiaoge was now in her teens. She was beautiful and refreshing, slim and filled with grace. Moreover, her cultivation far outstripped all rivals in her generation. In this martial arts meeting, many people believed that her chances of becoming the champion were over 90%. Without a doubt, Lin Xiaoge was the absolute heroine of the day. Everyone else could only be called a foil to her brilliance. Lin Xiaoge, she truly is the perfect woman. If I could marry the little princess, that would really be. Keep on dreaming. If Lin Xiaoge's pursuers were to hold hands, they could wrap themselves around the entire sea of miracles. Of the princes of the 3 other divine kingdoms, or the young elites of the divine sea families and clans, just which one doesn't wish to capture her hand? But none of them can match up to her. Even if you forget her beauty and her talent, just the fact that she is Sage Lin's little sister is enough to eliminate all hopes. If you want to marry her, you can't struggle for less than 5,000 years. Everyone was enthusiastically speaking. And in this crowd, there was a blue-clothed youth that was casually strolling through the auditorium. Although it was extremely crowded here, there seemed to be some invisible force field surrounding him, making it so that no one could even touch the hem of his robe. As everyone was fervently discussing, the blue-clothed youth widely smiled. He thought to himself, a 12+ years seem to have passed in a moment. Xiaoge has become an elegant and talented young girl. When I ascended all those years ago, she was nothing but a little brat with a runny nose chasing me around all day. This blue-clothed youth was Lin Ming. He recalled the peaceful days that he lived before he ascended to the divine realm. As he passed life tranquilly with his wives, there would always be Xiaoge behind him, chasing him and calling out, "Big brother! Big brother!" especially attached to him. Those days seemed as if they occurred just yesterday. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen years had passed. Lin Ming's appearance hadn't changed, but Lin Xiaoge had grown up into a proud daughter of heaven. Recalling the past, Lin Ming would occasionally smile. This was the feeling of affection, a warm and peaceful feeling. After embarking on the road of martial arts, most of his time had been spent killing, struggling through life or death battles, or cultivating by himself in a boring and staid manner. In this kind of situation, this sort of warmth was even rarer. Lin Ming calmly sat in the audience, watching the change of divine Phoenix Island and the Lin family with his own eyes. And at this time, the martial arts meeting had officially begun. In an area south of the arena, there was a jade structure floating in the air. This was a dwelling with columns carved from the finest stone, and many great figures of the Sky Spill continent were enjoying precious fragrant teas at the summit. These teas could increase the lifespan of a mortal by several hundred years with a single sip. Even to a martial arts master, these teas were extremely precious. Even a divine sea supreme elder wouldn't necessarily be willing to drink it down in gulps. Ha ha ha! The Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom is truly wealthy. For a tea party martial meeting, they actually used 7-colored fairy tea. This time, I have truly hit the jackpot. I'll have to drink my fill. A middle-aged man in a 7-stars robe laughed. He was the 7-star divine sovereign, Li Yuxiao. Li Tu, I know that you're stingy, but there's no need to be so shameless in front of everyone. I also know that you have several jars of this 7-colored fairy tea. When I've been to visit you, you've never been willing to take them out. Beside Li Yuxiao, a tall and thin old man jokingly smiled. For him to speak to Li Yuxiao in this manner proved that his status was also high. Old man Zhao, stop ruining my image. My 7-star divine kingdom is just a poor little country. If I were to let you drink and eat as you please, I would be a poor man by now. Li Yuxiao laughed, clearly used to this sort of joking. But as he laughed, his mind stirred and he sobered up. Li Tu, what's wrong? The old man asked. Li Yuxiao traced his chin and then shook his head. I probably was mistaken in what I felt. Something like a light sensation passed over me just now, swift and gentle, fainter than a feather. In that moment, Lin Ming had rapidly swept his sense over the entire audience. In fact, he hadn't even bothered to conceal his sense. It was only that his senses far surpassed those present, so they couldn't sense him even if he didn't hide. And at this time, the lead of the martial arts meeting, Lin Xiaoge, finally appeared on stage. After being separated for many years, Lin Xiaoge had become a stunningly beautiful young girl. She wore a tight martial arts outfit that was in perfect contrast to her tall figure. She stood proud and slender with flexible and strong thighs. Her hair was tied back in a braid and her skin wasn't snow white like that of normal beauties, but white and soft with a hint of glowing red. Her cheeks were round like a child's, filled with the blush of youth. Her eyes were as clear as springs, crystalline to the very bottom and without the slightest bit of filth. This was Lin Xiaoge, a young girl brimming with the surging fires of youth, with a vivid courage and dashing exuding from every inch of her body. Lin Xiaoge's appearance immediately caused the audience to cry out in alarm. The atmosphere in the field had finally reached the peak. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.